Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, our honorable speakers and guests. Welcome back to Indonesia Pavilion. Hope you all have a good break and enjoy Dubai while staying here. Good morning, Vice Minister of the Ministry Environment and Forestry Republic Indonesia, Dr. Alwe Dohong. Thank you for joining us in this session, Pak. So today we'll be discussing around the topic, its collaborative approaches, how to strengthening sustainability in commodity and food systems, land use and restoration governance, through integrated landscape management for multiple benefits for Indonesia. So Indonesia forests are already threatened by continuous deforestation and forest degradation due to unsustainable natural resource management. Globally traded commodity crops that expands to the forest and inappropriate use of agri-chemical on rice production are some of the examples. So today, we're going to explore how to strengthening sustainability in these sectors to make substantive contributions towards transformations of global food systems in Indonesia. And we are going to discuss as well what are the potential of Indonesia's food system based on the integrated landscape management. So before we proceed, let's welcome our keynote speaker. He's the Vice Minister of Ministry of Environment and Forestry Republic Indonesia, Dr. Alwe Dohong.
Tes. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat pagi, salam sejahtera untuk kita semuanya. Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Saya campur aja bahasa Indonesia sama bahasa Inggris karena setelah saya lihat cuma ada satu yang mungkin tidak bisa bahasa Indonesia ya. Ya. Jadi para pembicara yang saya hormati, nanti ada Ibu Musdalifah, ada Prayudi Samsuri, ada Rizal Effendi, ada Ibu Diah, dan yang saya hormati dan saya banggakan ini Pak Pasaribu ya, dari Banggar DPR RI ya. Mohon maaf Pak, saya lupa nyebutin Bapak yang pertama kali. Kemudian Bapak Ibu Dirjen, and all distinguished participants from overseas. First of all, I would like to express my sincere thank you for all your participation on this special event entitled Collaborative Approaches on Strengthening Sustainability in Commodity and Food System, Land Use and Restoration Governance through Integrated Landscape Management for Multiple Benefit Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, we recognize the vital roles of the forest ecosystem in terms of economic, ecology, and social culture, and also very important of tropical forests in particular to address climate change. So that's why in our nationally determined contribution, we put forestry and land use sector as the one of the major driven of our nationally determined contribution as our commitment to the Paris Agreement. In our first NDC and now become an enhanced NDC that we submitted to the UNFCCC in last September 2022, we commit to transform to low carbon economy and build resilient into food, water, and energy system, which primarily comprises action in the agriculture, forestry, and other land uses, or we call it outfollow sectors, which contain element of sustainable agriculture plantation, integrated watershed management, reduction of deforestation and forest degradation, sensibly land conversion, utilization of degraded land for renewable energy, and improve energy efficiency and consumption patterns. But there are considerable challenges associated with cheap, those elements as I mentioned previously. As the largest producer of palm oil globally, as well as a top 10 of producer of cacao, coffee, and rice, and as well as the largest population in the Southeast Asia, with more than 270 million people, Indonesia, have the challenge or have the domestic demand for these commodities and crops substantially. So we produce this crop not only for export, but also for the domestic consumption. We have to note, however, that unsustainable management of globally traded commodities crop like cacao, coffee, palm oil, and so on, and their expansion into the forest areas, sometimes leading to major impacts of globally important biodiversity, degradation of soil and water resources, and loss of carbon stock, and degradation of watershed. Data we recognize as a vital for maintaining water flows for rice production areas. Rice production itself a source of globally significant environmental impact, notably in form of contamination of soil and globally important aquatic ecosystem due to excessive and inappropriate use of agriculture chemicals and the generation of methane. Methane is one of the potent GHG emission, notably from the flooded padi system. O kita sebut untuk padi rawa ya atau sawah. A narrow focus on the production of globally traded cash crop by farmer is environmentally, socially unsustainable. Even in the case of perennial crops such as coffee and cacao that have the potential to yield environmental benefits if appropriate managed. Because the volatility of global markets of this crop and their vulnerability to the effects of the global climate change. A large number of major global value chain actors have committed to sustainable sourcing of products that they are trade in order to comply not only with corporate social responsibility, not only to put into their ESG report, but also in terms of environmentally responsibility goals. Of course, also to satisfy the consumer that requires sustainable and environmentally benign products. This represents farmers with a major potential source of market-based incentive for sustainable production. Jadi kalau kita laksanakan kegiatan produksi pertanian, kakao, padi, dan lain-lainnya, dengan secara berkelanjutan dan ramah lingkungan, maka potensi untuk menerima insentif ekonominya bagus. However, at present, their ability to take disadvantage of this opportunity is constrained by their disconnection from this green value change and their limited technical capacity to satisfy their requirement in terms of environmental standard, product quality, and reliability of supply. In 2021, participants of the FACTS dialogue, we call it Forest, Agriculture, and Commodity Trade Dialogue, informed by multi-stakeholder task force, held a discussion on 4 thematic and related areas. There are first is trade and market development, second is smallholder support, third is traceability and transparency, and fourth is research and development, as well as innovation. Informed by the principle of collaboration, the 4 thematic working groups under the leadership of co-facilitator shared ideas, exchange best practices, and discuss action that countries can take forward in collaboration. Drawing on this, co-chair of the United Kingdom and Indonesia, we have identified the action for further discussion, development, and implementation as appropriate. These actions are not exhaustive, non-binding, and do not apply in all circumstances of all countries. This is a work in progress with participants expressing their desire to deepen collaboration up to COP28 2023 in Dubai this year. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, the Resilient of Food System program fosters sustainability and resilience by creating or strengthening institutional framework, scaling up integrated approaches, and monitoring as well as assessment of global environmental benefits. Given the fact that increasing demand for food is one of the major drivers of the biodiversity loss, land degradation, and depletion of water resources during the 7th Global Environmental Facility Assembly, held in Vancouver, Canada last year, food and system land use and restoration impact, or POLUR, different from POLU, but this is POLUR, will support effort to ensure the productive lands are embedded within landscapes that provide ecosystem services, as well as protect natural ecosystem and soil on which they depend on. The Forest Impact Program will support effort to design systems to protect our planet biophysically processes and resources, absorb GHG emission, provide nutritious and affordable food for the growing number of people worldwide, and strengthen the resilience and prosperity of rural population. Achieving this transition will require a holistic, system-wide approach integrating both horizontal, namely land and natural resources, and vertical, namely food value and supply chain dimension. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished participants, in order to accommodate differences between countries with respect to opportunities for leveraging GF financing, the impact program focuses on 3 interrelated priorities. First, promoting sustainable food system to tackle negative externalities in entire value chains. Second, promoting deforestation, free agriculture commodity supply chains. And third, promoting large-scale restoration of degraded landscape for sustainable production and ecosystem services. The Forest Impact Program seeks to transform food and land use system and help countries reconcile competing social, economic, and environmental interests by moving away from unsustainable sectoral approaches into sustainable and benign approaches. GF support will help countries meet the growing demand for increased crop and livestock production while eliminating the risk of further expansion of farmland into natural high biodiversity habitats and forests, and erosion of genetic diversity, over exploitation of land and water resources, overuse of chemical fertilizer, pesticide, and inefficient practices that lead to GHG emission. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, our commitment to keep facts and follow initiatives are alive and striving is unwavering. I eagerly anticipate the productivity and conclusiveness of the discussion in this special session, as well as we all might aware, embarking on Follow Indonesia project is challenging journey, full of dynamic to get beyond simple switches. The real magic happens through collaboration, where institutions and multi-stakeholders unite, becoming the essential key that unlock the exchange of knowledge and resources. This collaborative spirit that empowers us to confront future challenges with confidence, transforming obstacles into opportunities and stepping stones toward triumphant forest system land use and restoration. With this, I conclude my remarks and thank you very much for all your kind attentions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, our Vice Minister, for the keynote. And as he mentioned earlier, it's all about collaborative approach. So today, we have invited few speakers from different government sectors, various ministry, as well as our private partner to talk about how do we work together in achieving this follow, as well as through the landscape management for the benefits of Indonesia. So let's commence the discussion by inviting our moderator for today's discussion. She is the Assistant Deputy Minister of Agribusiness and Horticulture, CMEA, as National Project Director of Follow Indonesia. Let's welcome Ibu Yuli Sri Wilanti.
Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear distinguished speaker and guests. It's a pleasure to be here to get involved in the talk show of Indonesian Pavilion. I am Yuli Sriwilanti, representative of Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. I am serving as moderator for talk show today. And for today, we have 5 expert and professional speakers that are ready to talk about the collaborative approach, strengthening sustainability in commodity and food system, land use, and restoration governance through integrated landscape management for multiple development. Curious about the speaker? Okay, we would like to invite the speaker. The first speaker, Dr. Musdalifur Mahmud, the advisor to the Coordinating Minister for Connectivity, Service Development and Natural Resources, Coordinating Ministry for Economic Affairs. Please welcome Bu Musdalifah. And the second speaker, Dr. Rizal Afandi Lukman, Secretary General of Council of Palm Oil Production Countries. Please welcome Pak Rizal. The third speaker is Mrs. Diah Sudari Joja, Senior Advisor for Sustainability and Climate Change, Indonesia Biodiversity, in charge of the Secretariat Fact Dialogue. And also we have 2 speakers that joined by Zoom meeting. The first one is from Ministry of Agriculture, Mr. Muhammad Fauzan Ridon, the Head of International Marketing Team for Estate Crop Product. Pak Fauzan, can you hear me? And also, the last one, the 5th speaker is Dr. Imam Suharto, Head of Cocoa Sustainability, Olam Food Ingredient. Halo Pak Olam. Pak Imam from Olam. Ya.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ya. One more, Pak Fauzan, are you already in the Zoom meeting? Okay, maybe we can wait for Pak Fauzan. let's we start for the discussion and the presentation from the speaker. I would invite the first speaker is Ibu Dr. Musdalifah Mahmud that will talk about transformation management of palm oil, cocoa, coffee, rice-based food system and landscape in Indonesia. Within 10 minutes, please welcome Dr. Ibu Musdalifah Mahmud.
Thank you, Ibu Yuli. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning to all of you. Honorable Bapak Wakil Menteri LHK, Bapak Dirjen Konservasi Sumber Daya Alam. Mudah-mudahan saya tidak salah sebut karena sudah beberapa kali berubah ya Pak ya. Bapak Beni Pasaribu, tokoh kita Pak ya, dulu banggar di DPR Pak. Jadi Pak Dirjen, masih Dirjen ya, PPH ya Pak ya, PHL, maaf ganti-ganti melulu, dulu pengusahaan dulu zaman saya pengusahaan hutan, and now you are PHL ya. Pak Agus Justianto and also all other participants, honorable speakers, ladies and gentlemen. Firstly, I would like to express my greatest gratitude and appreciation to all of you who attend in this morning to have this hybrid talk show, namely collaborative approaches on strengthening sustainability in commodity and food system, land use and restoration governance through integrated landscape management for multiple benefit in Indonesia. Very long title, I think. Yeah. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, talk about sustainability. We need to talk about how to make it real, balancing social, economy, and sustainability, and environmental. This basic principle on the sustainability in the global is not, we will not only has as a narrative, good narrative, sounds good in terms of the globally, sounds good in the mythos, in many things. We need to know how we can elaborate to implement in the whole producer country. We are Indonesia as the producer country of the fourth main focus on this collaborative program. We have cocoa. We are the third producer in the global, but now become maybe around 5 or 7 because of the decreasing, because of the pest, disease in the crops. And we are the fourth producer of coffee in the global. And if we talk about palm oil, we are the first producer in the world. And 40% of the, to fulfill the need of the vegetable oil in the global coming from palm oil. And the utilization of land in the all vegetable oil in the global, only 8%. So if we talk about sustainability, we will talk about how can palm oil can fulfill the need of vegetable for the all people in the world. In this occasion, I would like to show you the real implementation that we would like to learn in the field. Through collaborative approach, strengthening sustainability in commodity and food systems. We talk about food system. Indonesia, our main staple food is rice. In this program, we also put rice as the one of the collaborative approach to achieve integrated landscape management for multiple benefit in Indonesia. Because if we talk about economic commodity, we talk that they need to fulfill their own people who live around the forest. And the people who live around the forest are smallholders who work with rice, with coffee, with rubber, with cocoa, and with palm oil. So to restore our forest, restore governance through integrated landscape management for multiple benefit Indonesia, it means that we need to learn how we can have landscape management sustainability through this product. So in this occasion, in this event, we would like to show you how we will drive our project. And I'm proud to announce to all of you that this is the first project using collaborative approach because 5 ministries in line working together. We coordinating Ministry of Economic Affairs as a lead, and Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Ministry of Agriculture, Ministry of Bapenas, how to call Bapenas ini, Ministry of National Planning and Ministry of National Development Planning, Ministry and all, and then to UNDP to support technical support from UNDP and FAO. This is the first project implemented in Indonesia, working together, collaborative approach, because we would like to intensify how that this program can show us how to develop landscape management with multiple benefits, economy, social, and environment, working together and live in harmonize, and also the people who live around can increase their income through this product. Ladies and gentlemen, Folur project will be implemented in 5 jurisdictions, namely Central Aceh in Aceh province, who has around 3.5 million hectares of forest. And also Mandailing Natal in North Sumatra, Sanggau, West Kalimantan, one of our Borneo forest, tropical forest, the largest tropical forest in the world, Luwu, South Sulawesi, and Sorong in Papua, Southwest Papua, with only 12% of this area utilized for our economy, for our living. So it means mostly the area in Papua still in the forest area. Talk about this, we already prepared the video of food system, land use, and restoration to let you know better about this project. Because we just started from this year, and we hope we can work until next 5 years. And through this video, I hope that no intervention in this video. No, we just what you see is about what the real fact in the land. And we are now talking about deforestation. You can have a look how far we can taking care of forests without taking care the people who live around the forest. Thank you very much. So let's see.
Folur, Food System, Land Use and Restoration Project under CHEF 7, specifically focused on generating multiple benefits for biodiversity, climate change, and land degradation through integrated landscape management sustainable and resilient commodity production and farming system, and participatory restoration and forest governance. Indonesia is a mega diverse country and one of world's largest producers of oil palm, cocoa, rice, and coffee. Approximately 64% of Indonesia's total land area is classified as forest land, representing some of the largest carbon stock in the world. The total forest area is approximately 120.3 million hectares, and non-forest area is 367.5 million hectares. Roughly 18% of the forest area is categorized as conservation forest, 25% as protected forest, 47% as production forest, and 10% as convertible production forest. Yet, these mega diverse forests are threatened by continuous deforestation and forest degradation. Forest governance is one of the persistent challenges faced by the country, intertwined by layers of nested jurisdictional system, poverty, livelihood vulnerability, and tenure insecurity. Additionally, competing land use priorities and allocations, especially for commodity and crop production, have led to more forest losses attributes to agricultural expansion into forests and protected peatlands. Unsustainable natural resources management has resulted in extensive land degradation. Degraded land in Indonesia was estimated at 24.3 million hectares. In line with the CHEF 7 Follower Impact Program, the project strategy is predicated on integrated landscape management approaches, facilitated through multi-stakeholder collaboration in achieving genuine systems change that result in durable global environmental benefits and sustainable livelihood for local communities, both men and women. The project aims for a transformational change in sustainable commodity and crop supply chains and land governance, leading to a reduction in loss of high conservation value and high carbon stock forests in 5 jurisdictions in the country, such as Aceh Province, Target District Central Aceh, Commodity Coffee, Target Issue Special Autonomy, Gayo Specialty Coffee with a high demand in the world, Human-wildlife conflicts, primary forest coverage with logging moratorium in the province. North Sumatra Province, Target District Mandailing Natal, Commodity, oil palm, and coffee. Key issues: oil palm and coffee encroaching into state forests, lack of productivity driving expansion. Smallholders have limited access to green value chains. Human-wildlife conflicts, land degradation naturality hotspots for Indonesia. West Kalimantan Province, Target District Sanggau, Commodity target oil palm. Key issue: lack of enforcement, for example, enforcement on revoked concession areas and forest fire. Primary forest and peatland in province. Land tenure conflicts. Transformation from rubber to oil palm. South Sulawesi Province, Target District Luwu. Commodity, rice, and cocoa. Key issue: expansion of clove into forests by people from neighboring districts. Watershed degradation affecting rice production systems. Extensive land degradation in some areas of the province. Expansion of cacao production into forests in some areas of the province. Southwest Papua Province, Target District, Sorong. Target Commodity, Oil Palm. Key Issue, Customary Tenure. Frontier Landscape, Primary Forest Coverage. Spatial Autonomy, Sustainable Development Province. High ecotourism potential and revoked concessions areas. Oil palm, coffee, cocoa are 3 of 5 globally traded commodities specifically targeted by the Follow Impact Program, for which growing demand as resources of raw material for global commodity trade in increased deforestation risk worldwide. While rice is one of the globally important staple food crops, the sustainable global supply of which is jeopardized by environmental degradation and the value chains of which are associated with loss of natural habitats, erosion of genetic diversity, overexploitations of land and water resources, overuse of chemical fertilizer and pesticides, increased greenhouse gas emissions, and inefficient practices that lead to food loss and waste. Indonesia plans to transform to low-carbon economy and build resilience into its food, water, and energy systems, primarily comprise actions in the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sectors. For example, sustainable agriculture and plantations, integrated watershed management, reduction of deforestation and forest degradation, land conversion, utilization of degraded land for renewable energy, and improve energy efficiency and consumption patterns. The project aims to foster and strengthen sustainable value chains of palm oil, coffee, cocoa, and rice through implementation of comprehensive landscape management approach, integrating biodiversity conservation, ecosystem restoration, and the sustainable production of cash and food crops at scale. The project has selected 5 target geographies, each one corresponding to provincial administration boundary, or we call it jurisdictions, and containing 1 key district considered the intervention landscape based on the criteria below. 1. Production landscape that remains critical for global environment benefits, but where remaining forests are threatened by expansion of commercial commodities. 2. Production landscape or system for globally important food crops or livestock that creates major externalities. 3. Frontier landscape where opportunity exists to preempt expansion and get ahead of commercial-driven forest loss. And the last, number 4, highly degraded landscape in need of restorations for the ecosystem services they provide to agricultural productions. The project is closely aligned with the National Medium-Term Development Plan, or we call it RPTMN 2020-2024, regarding the objective to mainstream green growth and low-carbon development. There is a significant potential for project to generate multiplier impacts beyond target jurisdiction through scaling up the integrated approaches to other parts of Indonesia. Further, the project will promote equitable representation and participation of women and men in landscape governance and management. Specific considerations of special needs of both men and women in conservation and or restoration of ecosystem functions and services will also be demonstrated. Follow Project Indonesia, collaboration for community, commodity, and conservation. Together, better.
Thank you very much, Dr. Musdalifah, for the resources presentation and video. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the second speaker, from the Ministry of Agriculture, Bapak Muhammad Fauzan Ridho, Head of the International Marketing Team for Estate Crop Product. Please, Pak Fauzan, 10 minutes from now. Pak Fauzan, are you in the... Yeah. Pak Fauzan already in the Zoom meeting?
Ya Mbak, she is there.
Hello. Hello.
Okay,
Yes,
Pak
Bu. So
Fauzan.
sorry. The screen is locked. Thank you, Bu Yuli, Assistant Deputy for Agribusiness and Horticulture. So in this event, I want to thank for the opportunity. I'm so sorry for the not attending at there. So I represent our director, Pak Preudi, and currently our director has assignment from the Minister Agriculture to the Luwu Regency. So I think this is our presentation of the representation of him. So maybe I can screen out there, or the committee share screen of there, Bu. So I can screen at there, Bu, ya. Oh, okay. Thank you. Thank you. This presentation I will to present for the Indonesian palm oil, cocoa, and coffee, a sustainable and resilient production and farming system. Next. In this slide, as is now the slide, Indonesia has a strategic role in fulfilling global food and agriculture needs. So with the population of 270 million people, of which 70.7% are productive eggs, it's not impossible that in the future Indonesia can become the world food basket. So this is available from human resources land that supporting agricultural cultivation and agriculture also mean that Indonesia has strategic support to make it happen. Currently, Indonesia is the world number one producer and exporter of palm oil, the world number 3 producer of cocoa, and the world number 3 producer of coffee. So what should be noted is the Indonesian government is very seriously about fulfilling food and agriculture through strategic policy, increase crop production and productivity, especially estate crop commodity. So that the transformer of Indonesian agriculture and food system determines the future of the world food and agriculture. Next slide, please. In this slide, palm oil is still a driving force of the Indonesian economy in the agriculture sector. It can be seen palm oil still has contributed of 84% to volume of Indonesian estate crop product for export, and the end contribute of 75% at the value of Indonesian estate crop product of export. So Indonesia still has a potential commodity of continue encourage increasing export, namely rubber, processed coconut, coffee, cocoa, and species and other commodity. Next slide. So this is slide I will present about for the export Indonesian palm oil to the world 2022. So for palm oil, India is still important market for Indonesia export. It contribute 19%, followed by China, Pakistan, European Union, and United States. For the European Union market, which is currently worth attention because IUDR policy is still a destination for Indonesian palm oil trade. So I'll start with a small portion, but the EU is the world translator of EU policy. So this is for the EU, Netherlands, Spain, and Italy are still the main country in European Union with a high contribution Indonesian palm oil export of 86%. Next slide. This is from cocoa. In the case with palm oil, so India is still important market from Indonesia cocoa export with contribution 17%, followed European Union, United States, Malaysia, and China. Next slide. For the coffee, the EU is the export destination country for Indonesia coffee product. So with a very strategic share and contribution, 25 higher percent, yeah, it's the ranking first the destination for Indonesia export. So followed by the United States, India, in Egypt, and Malaysia. So and then in the Europa, Germany, Italy, Belgium, and Spain are still the main country for the in the European Union with a higher contribution to Indonesian coffee export. Next slide, please. This is the share area of oil, cocoa, and coffee in Indonesia. So if we look at the area that plantation, Indonesian oil has the area of 16.3 million hectare and controlled by private company at the I think 52%, yeah, a smallholder 41%, and a state company and 6%. For the cocoa, currently 1.46 million hectare of cultivated land or cultivated. At least 99% which cultivated by smallholder, and with similar to the for the coffee land of the 1.27 hectare and 98% of the land cultivated by smallholder. Next slide, please. This is the Indonesian palm oil production. So CPO production in 2016 until 2019 experienced an increasing trend. So while 2019 until 2022 intended to be stable with no significant increase and decrease. So in 2022, Indonesia CPO production will be 58 million tons. Although in the term of productivity, it is 3.6 tons per hectare. So CPO production in 2021 will be produced in 25 provinces in Indonesia. The largest CPO production province is Riau province, with share around 20% of total CPO production in Indonesia. Next slide, please. For the cocoa, production and productivity of the dry cocoa tend to decline 26 until 2022. In 2022, it will reach 67,000 tons with productivity. It's 114 kilogram per hectare. Cocoa production will be produced in the 33 provinces in Indonesia. The four largest cocoa producing provinces are located is Sulawesi Island with the share I think 16% of the total cocoa production in Indonesia. Next.
Pak Faizan, your time.
Yes, Bu.
2 minutes left.
Okay, yes, Bu. In this slide 10 maybe. Next, please. This is the increase for strategic and increasing estate crop production in Indonesia. So the estate crop commodity are determined like mini country. So production support it also expected the training counseling activated for farmer regarding the GAP, GHP, quality standardization, and additional plant intensification. This is our target for the increasing of the existing productivity 2023 until 2024. Next, please. This is farmer corporate. So this concept of farmer corporation development, this is farmer who are member of the large groups must be directly to partnership with off-taker or company that are value added and export oriented. Next slide. This is the pull and push and pull system helirization about our targeting about policy for the accelerated sustainable for the downstream program, productivity readiness, and upstream land important factor in the upstream aspect. Next slide, please. This is acceleration of sustainable palm oil production. This strategic program is replanting smallholder palm oil, which is focused in increasing palm oil production, productivity, ISPO, supporting facility and infrastructure for smallholder, increasing for capacity for farmer, and other. Next slide. This is the principal criteria of indicator of ISPO. So ISPO, I think this is sustainable standard of very measurable or regulated several aspect in the detail. Next slide. ISPO has met a standard and criteria at 12 target for fulfilling sustainable development goals. Next slide. This is the progress of ISPO certification. Currently, ISPO certificate has been issued 186,400 ISPO certificate, including certificates for company, for the state company, and the smallholder. Next. This is the National Action Plan. So RAN KSB is the government's strong commitment to guarantee sustainable palm oil development. So this is comprehensive map toward increasing sustainable for palm oil production and reference and guide for the government, business world, GSO, and other international development organization. Next.
Pak Faisal,
Okay, this is yes, Bu. 1
sorry,
minute
your
again.
time is end.
Okay, this is Ryan SKP. Thank you, Bu Asdep. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Okay, please give applause to the second speaker. Thank you, Pak Fauzan, for your explanation about the estate crop, especially for productivity and production and export. So for the next third speaker, I would invite Dr. Riza Afandi Lukman. He will present about Indonesian challenge in facing AUDR for palm oil commodity. Please, 8 minutes from now.
Oke, thank you very much Ibu Yuli. Yang kami hormati Bapak Bini Pasaribu, Dirjen Profesor Dr. Satyawan, also esteemed participants, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Very good morning, very good afternoon and evening wherever you are, because some of the participants joining through online. And thanking to the opportunity given to the CPOPC. CPOPC is the Council of Palm Oil Producing Country. Is the intergovernmental institution established by Indonesia and Malaysia. Those two countries contributed 84% of the world production for the palm oil. And just this year, we have the third member of the CPOPC, which is coming from Honduras, from Latin America country. So essentially what we have been discussing from the previous speakers is discussing on the effort that done by Indonesian government in agriculture sectors in meeting the sustainability effort, sustainability standard. And we also aware deforestation has greatly altered the landscape around the world, and mainly because of the expansion of the agricultural sector. And this is also, for example, in the Western Europe, about 2,000 years ago, 80% of the Western Europe was forested area. But now, today, the figure is only 34%. While Indonesia, I believe, is more than 60%. And today, I'd like to share with you what we have been doing in producing the palm oil in the sustainably manner. We don't want to produce palm oil while also happen the deforestation, happen the gradation. We introduce under the national certification scheme, we introduce so-called Indonesia certification palm oil. In Malaysia, we have also Malaysia palm oil standard for having the sustainable manner. So those two standards, for example, in Indonesia, among the other vegetable oil in the world, for example, palm oil, soya, rapeseed, sunflower, you can name it. Palm oil is the most stringent product. So many criteria, so many standards that has been introduced in producing palm oil. For example, to get the ISPO certificate, there are 7 principles need to comply with the law and regulation. Second, application for good agricultural practices. The third, management of environment, national resources, and biodiversity. Responsibility for the employment, social responsibility, and community economic empowerment. And we also have 39 criteria and 174 indicators for the company to get the ISPO certificate. So many regulations need to meet, need to follow. So you don't have to worry about the palm oil that has been produced in the sustainable manner. Yeah? So I think that's very, very important because the topic is on how to keep the forest area. What we are producing in Indonesia, in Malaysia, and in Honduras, just recently is producing the palm oil in a sustainable manner. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about this. And with regard to the just recently, the EUDR, EU deforestation regulations, actually Indonesia and Malaysia no need to worry too much because what has been elaborated, stipulated under the UDR, which is essentially, it is already available in our ISPO, in our MSPO. So about, for example, on the land legality, the ASPO has been launched in 2009 and has been mandatory for the industry in 2011. And EUDR is, the cut-off date is the December 2020. So the ISPO as well as MSPO that has been launched in 2013 is already long before the cut-off date of the EUDR, first. Second, on the land legality, in order to get the certificate for ISPO, MSPO, the land legality is one of the requirements, meaning that that's the second element that already also comply with the EUDR. And the third element is on the geolocation. Of course, the geolocation with the supervisory of the Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, the forest area has been protected, and now there is a moratorium, there is no new plantation for the palm oil in Indonesia as well as in Malaysia. So therefore, we don't have to worry too much in complying with the EUDR. And in fact, I have this slide in the slide number 1. So if you could just back, yes, next one. This one. This is the graphic export of the Indonesia palm oil to Europe, which is, I think, in the past couple years has been reached peak in 2019. And because so many regulations need to meet, and also part of the trade barrier. So this is some kind like trade barrier, RED2 And now we have the UDR, and coming up is the forced labor. And actually, naturally speaking, our export to Europe is declining, and the market share now is becoming about 10%. And I predicted in the next couple years, our export to Europe even lower and becoming cut by half at the level of 2019. So meaning that first, we don't have to worry in meeting the compliance of EUDR, because we have so stringent, and also we have a high standard for sustainability for the palm oil, whether in Indonesia or in Malaysia. Second, our market is also declining in Europe, meaning that I think we don't have to worry too much. And we only have 1 more year to go before really the UDR will be implemented in January 2025. So within this 1 year left, I think the industry is already prepared on the traceability tools that they are going to use in connecting between the supply chains in the producer's country, in the grower, as well as in the consuming countries in the port of Europe. The only concern one is on the smallholders. 1 minute? Okay. 1 minute will be allocated for the smallholders. I need to address this because I think under the EUDR, it was stipulated that for the SMEs has been given until June 2025, meaning that additional 6 months from January 2025. So I think it is fair enough for the producing countries, particular for the smallholders, also will be given time, additional extension for 6 months before really the UDR will be implemented in January 2025. Thank you very much. So I'll be happy to have this in question and answer. Terima kasih.
Thank you so much, Pak Dr. Riza, for your insightful presentation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's move to the fourth speaker, Ibu Diah. Please welcome. Ibu Diah will present about the implementation on forest, agriculture, commodity, and trade FAC roadmap in Indonesia.
Thank
8
you,
minutes
Ibu.
from now ya, Bu.
Ya, thank you, Ibu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, everyone. I think I will present is very quick presentation. This is about the, actually, this is about the co-chairing by ASEAN Indonesian co-chairing in the FAC, forest, agriculture, commodities and trade dialogue. This is the forum, very important forum. Next, please. Next. Yeah. I think this is the forum. Very important forum collaboration between major producer and consumer countries. And Indonesia is co-chairing and almost 2 years as a co-chair, and then will be end in this year, December 2023, and then I think this is one of the successful of Indonesia co-chairing for 28 countries, and then the forum is focusing to have the discussion all the for Indonesia is strategic commodity export to around the world. Next, please. Yeah. I think Indonesia have the roadmap since the Indonesian as a agree commitment as a co-chair in the COP 26. is Indonesia leading with the three high-level joint statement is made, and then the country have agreed to work together through FAC as a collaborative platform for dialogue among countries, experts, and other stakeholders. It's very essential for Indonesia because Indonesia take a lead with the at least 5 commodities. This is palm oil, timber, coffee, cocoa, and rubber. Next, please. Yeah, I think the forum is very, it's very tight schedule in each month to have meeting, discussion, all the problem of the commodities, forest and agriculture commodities. And then the meeting, have the 4 working group. This is working group for market and trade. Is Indonesia take a lead. This is Pak Direktur Krisdianto is take a lead as a focal point for the working group market and trade. And then the second is about the supporting smallholders, working group supporting smallholder. As Pak Rizal mentioned, is very important that smallholders, because 40% of Indonesian producent in the field is smallholders. And then the third is about the transparency and traceability. This is the working group is very important because we are develop all the scheme of the certification dealing with the supply chains, and then also Indonesia is very giving the leading by example in the transparency and traceability. And the fourth working group is research and innovation. Next, please. Yes. Okay, 3 minutes. Yeah, is this the objective? Yeah, the objective is agreed by 28 countries, and then in the Global Secretariat of FAC also they manage all the countries, and then with the 3 objectives. Next, please. Yes. Indonesia as one of the chair of the FAC dialogue is bringing all the 28 countries giving the example and then leading by example in some place in Indonesia from Aceh, Central Kalimantan, Central Sulawesi, South Sulawesi, and also in Papua. This is the team coming from the UK and other global secretariat member. They went to the Aceh, and then they are living in the Aceh research station in National Park. And then I think this is one of how the effort of Indonesian government leading to the producing countries for some commodities. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. Yeah, as a co-chairing, Indonesia share experience. In each meeting, Indonesia always share the experience, for example, knowledge sharing, and then also from the local government also giving sharing to the 28 countries about how we are successful in trying to handling the deforestation issues. And then, as a co-chair, Indonesia also find the common ground through the examples, and then support the implementation. We identified a priority of the dialogue to be further discussion during the retreat, and then also during the working group discussion. Yeah. Next, please. Yeah, this is the conclusion. We will have the next year forum. It is forum for Indonesia, giving to the members also, because we will have the new co-chairing, and then Indonesia will giving the handling notes from what Indonesia successful in the co-chair of FAC dialogue. I think, so sorry, for a very quick presentation because we have limited time. Thank you, Ibu Yuli. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Diah. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the last but not least, our fifth speaker for today, that he will explain about sustainability, cocoa and coffee forestry, and climate change resilient use landscape approach. Please welcome Dr. Engineer Imam Soeharto. 8 minutes from now, Pak Imam.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mbak Yuli, also distinguished speaker, Excellency Vice Minister of Forest and Environment, Republik Indonesia, Dr. Musdalifah, Dr. Prayogi, represented by Mas Fausan, and Dr. Rizal, Mbak Diah. Again, thank you for this invitation. Let I share about our experience on landscape approach for coffee and cocoa, using agroforestry system. This is a 7 years experience that we are working until now. This is the ongoing progress actually. Next slide. Yeah, next slide. Yeah, we actually, Olam Indonesia is part of the global group of Olam International. Yeah, we are working in different countries, more on the 50 countries, and we are operating more than 100, factory worldwide. Next step. Next. Yeah, so in Indonesia, we are focusing on 5 commodities. Yeah, one is cocoa, coffee, nut. Nut is more focused on the cashew and nutmeg, and then spices, mainly for pepper and nutmeg, and also dairy. Next. This is just, where we are, Olam International. And one of the factory is in Tangerang, as you know, PT Bumi Tangerang, and another in Singapore for Southeast Asia factory for cocoa. Next. Yeah, so now moving forward, actually, I'm going to explain about how landscape approach are implementing in Indonesia in the case of cocoa and coffee agroforestry. Next. So as many scholars know, working in landscape, we usually follow this principle. I'm not going to explain this principle, but let's just share to you that how then PT Olam Indonesia and the partner applying this principle in our project. Next. Okay, next. In cocoa and coffee facing a lot of challenges. Yeah, mainly one is declining crop continuously. I think Dr. Mustalifah just mentioning about this condition. Yeah, and also related to this declining crop because of the limited access on planting material for rejuvenation. On adoption rate also very very low. Yeah, every year we count only 5% adoption rate on applying good agricultural practices. One of the key factor because limited access to affordable financing. Yeah. Also, we found that collective action and cooperation and landscape management still need to improve. Yeah. Last but not least, the climate change. I think everybody just mentioning that climate change is one of the key factor that contributing to the declining crop of cocoa and coffee in Indonesia. Next. No, so how to deal with that challenges. No, we in Olam Indonesia, we have a platform what they call Olam Farmers Information System. This platform actually, a platform to register farmers within our program.
Pak Imam,
Currently,
sorry Pak Imam,
yeah.
your time 2 minutes left.
Okay, go ahead then. Go. Down. Yeah, down. Yeah. So we have this kind of training. Go ahead. Just to the just moving the slide, please. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, this is the landscape approach that we are using. No, this is a collaboration with the different parties. Yeah, for example, USID and GIZ. Yeah, on this collaboration. This is one example how we manage the landscape. Yeah, first of course, this talking with all the stakeholders in the field, especially with the government in different level and also communities. Yeah, and then working group. You can see in the pictures. There's a lot of a participant there. Yeah, especially to make very clear on the role of this private sector, the stakeholder. Yeah, where the enabler, chain actor, and also facilitator. Next. Uh, the level three actually, the third level actually, way how to negotiate and also lobby for affordable regulation that community or sector needed.
Okay, Pak Imam,
Next.
your time is up.
Next. Can you go to the lesson learned, Mbak Yuli, just for wrap up this?
Yeah.
Yeah, this is the lesson learned from this 7 years project actually. One is enabling environment that we really needed from the government or policymaker, how to make this sustainable landscape and agroforestry successful. Yeah. The stakeholder need to have a very clear understanding, yeah, and the role and responsibility. Yeah, one is who is the enabler, yeah, who is the chain actor and also facilitator or convener, yeah. Continuous learning, of course, the previous speaker also said about this, yeah. And also, there is no single person can claim this is one of our project, etc. And most importantly, the loan, the affordable loan to be accessible to our community. The loan is there, but it's lack of the loan accessible for them. I think that is, Mbak Julie,
Okay.
thank you very much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Pak Imam. So sorry because the time is very limited. Okay. Okay. I think it's unfortunately our time is limited and we have to end the presentation. So we don't have any time for discussion. Only 3 minutes. Maybe only one person have some question. No, from audience? Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe for 3 minutes, we would invite for any speaker to have some statement. Yeah, short statement, start from Ibu Mus.
I think through this quite a big experience to all of us, how to develop sustainable in all as a comprehensive manner, collaborative approach, which we call FOLUR in this project. This is the good example to all of us how we can deliberate the sustainability manner in the for the farmer who live around the forest, who will do integrating management for the commodity,
because they need the income to increase the income to have the to have a better wealthy to their own needs and to have a good education and to have a better life. And also to all the commodity who were already integrated with the system with land use management in this term, we can declare that this is the sustainable product which we can tradable to the global market. Through this real implementing experience and also example to the world, I hope that we can scale up this kind of project to all others others area in Indonesia. Thank you.
The next, please, Pak Rizal.
Thank you very much. I think the keyword is collaboration. The collaboration is between the growers and the consuming countries. The collaboration between the producing countries and the consuming countries. The collaboration among the smallholders and the industry. And the collaboration among the palm oil producing country also very important. CPOPC is welcoming for the new membership from Africa, Nigeria, Ghana, including also Congo, as well as from some other Latin America countries, Nicaragua, Guatemala, Honduras is already on board, and also Costa Rica. So that's the word of collaboration. Thank you very much.
Yeah, the last, Ibu Dia, please.
Yeah, thank you. I think I want to add one key from Pak Rizal. The key is communication. And then I think Indonesia has to continue with the communication in the fact dialogue, because I think it is the very important 28 countries from producer and consumer countries we have to meet. And then because the all issue forest, agriculture, commodities and trade is one of the things that Indonesia can always take a lead by example, and then also promoting what we has done in the field. Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all for this session. And I do appreciate for all speaker, audience and crew for the great discussion and the presentation today. Please give heartily applause for the speaker and all the crew and audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you,
See
Ibu.
you and together better.
Thank you, Ibu Yuli, for hosting the discussion. Ibu Dia, please stay on stage. We're going to have a group photo together before you leave. Thank you. And also thank you for the reminder to all speakers, the key word collaboration and communication in order to sustain the commodity and follower. And I would like to invite Bapak Satiawan Pudiatmoko, Bapak Dirjen Conservation, Natural Resources and Ecosystem to please present our keynote of thanks to all the speakers. Silakan. Ayo. Thank you, and have a photo together, Bapak Dirjen, with all the speakers, Ibu Musdalifah, Ibu Dia, and Pak Rizal, also our speaker who joined virtually. If somebody can pop him up on the screen, please. Thank you very much to all speakers, 4 speakers on site and 2 speakers who joined virtually all together. Thank you very much for your contribution today. Unfortunately, we cannot have a break because it's already 10:30 and we have to continue with the next one. But if you need to go and have some quick refreshment, feel free to do. And we are going to start with the next one shortly. Thank you. Langsung ya. Okay.
Bahkan bukan sampai 10.40 ya?
Enggak, 1 jam 20 menit.
Oh, aku di info 1 jam 40 menit. Makanya aku 20 menit masih bisa
Ibu dapat ini di mana? Kemarin pasti ke Sahari ya? Safari.
Enggak, belum.
Udah, tapi mungkin kita beda camp kali ya.
Ini udah including semua.
Henna.
Ada henna, ada apa gitu.
Ada naik onta,
Ya,
ada yang safari.
yang ya pakai itunya.
Selain itu,
Terus ya makan malam.
siang ibu kemana?
Nah, aku mulai kan jam 3 tuh. 3 sore jemput sampai malam jam 9. Apanya? Siang,
Oh,
ya pagi.
siang kita belanja, Bu.
Iya, ibu-ibu sih kan. Terus paginya ya belanja juga. Sampai malam rumah kan hari Kamis libur. Iya, tadi pagi. Iya betul. Dan kayak tadi pagi registrasi dulu kan ini banget. Agak-agak kirain Kamis nggak libur, ternyata libur.
Oh iya, tahu nih. Iya.
Iya baru tahunya setelah di sini kan isu tiketnya udah pada baru mendadak Kamis nyampe Pak.
Nyampainya pas libur, Pak.
Iya.
Cocok loh.
Dirjen, Ibu Deputi ya.
Iya.
Tapi nama apa cocok loh.
Ya,
Jadi ada istirahat.
Ibu
Iya,
kan nyampainya udah lebih
kalau
duluan.
saya duluan.
Jangan kayak saya pas datang pagi jam berapa? Langsung manggung lagi
Masih
jet lag.
jet lag ya.
Lupa-lupa nama.
Lupa-lupa
langsung dia ketukar-tukar perempuan semua lagi. Pak Bowo. Tapi Ibu Dirjen bilang ya dimaafkan.
Dimaafkan.
Iyalah, pasti tetap aja ya.
Untung
pasti
bisa istirahat.
Iya kasihan Bapak. Langsung jadi moderator.
Moderator.
Karena Pak Efransya kurang sehat kali ya.
Iya memang.
Terus Papa kurang pindah atau apa gitu ya. Papa, Pak Agus Pambagio.
Udah, tapi dia sedang di mana gitu loh.
Kan bagus ya. Bener-bener.
Bener-bener deh. Lu kok jadi begini. Siapa ini orang itu?
Pak Efransya cepukan mulu. Dia udah sehari sebelum itu nggak bisa.
Sakit lama gitu beliau.
Oke, kita langsung mulai ya Pak ya. Biar
Terima kasih.
Good morning. Welcome everyone to Indonesia Pavilion. Hope you enjoy. And on the second session this morning, we're going to talk about the best practices of biodiversity conservation and forest rehabilitation for watershed management improvement. So involving local community in forest restoration activities is critical for success on biodiversity conservation. And there are several initiatives developed by GOI that have already made positive outcomes for the local community from economic, ecological, and social perspectives. So this particular session, we will discuss the efforts and approaches on biodiversity conservation and forest rehabilitation in achieving Indonesia NDCs as well as SDGs. And to commence the discussion, please welcome Dr. Zainal Arifin. He's the Director of Soil and Water Conservation from MOEF. Silakan, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Mona. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, honorable speakers, and ladies and gentlemen, attendee right now, good morning, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Well, I will be your host today. My name is Muhammad Zainal Arifin. I am from Watershed Management and Forest Rehabilitation DGs of Ministry of Environmental and Forestry of Indonesia. But first of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all the COP28 UNFCCC participants, representatives of international organizations, and invitees joining us today for our session with the topic Watershed Management Improvement through biodiversity conservation and forest rehabilitation. So these two main subjects, biodiversity conservation and forest rehabilitation, will be our focus of discussion today. For me, it is an honor to be here. And of course, it is our precious chance also among us to share our knowledge, action, good practices, success story, as well as to strengthen our cooperation and collaboration between and among us. Okay, as what the MCs told us about that two biodiversity and forest rehabilitation, I should say that there is a key element of successful rehabilitation and restoration activities. It lies on sustainability, equitability, and also simultaneous ecological and economical productivity. Now we are going to discuss the practice that we are already conducted during our program. Also, the program and cooperation, those part with the forest program, a joint initiative between the government of Indonesia and German. Then we have a few projects that conducted to developing well-defined strategies and implementation for biodiversity conservation program and also integrated watershed management within the framework of REDD+. Actually, we have four speakers today. But I have announced that Mr. Farhan will be joining us with us today, but I don't think he's arrived yet. He will be giving a short speech about the transformative fiscal relation for forests. But we will go to him maybe at the end of our discussion. But first of all, I would like to invite the speakers today. First, from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry, Dr. Muhammad Saparis. Would you come to the stage, please? And secondly, Mr. Nicholas Nugroho, also from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. And join us today virtually from KfW, Mr. Sebastian Dietrich. Okay, you are there. Hello. It's still very morning in German, I think.
Yes, hello. Cold.
It's cold.
Good morning from Frankfurt. It is, yes.
Okay, thank you, Sebastian. And last, we have our young professor, Professor Widianto from Gadjah Mada University. Ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, before we begin our session, I think we will show you the video of the successful story of what we are conducted with cooperation with the German and Indonesia through Forest Program 2 in Jambi. Would you please play the video? Please enjoy the video. Thank you.
The forest of Jambi is a habitat for Sumatran elephants. One of the special animals that is critically endangered, thus its enhanced conservation efforts are required. Today, an information center for elephant conservation has been built in Tebul Regency as one of the efforts to resolve conflict between human and wildlife in order to coexist and share space harmoniously. Many has been implemented in this program: animal upkeep to mitigate human and elephant conflict, environmental education for the community, species research and development, economic empowerment for the local community, management of the Elephant Data and Information Center, as well as supporting elephant ecotourism in its natural habitat.
Kami setelah begini ya, 40 sampai 60 hari sekali. Proses jualnya kami jual ke BKSDA yang punya gajah itu tadi.
Within the elephant's habitat, there are activities on the demonstration plot of land of gradual forest restoration program as a step to rehabilitate social forestry areas that have already been planted with palm oil trees in order to restore forest ecosystem with agroforestry patterns. The agroforestry program is one of the key efforts in rehabilitation to increase the forest and land benefits, because humans, as it should be responsible for critical land by making conservation efforts for natural ecosystem.
Kami selaku kelompok tani merasa berterima kasih atas bantuan itu. Kami merasa bersyukur, sangat senang sekali. Sebelumnya kami tidak ada apa-apanya. Setelah dibantu, kami sangat merasa bersyukur.
Now, communities are actively participating in ecosystem recovery and forest security, and farmer empowerment in buffering villages with activities that can boost the economy without having to clear the forest within the national park. It is also supported by ecotourism programs such as rafting, lake tourism, and climbing Mount Korinci. Ultimately, the habitat is preserved, no more critical land, and the people are living a prosperous life for now and future generations.
Thank you very much. It's for future generation, and I think the audience on the right will be having difficulty seeing the movie because my big body. I'm sorry. Okay, now, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, to emphasize our topic today, I would like to invite our keynote speakers today, Mrs. Diah Murtiningsih from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry of Indonesia. Mrs. Diah is DG of Watershed Management and Forest Rehabilitation. Okay, without further ado, please come to the stage. Mrs. Diah, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Mr. Zainal. Ladies and gentlemen, esteemed delegates and honorable guests, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It's an honor to stand before you today as the Director General of Watershed Management and Forest Rehabilitation, Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia at COP28 UNFCCC in Dubai. I appreciate the opportunity to share with you the significant strides we have made in the past decade in rehabilitation our forests and lands, and the positive impacts on improving watershed quality and community well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, Indonesia has been diligently engaged in comprehensive forest and land rehabilitation initiatives. We have made efforts to restore land degradation, employing approach to 108 units of watersheds, 15 priority lakes, 65 reservoirs, 100 water springs, disaster-prone areas, fire-prone regions, and degraded land across 34 provinces. From 2015 to 2023, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry has engaged in comprehensive forest and land rehabilitation activities covering an extensive area of 1,720,100 hectares. This initiative includes diverse activities such as terrestrial forest reforestation, mangrove reforestation, and contribution to the development of the new national capital forest. Based on national data, we have rehabilitated 26,140 hectares of mangrove, constructed 7,450 retaining dams, installed 19,390 gully plugs, and produced 393 million high-quality seeds sourced from 61 nurseries. The utilization of geotagging showcasing the location of the tree planting activities as new breakthrough. Geotagging serves as a tool for monitoring and evaluating the progress of forest and land rehabilitation initiatives, enhancing transparency and accountability in the program. One of the most visible positive impacts of our rehabilitation efforts is the improvement in the quality of the watershed. The restored forests now serve as natural guardians, absorbing water, preventing soil erosion, and maintaining soil fertility. This has not only enhanced the quality of river water, but also reduced the risk of floods and landslides, creating a safer and more sustainable environment for our communities. Ladies and gentlemen, we have actively involved local communities in the rehabilitation process. A strong community participation program has been the cornerstone of our success. We acknowledge that sustainability is not only about the environment, but also about human life harmonizing with nature. By engaging local communities, we foster awareness of the importance of preserving and nurturing their surrounding environment. Furthermore, the rehabilitation of forests and lands has had a positive effect on the well-being of local communities. Through reforestation programs and ecotourism activities, we have created new employment opportunities and increased the income of local residents. It is not just about protecting nature. It is also about providing tangible economic benefits to those living around the rejuvenated forest. However, our journey is far from over. We recognize that environmental challenges are global and international cooperation is crucial to achieving our shared goals. Therefore, Indonesia sincerely invites all stakeholders present to unite and collaborate in efforts to preserve our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in concluding this presentation, I want to emphasize Indonesia's commitment to continuing to lead in the pursuit of environmental sustainability. We are committed to ongoing community engagement, the implementation of green technology innovations, and fostering global cooperation to achieve sustainable development goals. Thank you to all those who have supported our efforts and let us together strive to preserve our planet as a legacy for future generations. Thank you for your attention. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. DGs. Once again, big applause for Ibu Dia. Thank you, Excellencies, for the speeches. So now, ladies and gentlemen, we are moved to our session for today's agenda. Without further ado, I'd like to welcome our first speaker, Dr. Saparis, to start the presentation. But before we begin, I have to tell you that we have very limited time. So every speakers, I would respectfully encourage to deliver your presentation about not more than 8 minutes. Is it okay, right? 8 minutes. So every time you hear this sound, okay? Every bell that rings, you will only 2 minutes to conclude your presentation. Okay, I kindly invite our first speaker, Dr. Muhammad Safaris, to officially start this session. Please, Mr. Safaris, over to you.
Thank you, moderator. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Actually, our DG already present overall about the relationship between watershed management and soil conservation and also forest rehabilitation program. And I would like to add a little bit, just perhaps 5 minutes. It means I don't spend a lot of time to present my presentation. I would like to present about the landscape approach, a perspective to achieve a better watershed health. Next slide, please. Now, we are now attending in the climate change conference. I think when we talk about the climate change, I think it is strongly in line with mitigation and adaptation. And in my opinion, both of them strongly in line with the terrain and landscape configuration. There are numerous definitions about landscape. Many speakers in the previously explained about landscape. I would like to present the landscape from my perspective. In general, landscape can be defined as a broad area which is homogeneous for some defined characters in which we are able to perceive relationship between structural and functional component. We are absolutely understood that topographic configuration frequently used in explaining the relationship between them. And I think we can choose a green definition to use especially for explaining how important watershed management should be improved to be health situation. Green said that a particular configuration topographic vegetation cover, land use and settlement pattern which delimits some coherence of natural and cultural processes. Sorry, I lost my. Coherence of natural and cultural process activities. It is rely with the relationship among land attribute in the watershed. Perhaps we can imagine that in the watershed there are many land attributes and we have to identify relationship among them. For that reason, we can identify hazard condition in our watershed. It is a reason why we have to improve our watershed through forest and land rehabilitation program. Next slide, please. Next slide. Click again. Click again. Click again. Sorry. Previously. This configuration document showing that Indonesia composed by dissected area. Most of Indonesia terrain is dissected area. It means erosion hazard and landslide even in there. It leads to stripping erosion and roadside protection and roadside erosion and damage high investment infrastructure in the downstream. We can find high erosion rate in the agriculture area. But we have to consider that we have to consider that we have various conditions of the landscape situation in Indonesia. Watershed situation in Indonesia. Watershed with high drainage density leads to high runoff. In the graph showing that time to peak in the drainage density watershed is shorter than low or moderate drainage density. Should be considered when we formulate the forest and rehabilitation program, because we have to stress that our program should become a permanent solution to reduce land degradation and to reduce hazard in the downstream. Next slide. Next slide. Oh, sorry. We are now have a expert system for defining forest and rehabilitation program properly in the field. Actually, this program developed by using distributed spatial modeling. From the model, we identify properly area for reduction of landslide, properly area for reduction of runoff, properly area for improving land condition, properly area for reducing livelihood destruction due to various hazard in the downstream. It is our potential as a consideration in defining the program, and this expert system will be enlarged with my colleague Pak Nico in the larger scale, namely yearly land rehabilitation program, a plan of yearly rehabilitation program. It is enough. I think that's all my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you for your kind attention.
I already have my mic. I don't have a chance to ring my bell. He only takes 6 minutes of his time. Okay, thank you again, Mr. Dr. Savaris. Our next speaker is Mr. Nicholas Nugroho, but can we also use the center of the TV? So the people right here can also get the clearer presentation view. So, okay. Mr. Nico, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal. Since I only have 8 minutes, I would like to make the presentation very quick. Good morning, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. My presentation, this session is about how forest and land rehabilitation been conducted in Indonesia. Next slide, please. According to Paris Agreement, next slide, please.
You can use the controller here.
Oh. Okay. Oh, yeah. According to the Paris Agreement, in the COP21 in 2015, Indonesia has launched the NDC, Nationally Determined Contribution to Emission Reduction, is about 29% with our own strength. And with the support from other countries, the target of emission reduction become 38%. Since then, up to now, the NDC has been revised twice. The latest NDC that was launched last year in 2022 by the government of Indonesia, we call it Enhanced NDC. The target of emission reduction in Indonesia become 31.89% with our own strength to achieve it. But with the support from other countries, we may have achieved up to 43.2% emission reduction. There are two actually strategic projects that support NDC and SDGs, namely forest and land rehabilitation. The second one is supply of high quality seedling. Okay, this is the forest and land rehabilitation in Indonesia. In our term, forest and land rehabilitation is the effort to maintain and to restore and to improve the productivity of land and forest. So we can see here a picture that shows us the difference. The area before and after rehabilitation, forest and land rehabilitation conducted. So the left picture is the condition before rehabilitation process is conducted, and the left and the right side we can see the growth of vegetation cover in the area, in the same area after the forest and land rehabilitation been conducted. Next. Actually, what is the key performance indicator to conduct forest and land rehabilitation? The key performance of indicator of forest and land rehabilitation program is actually how we are able to reduce the rate of deforestation and forest degradation, where the target or goal that would like to be achieved is to increase vegetation coverage of forest and land. As we can see here, from the strategic plan from 2020 to 2024, actually in average, we have approximately 175,000 to 230,000 hectares. But unfortunately, in the phase of implementation, we have made some adjustment related to the condition that Indonesia has. Actually, from 2020 to 2022, we have experienced the pandemic. So this is a great impact for our target of forest and land rehabilitation. As we can see here, the chart in the below left, the green one and the yellow one. The green one represent the target we would like to achieve each year, and the yellow one is the realization of each year that we have already achieved. In 2023, this year, we have a target of 12,500 hectares area to be rehabilitated in the forest and the area outside the forest. And for next year, in 2024, we have total 30,500 hectares forest and land to be rehabilitated. Next, please. Beside the vegetative activity in forest and land rehabilitation, we also develop or making the activity to construct infrastructure such as dam, gully plug, and okay. So it's very limited. Okay, Pak Zainal, I think yeah. This is the supply. Before. Yeah. This is actually how we support forest and land rehabilitation. The supply of seedlings. We have already developed and construct the large scale of nursery in several places in Indonesia. that can produce approximately 5 million to 15 million seedlings that can be used to support the forest and land rehabilitation. We also develop and construct the mangrove nursery center in Bali that can produce 6 million mangrove seedlings to support rehabilitation in mangrove area. I think next. Yeah, no. This one. This one is activity that recently we have been doing to assure us the accountability of the forest and land rehabilitation. We use the term of geotagging. This is a method for recording and documenting forest and rehabilitation plan that describe not only in the picture of the plant that is planted, but also the location, the time, the coordinate point of the trees, and so many attributes that can attest to that information. You can see here, we also can make a plan map according to the geotagging, the position of the tree, overlaid with the area that, a particular area that is stated to be rehabilitated. Next, the challenges. I think there are two challenges we have in our forest and land rehabilitation. First, in terms of developing new and renewable energy. Forest and land rehabilitation can be an alternative. It is necessary to select the right species of plant and future policies that take into account the ecological aspect, community welfare, and contribution to the country's development. And the second one is, as a government, implementing policies and program needs to involve all relevant stakeholders. What needs to be underlined is related to trust and communication, which almost every region has different problems and ways to solve them. We have to be able to build trust and communication in the future. I think this is my conclusion of my presentation, Pak Zainal. Terima kasih. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Nico. Ladies and gentlemen, please give more power to the applause, please. Because the sound interferes in here, so everyone knows that we are also alive, okay? Okay, the next speakers is virtually from Germany, Mr. Sebastian. Are you with us? Okay, next speaker is
Yes.
Mr. Sebastian Dietrich. Please, Mr. Sebastian, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Can we see also the presentation? Because I have no access to the presentation here with my device. Can you just share the presentation that I submitted?
Yes, we can share your presentation here, Sebastian.
So do you see the presentation already? Because I only see the Indonesian Pavilion
Not yet.
sign.
Okay, now we can see.
Okay, great.
Okay.
So thank you very much, Pak Zainal. Also, thank you very much, Ibu Dia, dear speakers and ladies and gentlemen. It's a great honor for me to speak to you today on behalf of KfW on the topic of financing watershed management and biodiversity conservation. My name is Sebastian Dittrich. I'm a portfolio manager working on forestry projects in Indonesia. And to those of you who are not familiar with KfW, KfW is a state-owned bank, and especially the development bank part of this group is promoting financial cooperation projects all over the globe on behalf of the Federal Republic of Germany. Next, please. So today I'll shortly touch upon achievements in watershed management and biodiversity conservation. I will also talk a little bit about challenges, project approaches, and then I will summarize everything again in lessons learned. Next, please. So as we have already seen in this video and also presented by the other speakers, it's all about putting the communities in the center of action. So we can see that, for instance, on activities such as smart patrollings, this can lead to a great success to decrease human-wildlife conflicts, for instance, but also to protect the forest itself. And it provides an educational aspect as well to be more aware of the environmental services that are provided by forests. We see also that the agroforestry models that are used in watershed management are very successful because it addresses the economical need of the communities, which then increases also activities on protecting the forest. And we can see in some cases that capital stock has increased by up to 38%. And investments made have a return on invest by, let's say, between 5 to 10 years. Within the especially social forestry strategy of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, we can see that some communities have already qualified for international exports of, for instance, crops such as coffee and cinnamon, which is very great. And it's, of course, a strong motivator factor for other communities to also follow up on this kind of action. What is also very important is multi-stakeholder formats. And we have also seen in this video that, for instance, this elephant center and information center, which we saw on this video, is very successful because it is providing awareness to local communities and tourists, but it can also support in conflict mitigation all around this area. So it's a great way of providing support, but also on the same hand, providing educational aspects as well as to exchange on information with regard to biodiversity conservation and forest management. Next, please. So when it comes to addressing challenges that occur on watershed management, there are several aspects to name. Usually, as we have already heard, it's a landscape. And in this landscape, you have different type of lands, for instance, forestry lands, but also agricultural land, which means that you have different stakeholders being responsible for this area. And this provides, of course, certain responsibilities to cooperate amongst these different stakeholders. So you have usually to address jurisdictional aspects and try to work together in this area. But of course, when it comes to the different land types, you have, of course, different ways of using this land. And when it's about agricultural land, then understandably, communities try to make the most out of this land. They are following in economical interests. And this economical interest is also further enhanced through subsidies when it's about, for instance, cultivating corn or potatoes in this area, and sometimes in very steep hills. And when you have rain, soil is washed away, and it's increasing, like we see on the right hand here on these two pictures, erosions and landslides. So you have to deal with these kind of activities when working in these landscapes. And another aspect that is also critical in some cases can be the usage of pesticides. So you have to try to deal with potentially the capacity issue sometimes by providing alternative way of using and cultivating land. So generally speaking, these challenges can lead to a decrease of environmental services provided by the watershed, leading to erosion, landslides, as I said, damage to infrastructures, for instance, roads, but also houses. And at the end, you, of course, experience a loss of biodiversity and potentially also CO2 emissions. Next, please. So as also addressed by the other speakers, when you want to work in this kind of areas, you have to deal with the landscape. And when it's about watershed management, we see upper, middle, and downstream areas. In the upper areas, for instance, you have in some cases national parks, and with different activities you need to implement there. You would like to protect these areas more. You would like to provide buffer zones there. And in the middle and upstream areas where you might have a higher way of degradation, you would like to rehabilitate. But this really much depends, and this was said before as well, on the landscape itself. But you need to ensure that you are dealing with these different demands on these landscapes. Then, as I said, it's about stakeholder cooperation, of course, because you are dealing with many different stakeholders there, not only communities, but also different institutions due to the jurisdictional aspects that I was referring to. And this has to be jointly incorporated into a project approach that is dealing with the different interests in this landscape. But you have to also ensure that there is capacity development, of course, in order to provide knowledge and awareness about the environmental services that are provided by watersheds and biodiversity. Next, please. So we are coming also to the last slide today about the lessons learned, summarizing what I've said before. So it's all about putting communities in the center of the activities of the project approach. And of course, the communities, they are looking for economical benefits in order to provide support to their families. And this is totally understandable. So you have to ensure that the economical demands of these communities are met and combined in protecting the biodiversity and protecting the watershed management. And this is potentially possible through the development of business models that are in the core of the forestry areas. And this is also a great way of providing sustainability because the communities are then more interested in further cooperating and in further protecting forests and the biodiversity. When you're starting the activities, then of course the participatory approaches are very necessary, and a good planning period at the beginning of the project start in order to learn about the different demands and the different needs of these communities, and therefore you can then further continue the community-centered approach. Another aspect that I would quickly like to touch upon is the cooperation with the private sector. And there's a very interesting aspect, the payment for environmental services, where, for instance, a private company such an electricity company can provide payments to communities to protect the watershed, which is then decreasing erosion and leads to less maintenance cost for these kind of companies. So you have a benefit sharing model in place, which is also a very sustainable way forward. And last but not least, of course, we need to avoid top-down approaches, but really cooperating and use a participatory approach. That's it. Thank you very much, and I'm very much looking forward for questions.
Big applause for Sebastian. Thank you, Sebastian. The speakers today is very punctual, you know. We give us 8 minutes and they do the 8 minutes very good. Okay, finally we have our professor, Professor Widianto from University of Gajah Mada University. So over to you, Professor, please.
Thank you, Dr. Zainal. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Today I will present about how the contribution of the forest rehabilitation to achieve sustainable development goal and also national determined contribution, especially how rehabilitation can contribute to reduce the emission in Indonesia.
Please wait for the presentation, Professor.
Yeah. Okay. Like we know that our country is one of the locations in the tropical forest, and then we know that tropical forest is cover 6 until 10% of the land terrestrial, but it can contribute more than 50% biodiversity in the world. And we know that our country also in the one part of the biodiversity in the Southeast Asia, and then we can find many endemic species, not only animal, but we can found the many plant endemic in our country. That's why we must conserve and also rehabilitate many locations degraded in our country. And then we know that tropical forest can conserve about the carbon around 128 in the terrestrial, but also when we know that our country also have the mangrove forest, they can also store more than 5 times the carbon compared to in the terrestrial. And then we can see that about the forest as they can provide the many economic and environment benefit. That's why we can provide many food and energy and also fresh water in the forest. And then managing forest, sustainable forest is very important to restore and also to manage in the future. And then another hand, in the tropical forest, we can find the many medicinal plant can harvested from the forest. And in the 2010, collaboration between Ministry of the Forestry and also University Gadjah Mada already collected more than 105 species from the natural forest that can be used for the, what I call it, like some the drug. That's why important thing today is how can manage and conserve the natural forest still exists to explore more than the medicinal plant from the forest. And then another hand, when we manage the forest, I think watershed forest management, like the Dr. Sabari said, that is very important because the watershed is like the landscape area that can provide many benefits, not only environment, but also how we can manage the area can contribute for the social aspect and also economics. For example, if we can manage the good mountain forest in the upper catchment, I think we can provide the fresh water from the lowlands. It means how we can manage the mountain forest is very important. It's our part of the landscape. So watersheds is very important to maintain the forest in the landscape. And then, however, we can see some forest degradation in Indonesia. Even today, the forest degradation is already declined, and also our country already contribute how to rehabilitation. Based on the data in the Ministry Environment and the Forestry, they already rehabilitated more than 1.7 million hectares, use the state budget. But on the other hand, our ministry also collaboration with some of the private sector to rehabilitate the many degraded forests. So we hope in the future our forest can still contribute for the ecosystem services. This is like the Dr. Nico said that our country also contribute to reduce the emissions, and then that's why Ministry of the Environment and Forestry declare the degree about the Indonesia Pavilion netting that can be reduced more than 31.8% by the self-efforts, and also with the international support we can reduce until 43.2% emission. And forestry should be contribute more than 60%. It is just why we say that forestry is an important sector in our country to support our government policy to reduce emission in the future. And then how we can choose the species for rehabilitation. I think when we say that the rehabilitation, one of the important things is what kind of species when we use to rehabilitation. And when we choose the species, I think we have the three kind of main factor. First, environments. Environments mean we must choose the right place for the planting. Another hand is the policy. Why in the policy? Because even though we have the appropriate species, but if the government or didn't support through the policy, I think we can do the rehabilitation. On the other hand, objective based on the policy, I think like Dr. Nico said that when we rehabilitation, we also accommodate the local people objective. That's why we use the many species to rehabilitation to improve not only environment, but also economic benefit for local peoples. And then this is, for example, like the Ministry of Environment and Forestry said that one of the important things when we use the spatial planting is we use good improved seed and also improve the seedling. This is an example how our institution and one of the forest company and also Ministry of Environment and Forestry conduct the collaboration research to find the best clone to rehabilitation in especially for in the reforestation in the monsoon forest. And then this species implemented in the Java Island, where more than 50% population Indonesia live in the Java. And then we choose the many method, and then rehabilitation and for economic. This is example, yeah. And then, yeah, just example to improve carbon. Yeah, this is example. Another hand, we also conserve with the natural forest using the native species, so we can use this species for rehabilitation and also preserve the natural forest for extinction in the future. This is also how contribution for rehabilitation, not only for land, but also contribute to maintain the many key species animals still exist in the forest. Yeah, this is also other success story for rehabilitation in our country. Bare land become the forestry, and the water spring already appear until 60 years. This is also activity by social innovation to accelerate landscape rehabilitation by the ministry. In the Lampung area, they use the multi-species, purpose tree species to rehabilitation, and after that, they can many benefit not only the rehabilitation land cover, but also produce many fruit, can increase the income for the local people. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. Big applause, please. So, ladies and gentlemen, excellencies, distinguished delegates, before we begin our discussion session, together with us, Mr. Fathan Subhi. Okay, I would like to give the stage for you. He is the Vice Chairman of Indonesian Parliament, the 11th Commission, okay? And he will give us the short speech about the very important information about transformative fiscal relation to forests. Okay, please, the stage is yours.
Dear Excellencies, dear Honorable Member of the COP's delegation, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. It is a privilege for me to give this address to all of you on such fantastic occasion. At the 28th Conference on the Parties of the United Nations Climate Conference in beautiful Dubai of the United Arab Emirates at the Indonesia Pavilion. It is worth maintaining again and again that all of us are facing a real pressing challenge. That is the planetary crisis, notably climate change. This is a crisis for humanity. The crisis for our generation now, and the crisis for the generation of the future. With this is our background, it is encouraged to know that accelerating inclusive climate progress is front and center of COP28 climate progress that is equitable for all parties, especially for the global south. Their Excellencies, their fellow delegates, I would like to confirm the position of the Republic of Indonesia at COP28 summit. As the President of Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Joko Widodo, has addressed in statement on Friday last week here. To meet target of saving a net carbon sink in forestry and other sector by 2030, Indonesia need and has taken what President Joko Widodo said via systemic and innovative step. Furthermore, Indonesia has led by example by combined economic and social consideration and develop partnership for sustainable forest management. We can add that the partnership should involve subnational jurisdiction protecting the forest. I would like to emphasize that the benefit of protecting their forests go beyond the boundaries of the province or district or municipalities, and that they are contributing to safeguarding global public goods as well as become nature-based solution from Indonesia to the world. Their Excellencies, their fellow delegates, please let me bring to your attention the latest policy innovation
in this area and its progress in Indonesia. I am talking about an innovative fiscal transfer policy for subnational that can significantly impact humanity. I represent the Finance Commission of the National Parliament of the Republic Indonesia, the 11th Commission. In this opportunity and in that capacity, I would like to update you on the announcement I addressed at COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh in Egypt last year about the public policy innovation. This is just a short backdrop for you all. Last year, Indonesia already enacted a new law and intergovernmental fiscal relation between central and subnational level. The fiscal ties between the central and subnational government or the HKBD law in short, Undang-Undang Hubungan Keuangan antara pemerintah pusat dan daerah. The Finance Commission of the National Parliament led the process of making this law in partnership with our Ministry of Finance. The fiscal transfer include a general purpose transfer or DAU transfer, dana alokasi umum. This block grant represent Indonesia's most significant fiscal transfer by amount. In this fiscal year or 2020, it amount to 396 trillion Indonesia rupiah or about 25 billion US dollar. Their Excellencies, their fellow delegates. This new fiscal transfer law entitled way to calculate fiscal need to province, district, and municipalities as recipient of the DAU transfer. We are happy and proud to highlight to you that in this calculation, one of the indicators that Indonesia apply for the regional characteristic is the indicator of forest cover index. Yes, it is a forest cover indicator. Excellencies, fellow delegates, I invite you to delve with me into number this beautiful morning here in Dubai. The very intention of sharing this is the better appreciate the significance of the transformative fiscal transfer policy in Indonesia. Let us look at the fiscal gap filling for this year, DAU transfer to province, district, and municipalities. In Indonesia, a fiscal gap approach apply to calculate this fiscal transfer. Using the formula as applied in 2023, $1 billion US dollar or 70 trillion rupiah. Of this fiscal transfer for subtechnical jurisdiction, that is province and local government, can be attributed to the presence of the forest cover. From this amount, $820 billion or 20.8 trillion rupiah will be added to the local government. This is district and municipalities because of the forest cover. Their Excellencies, dear fellow delegate, as we embrace this fiscal transfer innovation as good news, I want to reflect on two things. First, we also strive to protect tropical rainforests of the significant scale through such fiscal transfer information and demonstrated by Indonesia. Domestic resource mobilization among other domestic and international policy instruments should allow us to stabilize the global climate, especially given the foremost importance of tropical rainforest contribution to climate. Second, with this fiscal transfer innovation, Indonesia has done its homework. Indonesia is leading by example. Indonesia is leading by example as part of global solution. We hope that this internationally acknowledged and become the basis for genuine cooperation. In my view, the global North should do its homework too, owning to its historical responsibility by cooperating with countries in the global South and helping with the finance, knowledge, and technology transfer. Distinguished guests and honorable member of the COP delegation, I am accompanied here by other members of the Finance Commission of the National Parliament of the Republic of Indonesia, Your Excellencies Mr. Ella Siti Nuriyamah and Mrs. Ratna Juwita. It is correct and honorable to consider the forest cover of our provinces, districts, and municipalities in how our fiscal transfer is being counted and allocated. May we all receive continued blessing from the Almighty God. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Mr. Farhan. Please, thank you. You can sit in the front or you can sit with the audience. Well, we actually have only 15 minutes for discussion, so maybe I will save 3 minutes for our conclusion. Anyone from the floor want to have something to say for their opinions or question, please? On the left? Don't get interfere with the other's sound. Just concentrate on me. Do you have any question? Miss Inge? There's one of them. It's really, okay. You can state your name from the organization and who you address the questions. Please.
Thank you so much for the interesting discussion. My name is Lena Michenkova. I represent a project developer who does community-based mangrove reforestation. We do a project in Indonesia already, and we are planning to do a larger one. And what we are amazed at is how communities are aware of mangrove reforestation usefulness, of the mangrove ecosystem, and of the techniques of mangrove reforestation. Are there any national initiatives or programs which contribute to such education? Because I would say on an international scale, it's an amazing thing. This is not what we see in many countries. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Lena. I guess you're from Austria, is it? Yes. So the question is about the mangrove rehabilitations. You are addressing the question to the all. Okay. So I think Mr. Nico will very connected to your question. He is the Director of Forest and Land Rehabilitation. Please, Mr. Nico. If Dr. Saparis will add something later on.
Okay, thank you for the question. Actually, Indonesia has a long strategic plan for mangrove rehabilitation. For now, we have a target over than 600,000 hectare mangrove area to be rehabilitated. And this is the challenge for our government and our commitment to restore the area of mangrove that needs to be rehabilitated. We also involve so many parties, not only the private sector, but also all relevant stakeholders to get involved and to contribute in the mangrove forest rehabilitation.
Thank you, Mr. Nico. So, Ms. Lena, we will have our discussion about mangrove, especially about mangrove, tomorrow at 4 p.m., I think, 4 p.m. And our director, Ibu Inge, is the director of mangrove rehabilitation, will give us a very specific presentation about the mangrove rehabilitation. Okay, is there any question? Another? Okay. Please.
Hi everyone, good morning. My name is Triana. I work with Seruni. Seruni is a national women's organization in Indonesia. We organize women from all sectors, but most of our members are women workers, peasant women, indigenous women, and also fisher women. In this forum, I would like to ask the watershed management, especially in the palm oil plantation area, because we all know quite well the land in Indonesia is mostly controlled by the palm oil plantation company. So how do you think you can manage the watershed management itself? And what the country of Indonesia do. I mean, from the government side, because the palm oil itself contributing to the biggest emission. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Mbak Riana. Yes. Okay. This is really, so you don't address to another everyone. Okay. This is really Mr. Dr. Sapari's field about the watershed. Please.
Yeah. Hello. Yeah. Yeah, actually we assess watershed health in Indonesia, over all of watershed health in Indonesia. And we already identify various factors affect to watershed condition. And we found that forest conversion to other land use like palm oil also contribute watershed reduction. It means we have to stress that palm oil is quite absolutely different with forest in terms of hydrologic process, because forests have good water regulation instead of palm oil. We have to consider it. Palm plantation. Palm plantation. We have to consider it. And we try to improve palm plantation plantation with in between plantation, in between palm trees, because it leads to better condition when we compare with individual palm plantation. It is our recommendation to improve water condition due to expansion of palm plantation. Thank you.
Thank you. Sebastian, do you have something to add to our discussion?
No. It's very interesting to listen to the answers. There's at the moment nothing I would like to add. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. According to our experience with Sebastian also in Jambi, we do our biodiversity and forest rehabilitation in Jambi. Also, we face the palm oil plantation, the traditional and the big company. So it's entering the national park, but we do our cooperation with the forest program too, with KFW, and we already have a good outcome. So the community-based project with the usually do the palm oil activities, but they are trying to transform it to more forest product. I hope that answer your question.
Sorry, I would like to
add
one.
Please, Dr. Severus.
One point. Actually, palm plantation lead to high evapotranspiration. We have to consider it because if you want to plant the palm plantation in dry area, it is through drought situation. It is, I think, should be considered.
That's one perspective from eco-hydrology, right? Okay, that's good perspective. So, are we have to conclude now? Okay. Through our presentation and discussion, I think there is at least 3 key elements that I have to make a strong note of it. So the biodiversity is very important, and it is now on under threat to factors like habitat destruction and etc. But through our forest rehabilitation, we are now essentially for biodiversity conservation. So I think from all the speakers, we talk about our future generation. So what we do is to preserve the good environment for our future generation. So it is very important to do the community involvement, engaging the local communities in conservation efforts. It's really high effectively to our projects. And maybe the last, we hope that our discussion today will be a good contribution to our next program and our next project. So I think I would like to have a very respectfully thankful to all the audience, all the excellencies, all the distinguished delegates that have enthusiasm and great work to Indonesia Rehabilitation and Conservation Program. So again, thank you again very much for your appreciation today. It's been an honor for me. Once again, my name is Muhammad Zainal Arifin from Ministry of Environmental and Forestry. I hope you are in happy and healthy condition always. Thank you very much. See you again in the next future.
Thank you, Pak Zainal, for concluded in a timely fashion. And to appreciate all our speakers, please have a photo together, including with our Ibu Dirjen. And of course, thank you for our audience. Not to forget the compliments for the work of our government. It's definitely a source of motivation. So before we'll let other speakers to leave the venue, please have a group photo together with our leader, Ibu Dia. And we're honored to have a figure representing Indonesian Parliament to add perspective in our discussion today. And don't forget the next important discussion, especially on mangrove governance and rehabilitation, we'll be conducting tomorrow at 4 p.m. So please come back again and attending the session. Please help yourself with a quick break for 10 minutes and be back at 12 p.m. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, a few years ago when you have the representative from China, Li Keqiang.
Oh, China.
So it's been like over, I mean, 3-5 years.
3 years. I think,
3 years ago.
Li Keqiang had visit China during that time.
Yeah. We're going to start. Welcome, our dear guests, distinguished speakers. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. Thank you for your presence. I hope you all are well and thrilled to join in our discussion today because we will be talking about education. So one of the key roles in driving transition to a sustainable future is environment education. And that includes people's knowledge, attitudes, behavior towards the climate change. And one of the strategies presented by MOEF or KLHK is to strengthen the capacity of human resources to adapt and mitigate climate change at the community level through formal and informal education. So today we'll be talking on building climate resilient community through formal and informal education. And we will commence the session by presenting to you a keynote video which will be delivered by the Head of Extension and Human Resources Development Agency, BP2 SDM, from the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon to all participants. Greeting from Jakarta. On behalf of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia, I would like to welcome you to our talk show, Building Climate Resilience Communities Through Formal and Informal Education. I'm very delighted to that Agency of Extension and Human Resource Development, Ministry of Environment and Forestry can be a part of this important event. Environmental education is a powerful tool in mitigation and adapting climate change issue. By education people through formal and informal education, people will be more aware, capable, and powerful to a part of solutions. It is very encouraging to see how government, academia, business, and civil society hand in hand put attention and support in environment capacity building for people. I'm proud to convey that for the last 4 decades, Indonesia has reached significant progress in environmental education development. This concept was introduced in Indonesia in the mid of 1970s. Since then, there are more than 100 Centers for Environmental Studies has been developed in universities all over Indonesia. In 2006, Ministry of Environmental has established Adiwiyata, Indonesia Green School Program. Started with 10 schools in 6 provinces. Now we have around 28,000 Adiwiyata schools in 34 provinces. We have been working closely with Ministry of Education, Culture, Research and Technology, Ministry of Religion Affairs and Ministry of Home Affairs since 2016. Together with business sectors, we have initiated programs such as developing modules, games, school assistant, training, and for teachers. Finally, I would like to appreciate all of the speakers and participants who attend this hybrid meeting. We look forward for further collaboration developing environmental education related climate change issue. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Yes, we're extremely delighted to have speakers across borders to talk about building a climate resilient communities because it's all about collaboration. So let's invite all 4 speakers on stage, being the first one, Ibu Sinta Saptarina Sumiarno. She's the head of Center for Development of Environment and Forest Regeneration Development, as well as Dr. Wong Sok, a representative from ASEAN Secretariat, and also co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group, Ms. Habiba Al-Marashi. My apology if I mispronounce your name. I hope it's correct. Thank you. Lastly, Vice Chairperson of Bhakti Barito Foundation, Ms. Dian Anis Purbasari. Please put our hands together for all speakers. And of course, to lead the session, please welcome the Deputy Head for the Center of Environment and Forestry Generation Development, MOEF, Ibu Susi Herawati.
Thank you, Ibu Desmona, for mastering, for introducing our program. Good morning, everyone. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, Indonesia time. Good afternoon also from Dubai. We are here. We have 4 speakers, and I'm sorry, Dr. Song. This is very gender imbalance. So this is girl power. Okay, today we will talk about building climate resilient communities through formal and informal education. And we have 4 speakers here. Maybe we can start with Ibu Sinta. Ibu Sinta will discuss about Adiwiyata and Gemilang program. It's education from informal and informal education from Ministry of Environment, Republic Indonesia. Ibu Sinta, you have 11 minutes actually, and then I can give you sign if it is almost due. Time is yours, Ibu Sinta.
It's too soon. Okay. Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for having us here in this room. Thank you, the speakers, for coming to our session. We would like to share how formal education and also informal education is really important role to change our lifestyle to be a green lifestyle. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have the Indonesian government strongly commit to the development of environmental education. And this is marked by our attendance to the international forums such as the UN Conference of the Environment in Stockholm in 1972. And another 5 years later, Indonesian Institution for Teacher, which is IKIP Jakarta, became a pioneer by creating the environmental education teaching program for 15 elementary school. And another 2 years, there were 86 university in Indonesia had Center of Environmental Studies. And in 1996, we do have MOU close relation from Ministry of Environment with Ministry of Education. Then in 2004, another ministry became engaged, which are Ministry of Home Affairs and Ministry of Religion. And we are glad here to share with you the lesson learned, how we develop our formal education in environment, which is Adiwiyata program. So in 2006, we start with 10 schools. And syukur alhamdulillah, right now in 2023, 17 years later, we right now have 28,270 schools. It's quite big, and also this is the help of local government. So we are very pleased to have this cooperation. So basically, the Adiwiyata or Indonesian Green School Program is a collective action carried out by the community of schools, and it's implementing environmental friendly behavior and also environmentally friendly activities, which is held voluntary network, sustainable base, organized by us, the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic Indonesia. There are 3 objectives. The first one, the school community become agent of change on environmental friendly behavior. The second one, we're trying to increase the number of schools that have a movement of environmental care and culture at school. And lastly is improving the quality of environment itself. So basically there is 5 big activities. First one, of course, developing the environmental learning material. The second one, increasing our partner, which are the active role of the student educator and educational staff. The third one, our partner, local government. The fourth one, we would like to increase networking with the business sector, the NGO, and the international institution, like we are doing right now. And also, last not least, awarding. We give awarding to formal education unit or school for the national scope. We involve the presidents or the minister of environment and also minister of education to give an award. But for the regional scope, the award will be given by mayor and etc. So there is 6 aspects of Adiwiyata that we are evaluate. First one is clean environment, sanitation, drainage. The second one is waste management. The third one, how the school has to nurturing and plant the trees. The fourth one, water conservation. The fifth one is energy conservation. The last one is innovation. So basically, the school has to have 3 stages. The first one is the planning. The school has to have identification how they can doing well with the environmental manner things. The second one involve all the communities of the school, principal, council, committee, student, and the community, and also integrate that plan to the learning or school education unit level. So the next year will be implementation, which are implementation the 6 aspect Adiwiyata, implementing how the sustainable behavior of the communities, expand the networking and communication, campaign and education, and also establish and empower the Adiwiyata cadre. And the last is monitoring and evaluation involved by official committee, council, students, and community. So this is the growth of Adiwiyata School. By the end of this year, on December, we do have all the data of 5,676 in our database, or we call CDA, System Information Data of Adiwiyata. But overall, with the local Adiwiyata school, it will be, there are 28,270 schools. And from that database, we can measure how impact to the environment quality. For example, in 2023, within 551 schools, we can reduce waste 66%. We can water saving 70%. We can reduce electricity saving 90%. We plant 940,000 trees. We have 25,000 biopore holes, and we have like almost 100,000 Adiwiyata cadre. And this is like, this is for the example, they have hydroponic for the rain harvesting, they have composting, tree plant, biopore, canteen without a single-use plastic, and others. So yeah, for example, this is one of the senior high school in Center Java. They also goes to ASEAN Eco School Award. Thank you for Dr. Song that we are invited in the ASEAN Regional Awarding. So they like make mini water wheels, solar cell panel, windmills, and etc. Of course, they also helping the community around the school with the biodigester process from the waste soybean food products. This is the small scale industry that the school involves them to help for the pollution. Okay, and this is another school. I think I will skip this one. And yeah, if Adiwiyata is approaching by formal education system, we also do have movement for communities based, which is informal approach. So we call Gemilang, Indonesian Community Movement for Environment Protection. Basically, this is a collective action carried out by a community in implementing environmental friendly activities and behavior. Also, this is voluntary, network, and sustainable based. Basically, there are three activities: capacity building for environmental protection, creativity, environmental innovation for the community, and also environmental practice assistant. So this is all what we are doing. Actually, the objective, first of all, enhancing environmental action driven by community and institution, increase the number of community and institution. And the third one is supporting climate village program, which are strengthening climate change adaptation by local and knowledge climate change and adaptation and mitigation effort. So we do have national determined contribution to be targeted, and the president also mentioned that in 2024 we will be target to have 20,000 village by the climate village program. So this is the end of my presentation. Basically, what we need most is how pentahelix collaboration needed among the government, among the academician, among the media, business sector, and also the society itself. The society will be the agent of change, will be conducting the movement. So we do have to get together to have the synergy. And also there are three more actions that we need to do. The first one is we welcoming every corporation. Thank you, Ms. Habibah, for coming. We are starting the collaboration with the international NGO here. Thanks you for Dr. Song for having here. We are planning to have regional green campus thing in the ASEAN collaboration things. And also we would like to continuous monitoring, evaluating, reviewing our program to accelerate the change of our environmental friendly behavior and environmental action. Also, we need to develop the capacity building and technical assistance, of course, for the strengthening the student, educator, and the staff. Also to enhance the technology information to improving our database system, And also we are need to developing regulation, policy, guideline, and etc. I think that's all my presentation. I hope it's still in time, Ibu Susi. Again, thank you for coming. Please contact us at any time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ibu Sinta. You are right in time. And we have another speaker, Dr. Fong Sok. Dr. Fong from Head of Environment Division of ASEAN Secretariat, and he will discuss about regional cooperation in supporting development of EE to control climate change in Southeast Asia. Dr. Fong, the time is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much. I think it's my great pleasure to join you all and great honor as well as a man among the 4 beautiful ladies. It's amazing. This is to illustrate one of the achievements that the lady lead made a great success with the Green Eco School, Green School program of Indonesia, 5,000 plus, and coming more. Congratulations. I'm very great honor to learn about this sort of new development, and it's long before ASEAN Eco School program. This is quite amazing sort of initiative by the government of Indonesia and your leadership in your ministry. This is amazing. I'm really proud of all that sort of development, and also the upcoming and the priority Green Compass. This is one of the most promising that we all join hands to make quite important for not only informal education, but this really important translate the idea to action. Now I'm talking here, it's not about representative demand only, but represent ASEAN, which is try to be with you all. I'm so not a man only, so I'm just ASEAN with you. So with that, I just would like to share ASEAN sort of cooperation, environmental education, contribute to climate action. So I have 5 points here for you to learn today about ASEAN state of climate change, where we are at right now, and also how we can address this environment climate change. And then particularly environmental education and a few key messages for way forward as well. So I may not be highlighting much, but I just would like to say we are most vulnerable region in the planet. I think it's with our big population and also the urban sort of population around and flood and flood prone area as well. So all of this is quite affected, and GIG emissions contribute important from our region. I think I just want to say it's simple word. And also we as a country rely on the primary sector very much. I think it's all people still rely on agriculture, rely on the non-timber forests and so on. So with that, I think it's all that we need to build. It's about how to build this sort of real resilient society, community, which is contribute quite important to national and regional sort of economy. So with that, ASEAN come together issue, all ASEAN member states come together with this sort of ASEAN joint statement that join hand with the UNFCCC COP every year to provide our view and our position and our way forward to join this international commitment. So as you can see here, the joint statement on climate change acknowledge clear role about the key player, particularly youth and children, in the addressing climate change, and also in the different sort of implement policy and strategy as well in the climate change action in the respective level and country. Well, this must be a key important reference for your information. ASEAN guided by the policy document, ASEAN Social Cultural Community Blueprint 2025, which is really important ASEAN community that is people-centered approach and social responsive. I mean, with that, I mean, environmental education is play important role. Why we are very different? Because education is quite important as a part of human society. One of the big things different from other living things on this planet because of education. So education makes us different. So that's why, I mean, from ASEAN sort of social cultural blueprint, recognize this important ASEAN as a part of people-centered and social responsible. With that, ASEAN also have the ASEAN Declaration on the adoption of the ASEAN Youth in Climate Action and Disaster Resilient Day. This is in line with the sort of what we call about this resilience. And also during 2021, Brunei also as ASEAN Chairmanship at that time also have the ASEAN Youth Camp. We provide opportunity for youth to join, a dialogue with the ASEAN Minister on Environment about the youth future and so on. And also we have, during the COVID and straight away after post-COVID ASEAN Comprehensive Recovery Framework, which among other mentions about the resilient capacity that ASEAN need to do. All of this is a key policy document to inform you that your local national initiative with urban or city and community resilience is really in line with ASEAN priority. This is not about the old document, which is very new, that we all need to prepare every level of ASEAN people to make it different. Now, in order to achieve all this is the key priority program of environment cooperation. We have 7 priority programs: nature conservation, biodiversity, coastal marine, and so on. So I'm saying these 7 priorities, it's not elaborate in more detail on different window, which is haze and peatland, which is treated under the ASEAN Agreement on Transboundary Haze Pollution. So this I just try to highlight only a general environmental matter because you may have noted that environmental matter is quite broad from underground up to the sky, from the east to west, north to south, so no limited, so from the micro to the macro level. For that reason, depend upon the way how you look at that, but this is the way ASEAN prioritize and focus 7 priorities to guide our implementation as the key priority in our ASEAN region. One of the fundamental key priority is environmental education, sustainable consumption, production. We believe this is one of the drivers to make society better. This is in order to make it work, these 7 priorities, we have governance, specific governance system of ASEAN to guide this sort of discussion and also advance the or acceleration of our action in our region. So now we talk all this, I think now I'm talking about the climate change cooperation. There are different sort of priority on climate change as well. Today under the Malaysian chair, it's not there, I think it's about 3 years from 2024 onward. From 2023 onward, there's a 3-year chairmanship. So we have 8 thematic areas for the environment, for the climate change cooperation. I mean, you can see from climate adaptation, the long-term planning assessment, climate change mitigation, up to the technology transfer. So how it fits the climate resilience? Climate resilience is about the climate adaptation, which is on the core, first core thematic area, climate change adaptation, risk management, and so on. So this is the way ASEAN tries to prioritize from the climate change lens, where we can do better for the people engagement. Here are all the reference material for you to consult if you would like to know for more detail about the ASEAN climate and resilience sort of aspect. And now I'm talking about environmental education. As you can see from the early slide, environmental education one of the priority area and now chaired by the Cambodia. So we have 4 programmatic area. One is about ASEAN Eco School Program. Second, ASEAN Green Higher Education Program. The third is about Regional Communication Education Public Awareness Initiative. And the 4 on the Sustainable Consumption Production. So with the ASEAN Eco School Program, I think you may have learned from the Indonesian Green Education Program, Green School Program. It's really, really similar kind of thing. We look at the 4 components of the priority, look at the policy planning level, where the school have to do something better from planning and procedure in the school to make it better for environmental, climate sort of friendly. and then go to different sort of people sort of action, the school, parent, teacher, that need to be action oriented toward something more better for the green and climate sort of proof and so on. And then we come to the practical curriculum study, engagement in the implementation of those initiatives with the community, tree planting, solid waste management, recycle, and so on and so forth. So the principle and concept is more or less the same. Eco school, that ASEAN recognize eco school and provide eco school as a word to champion school who are doing the best, and also not only address the classic environmental issue, but also cope with emerging environmental issues such as, you know, air pollution or plastic issue, that they need to learn not only the classic approach to plant the tree and try to create renewable energy, try to save energy, but also try to engage, do all the activity that which is considered important, and they are on top of the game as well. So this just to illustrate the Eco School Award and also Eco School program for your reference. I mean, that's we have recognized an award every 4 years to all the ASEAN champion school in all ASEAN country. So this happened in from the 2012 as well, and the last one we have also at the 17th ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Environment in Laos, PDO, in August 2023. So, I mean, as Ibu mentioned, it's Indonesia school always been on the top of the ASEAN Eco School Award, as always. So this, because of your local initiative, quite important, and also with the leadership of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and I believe this will be continued stronger and stronger as a role model in the region. Now this education, that youth in the education sector as well, that we also try to be in, you know, make them in the loop and also engage them actively to negotiate and talk to the all ASEAN leaders. And also in the +3, we have different sort of event for build capacity and understanding, engage in the clean up activity, and as well as other environmental matter. So I just flash here as a Brunei Chairmanship as well. So just for your reference. And also from the biodiversity aspect, we have ASEAN Eco Champion Award. Maybe time up or what? Okay, and then, so all of this just ASEAN initiative to let you know that. And now my key message here it's quite simple. Just to inform you, ASEAN is committed to work the realize sustainable climate as stipulated in ASEAN Social Cultural Community Blueprint 2025. Hello, yeah. Next point, ASEAN continue to work collaboratively across ASEAN body and stakeholders, especially youth and school, geared toward promotion of sustainable development and climate resilient future. Next one, all environmental education material. I believe this is the most important, should be freely accessible by general public and on the public domain, because right now everyone's, you know, access on the smartphone, fingerprint, and so on. So I believe the next step is try to make all the information available on the public domain. More effort needs to be in place for making more key reference material available and accessible in local languages, because I think ASEAN is quite diverse. Even in Indonesia, certain community may not be understand full in the Indonesian Bahasa per se, may need to reflect that accordingly. So this, in order to make everyone join hand, I mean the communication material and education material should be in the local language as much as we can. Documentation of local practice and share among different community, school in ASEAN and the region. I think there's a lot of things progress in Indonesia school that can be documented, and that's not yet, I cannot see yet. It may wish to document it because 5,707 no, 5,760 something school. It's significant and may need to be documented and networked. I believe this may be strong. Promote more study, visit, and learning by doing. Engage with all stakeholder, environmental education and action, school, parent, community, and so on. So I think environmental education should be reflect and integrate also social learning agenda or events such as religion, community event, because it is not limit just only in the formal education or university research, but also community practices and also religion, in the, prayer time or anything that can be involved. I think because this is for the common sense, for the good, for the planet and for the people. With that, I believe this will contribute important. With the great success of Indonesia Green School program, I think I also can see this really contribute important as a role model to support ASEAN and other schools in Indonesia. With that reason, I would like to call for support and involve in any all of you to join hands with the Indonesia as well as ASEAN in order to promote this formal and informal to build more resilient for ASEAN community. So with that, feel free to join us and congrats for our great achievement of our Indonesia and also continues growing with all the support from all the partners as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fong. Now we have Ms. Habiba Al-Marashi, co-founder and chairperson of Emirates Environmental Group. She will discuss about sharing experience on environmental action in UAE. And EEG, or Emirates Environmental Group, is a professional working group devoted for protecting the environment through the means of education, action programs, and community empowerment. So you have 10 minutes, Ms. Habiba.
Inshallah.
Is it okay?
Yeah, it's
Okay.
working.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Time is yours.
Bismillahir Rahmanir Rahim. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me to be part of your session. And welcome to Dubai and the UAE. And I hope you are having a good time and you have had time to go and see our beautiful cities and Emirates. So as you rightly said, Emirates Environmental Group is the first environmental non-government organization established in the United Arab Emirates in 1991, when environment was not on the agenda of many entities, not only in this part of the world, but throughout the countries in different regions. We are a membership-based organization, so we have many members, corporations, academic institutions, families, students, individuals, and that's what forms the entity. And we work, of course, with different stakeholders to raise awareness about different sustainability issues, as well as to engage the different sectors of the society. This is a unique country. We have 204 nationalities living with us, some of them very small period of time, so that's why it's labeled as a transient society. But now we are seeing people staying much longer period. So who are we? And what constitutes the work that we do? We are the first environmental non-government organization in the world to be ISO 14001 certified for our environmental management systems. We are an accredited member of United Nations Environment Program, United Nations Convention to Combat Desertifications. We are members of part of United Nations Environment Program as well, but that deals with marine litter. And it's a global platform, and we play a very active role in there. We were the first NGO in the Gulf countries to join the UN Global Compact, and we established the network for the GCC states. So we pushed the agenda, the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact within the corporations in the regions. We are members of the World Packaging Organization through the work that we do on the ground. And we are as well members of the Sustainable Food System, which is a coalition of part of the United Nations Environment Program. So you can see the diversity of the entities that we are actively involved on and we build partnership with. And I always invite NGOs and encourage them from different parts of the world to find which are the UN bodies that are in alignment with the objective of that organizations and to join them to build the capacity both ways. We work with academia in the country, and we have thousands of academic institutions from nurseries to undergraduates, not only in the United Arab Emirates, but across the Arab world. We deal, it's okay, I have my water there. We deal with corporations, and we have identified corporations to be our strategic partners in the work that we do. We work with government bodies, and we have built a very strong partnerships across the Emirates. This is a country that has got 7 emirates, so every emirate has got its own legal structure, government that runs its affairs. So we have the local governments, and then we have the federal governments as well. We work with families. We have 204 nationalities, so we deal with different nationalities through different platforms to reach out to the families. We work with communities, and I mean communities. So for every single nationality, there's a community that people interact with and close relation with. And we reach out to these communities, whether through their religious platform or through their social platforms, and we manage to engage with them. And again, that's a very important aspect of being engaged with all stakeholders and understanding what is going on and being able to bring them into the fold of the work that we do, as well as we work with like-minded civil organizations. So Emirates Environmental Group was established in 91, as I mentioned, but in 2004 we established the Arabia CSR Network, which is a corporate social responsibility network, and it deals a lot with corporations, with government entities, not only in the UAE, but across the Arab region, to build the capacities on issues of corporate social responsibility and sustainability. We have a forum in there, we have an award. So that's one NGO. We have the other NGO, which is the Emirates Green Building Council that we established in 2006, and to deal a lot with the built environment. And today, as you go through, this is a sustainable city. Expo 2020 is a sustainable city. Every single building that has been built here has adhered to green building requirements and standards. So it's one of the greenest green buildings, expos around the world. Like in every platform, we have strong objectives. Our objectives is to engage with the government, to build the capacity, to spread the message, to bring the expertise that we have on the ground, to liaise and work with them closely, to identify the challenges that are on the ground and turn them into objectives, deliver proper action plans for them and strategies to enable us to implement on them, and bring them to the forefront and bring the different sectors of the society to understand those issues. We have focused on the different challenges that within the country, and we have turned them into objectives, and we work on delivering. We do many platforms, and I will take you through that. I know I have a limited time, so that's why I'm rushing through the presentations, but you can get a lot of our information if you go on our website to get what we do. Today's session here focuses on education. Education for sustainability, education for environmental protection. Our platform started from 1992 with educating the different education institutions with the different curriculums that we have on the ground. And we have thousands of education institutions that are members with EEG, and we work with them very closely. Amongst our areas of focus is waste management and recycling. And again, why did we identify this? because this is one of the very effective platforms that you can engage and mobilize the different sectors of the society, and you can bring about positive change by actually doing. And this is learning by doing. So we started with recycling different programs, and I will take you through that as well. And we have many community engagement platforms. One that we are actually at the moment actively engaged in, I'll take you through that. And as well as our platform to engage with the corporate world. Our educational programs are spread throughout the year, and they are designed to deal with the different levels and age groups. So our first program is environmental drawing competition. This is a competition that we do to the 6 to 8 years old, and we put different sustainability issues, but through the artwork, we are building their capacity. We work with the teachers to develop the concept note. It is sent to the schools that are participating. They take time in different sessions to explain that issue. Then the children are asked to draw those issues. So in 2023, we managed to engage more than 122,000 students in schools all over the UAE, not only in normal schools, in schools with special needs as well. So this is just to show you what we did this year. Just imagine this program started in 2004, how many students we have managed to engage in this particular program. We have the other program that is very popular, started in 2001. It is a competition. It's a public speaking competition, but the topics are environmental topics. And we do not decide the topics. It's the students themselves that decide the topics. So through the feedback process that we receive from them, you know, there are so many topics that they've put. And these topics are thematized, and then they are clustered under the titles, and it is rolled out to the students. You can never imagine the types of topics that these students bring to the fore. We have talked about different issues, about energy conservation, water conservation, behavior, social behavior of human beings. We've talked about artificial intelligence. We've talked about laws and regulations. And these are young students from the age of 13 to 15 and then 16 to 18 years. So they are on the verge of entering universities and colleges. They are giving very limited time to present the case, identify the problem, and suggest the solutions. Of course, it is judged by bilingual environmental experts. It's a bilingual competition, so students have the ability to present in English or in Arabic. As you can see, this is this year's participation. These are the direct students that we engage with. The indirect are many times more. The Intercollege is a program that covers universities and colleges in the Arab world, not only in the UAE. And because of COP, this program took place in end of November, usually does. And because we are on the doors of COP at that time, we opened it up to the world. And that's why you see we had 24 countries participating. We had universities from Indonesia as well participating. Very well presented ladies, very capable in their presentations. Again, the strong issues that we talk about, phasing out fossil fuels. We talk about international environmental laws. We talk about the plastic pollution. So many issues that are very pertinent, that are connected. We're talking about loss of biodiversity and the impact on human beings. We talked during COVID as well on issues that were related for health and environmental issues, connecting those issues. We connect between natural disasters and environmental impact. Climate change is a part and parcel of the work that we roll out throughout the year. We have another session, students workshop, and we have a full-fledged, you can see the number of schools that we engage with, as well as a corporate, school outreach or academic outreach throughout the year. These are some of the pictures to give you an idea of this type of programs that we do throughout the year, engaging the student community and hands-on with the teachers, with the faculty, with the management of the schools. How do you incorporate environmental education within the curriculum and extra curriculum? We have worked with many schools in developing the green spaces in the schools, developing vegetable gardens in the schools, all utilizing either wastewater recycled or drip water system or the water that comes from the air conditioning. So what we have managed to engage since we started our educational program directly, more than 750,000 students throughout the different programs and more than 12,000 education institutions. Now this is a new country. This is a country that started in 1971. Many of you who are teenagers or just being born, 52 years. We celebrated this year, and Emirates Environmental Group is 32 years. So when we started, I still have my water. We started with recycling, segregation of waste at source, understanding the concept in the school communities, in the boundaries of the schools. And that is where the strength of these programs, and that is how it poured into the wider community. That is how we were able to reach the families in the different societies. That is how the government then took notice of these programs and turned them into proper systems. Our programs cover all the UAE, not only in Dubai. On a daily basis, we have teams that go out and we partner with collection companies as well to collect these 8 materials. Why only these 8? Because these are the factories that we have them now here in the United Arab Emirates. And they have built as we were moving. So every material we started collecting because there was a factory that will take it off our hand. And I will share with you some of the numbers that we have. 2 more minutes, okay. So for aluminium collection, we have managed to collect more than 400,000 paper, more than every single kg of the material that has been collected is very well tabulated into the system. These are numbers that I wanted to share with you. And these are all educating platform. And these are teaching the community through actual part. There's a strong incentive part in there. And I wanted to show you all that. What does that mean in environmental numbers? So we have managed to mitigate more than 97,000 metric tons of CO2 emissions. We have managed to save more than 150,000 cubic meters of landfill space. We are nicely phasing out the concept of waste to landfills. So apart from waste to recycling, we are now very much having on the ground in the UAE more than one facility that takes waste to energy. So this is again one of the areas that we have been very effective. We have managed to save a lot of energy, and we have managed to prevent trees from being cut in different parts of the world. So if you look at that, it's 452,000 trees. For us as a desert environment, this is a number that is very important. So our action on the ground has had a global impact in the different ways that we do our programs. Many community programs, and I advise usually NGOs, do not make your work seasonal. All the time bring innovative programs that will motivate, inspire, and engage the different sectors of the society. All these waste management programs connect with recycling as well as with tree planting on the ground in the different parts. And these are, again, continuation. Can collection is a very popular program. We have the Clean UAE, which we started on the 5th of December. It will conclude on the 16th of December. We've already covered 2 Emirates. Tomorrow we'll go in early in the morning, and every day we move from one Emirate to the other. We have an incentive awarding ceremony. We have tree planting programs. This is our schedule for the Clean UAE in the United Arab Emirates. And this is a program that has been going on for the last 22 years. I hope one of the things you are observing is the continuity of our program. When we roll a program, it should not stop. So we are always looking of ways of engaging more making deeper inroads, and recording more numbers. These are the numbers of people that we have engaged throughout from 2002. This is the size of land that we have managed to clean, and this is the amount of waste that we have managed to clean from the different spaces and send them for recycling as well. This is the final one, I'm sorry. The Emirates Recycling Awards has been going on for the last 27 years. Very popular program amongst the different sectors of the society. This is our tree planting program, and this is how much we have managed to plant from 2007 until today. This is December. We have extensive tree planting program in the different Emirates. So 2,120,000 trees, 712, and that is how much CO2 emission we are mitigating from the environment on an annual basis. And I come to the end of my presentation. These are some of the pictures, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Habibah. Very impressive presentation. And last but not least, Ibu Dian Anis Purbasari. She's Vice Chairperson of Bhakti Barito Foundation, and she will deliver sustainable initiatives through environmental education. Time is yours, Ibu Dian. I think 10 minutes probably.
Thank you. Please allow me to introduce myself. I am Dian Purbasari. I am the director of the Bhakti Barito Foundation. It's a corporate foundation of the Barito Pacific Group. So we are the largest diverse energy especially for geothermal energy in Indonesia. And we are very proud that we have been supporting the programs of the government of Indonesia in the Green School. And as we know, we like to partner with our government and then supporting the program such that we can scale the impact. So I'm happy that I am the last person to speak in this forum, because then I can wrap up everything. And I'm inviting you to wrap it up in this micro-documentary film. It's about 8 minutes, so please bear with me. And I hope the subtitle is on. Please watch the movie. Thank you.
Perkenalkan, nama aku Raisa Salsabila. Biasa aku cita-citaku mau menjadi ustazah. Cita-citaku mau menjadi ustad. Cita-cita aku pengen menjadi guru. Cita-cita aku mau jadi pilot. Raisa, bangun. Raisa, gerak gugah bisi kasiangan. Ya Bu, tos gugah pada siap-siap. Sok nggak bisi kasiangan, gerak siap-siap. Perkenalkan, nama aku Raisa Salsabila, biasa dipanggil Raisya. Aku sekolah di SDN 2 Karya Mekar, Garut kelas 6. Cita-citaku menjadi tentara.
Akhir-akhir ini Raisa itu kurang bersemangat ya untuk sekolah. Dia susah dibangunin, males untuk sarapan, susah untuk siap-siap pergi sekolah. Padahal dia itu anak yang berprestasi ya. Entah apa yang membuat Raisa jadi seperti itu.
Ma, aku angkat dulu ya.
Iya. Hati-hati ya, Nak.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Maaf ya, Ibu gak bisa ngasih yang enak.
Ya Bu, gak apa-apa. Ini juga udah enak.
Emang kamu anak baik, anak Ibu.
Aku berangkat dulu, Bu.
Oh iya, hati-hati ya di jalan aja.
Iya, Bu. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
Kurang bersemangat sebetulnya. Kalau boleh jujur, semua ini karena kondisi sekolah yang semakin hari semakin memburuk. Halaman sekolah yang masih tanah ini, kalau musim panas berdebu, dan kalau hujan sepatu kita sudah pasti kotor. Ditambah lagi sampah yang berserakan di mana-mana. Cuci tangan gak bisa karena rusak, keran airnya juga gak ada. Kadang kalau lagi belajar di kelas atapnya bolong-bolong, takutnya sewaktu-waktu pas lagi belajar ambruk. Kalau kondisinya kayak gini gimana mau semangat sekolahnya?
Saya ditugaskan ke sekolah ini pada tahun 2022. Kebetulan pertama kali itu saya didatangi oleh Yayasan Bakti Barito. Mereka itu adalah untuk membina dan mengedukasi terutama mengenai lingkungan, ya, lingkungan dan fasilitas pendidikan.
Nah, jadi adik-adik, kalau kita mau menjaga lingkungan itu kita banyak tindakannya. Salah satunya kita harus bisa memilah sampah. Nah, karena ternyata sampah itu mempunyai nilai dalam rupiah gitu teman-teman. Nah, jangan lupa disampaikan juga ke orang tuanya, mulai dari sekarang harus mulai menjaga lingkungan.
Raisa.
Sejak kedatangan mereka, duniaku berubah. Bagiku kini sekolah adalah hal yang sangat menyenangkan.
Gening, anak mama udah siap, udah cantik mau sekolah. Tong hilapnya, iya dicanakan sampah plastiknya ke sekolah. Sok sini, ambil sampah, nak.
Berangkat dulu ya, Mak.
Hati-hatinya. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam, dadah.
Sampah anorganik dikumpulkan dan dibawa sama Raisa ke sekolah. Seusai saya dikasih tahu oleh Raisa tentang betapa pentingnya pengelolaan sampah dan di situ ada nilainya. Dan saya juga ikut pelatihan di Learning Center dan di situ saya banyak sekali dapat pengalaman dan ilmu tentang pengelolaan sampah. Saya jadi tahu ya tentang pemilahan sampah organik dan anorganik. Sampah organik dapat saya buat menjadi pupuk untuk tanaman-tanaman saya dan juga maggot untuk pakan dan juga saya dikenalkan dengan ember simantan.
Sekolahku sekarang kelihatan bersih. Semua siswa-siswi sudah sadar akan pentingnya sampah untuk dipilah. Bahkan ada yang namanya tabungan sampah. Setiap 1 kilogram sampah plastik aku akan dapat uang 2.000. Sekarang tabunganku 19.400. Gak ada lagi debu. Dan kalau hujan di halaman sekolah aman, gak akan bikin kotor sepatu karena ada biopori buat resapan airnya.
Kalau udah terpilah itu ya kita gampang di sini ngolahnya gitu Pak. Perbedaannya itu dari harganya Pak. Harga kresek itu ya minim lah. Kalau botol ya dari botol-botol itu lumayan ada lah.
Nah, ini sampah plastik kresek seperti ini. Ini kan dulu dianggap residu ya. Padahal seiring dengan perjalanan di Garut khususnya bahwa ini bisa menjadi asupan daripada campuran dari aspal sehingga itu dikatakan aspal plastik. Kuncinya adalah pertama komitmen tentu saja. Kedua adalah kolaboratif ya. Komitmen dari siapa? Komitmen dari semua, dari pemerintah daerah, kemudian dari dinas lingkungan hidupnya, kemudian dari kecamatan, RT, RW dan sebagainya. Termasuk juga tadi kolaborasinya yang lebih utama. Kolaborasi dengan masyarakat, kolaborasi dengan swasta juga ya, termasuk juga sekolah dan komunitas.
Mereka itu ingin memberikan renovasi dari bagian-bagian sekolah yang rusak, yang sudah tidak layak di sekolah kami. Di antaranya adalah drainase, toilet siswa, toilet guru, dan wastafel. Water tower-nya yaitu penampungan air hujan. Alhamdulillah sekolah kami setelah adanya drainase, bantuan air jalan yang tadinya gersang menjadi hijau.
bahagia banget. Sekolah direnovasi, lebih banyak tanaman, bak tempat sampah diganti yang lebih layak. Semangat sekolah.
Saya juga senang ya tentang perubahan Raisa, dan yang paling penting dia jadi lebih bersemangat untuk belajar.
Meskipun kehidupan kami banyak keterbatasan, tapi Jupi tetap semangat, terutama dalam belajar. Sudah merupakan nikmat yang sangat besar bagi keluarga kami. Kamu anak yang baik, anak yang baik.
Waalaikumsalam. Saya awalnya bingung dan juga saya terharu. Dari mana dia dapat buku yang dia inginkan? Dan saya tanya ke Raisa.
Dari hasil kelola sampah.
Betul.
Nah, akhirnya kita mengevaluasi bahwa ketergantungan daripada sampah ke TP ini harus dikurangi, gitu kan? Dikurangi dengan cara apa? Ya tadi pengolahan sampah di tingkat dulu. Upaya-upaya pengurangan ini tentu saja dengan adanya sekolah adiwiyata, gitu kan, dengan adanya pengurangan oleh beberapa komunitas, bank sampah dan sebagainya, ini menjadi salah satu upaya yang harus terus digalakkan, diupayakan supaya sampah ke TP ini berkurang. Jadi ketergantungan sampah ke TP ini berkurang.
So thank you. So I think next presentation, please. Clicker. So what we do is an integrated scheme. So not only we educate the students, but also we link the school into the local recyclers. And then also we link the local recyclers with the innovation for the low value plastics. So that's why we also not only educate, but we can also do the circular economy within the waste management system. And from the education part, we also do not only to empowering the teachers and students, but also we do the educational tools that we develop, and then we work together with the Ministry of Education to publish it online, and it's accessible by all students in all over Indonesia. So why we think that this is very important? Because we think that the students, the younger generation, this is elementary schools from age 7 to 12, age 6 to 12. So they will be the ones who will bear the climate change. So we are doing the climate change mitigation, but there must be climate change ready. So we have to prepare the mindset, the framework, the frame of mind of these children, how to cope with because we are already in the climate change, how to cope with the future. And so this is why we are aiming to the elementary schools. And then our mission also, as a corporate foundation, is to oversee our subsidiaries to be aligned with the SDGs. And then these are the subsidiaries. We have energy, and then petrochemical, and then synthetic rubber, and properties. So we are operating mostly in Java Island, which is the most populated island in Indonesia, and then also in Sumatra and in Sulawesi. I hope I did not get too much of the time. Thank you very much, and looking forward for your collaboration.
Thank you very much, Ibu Dian. Big applause to our speakers. Now we are in the Q&A session. I think we have two. If there is there are two questions, I give opportunity for two people. Okay, first is Ibu Dia, and then anybody. So please mention your name and the question for which speakers. Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you. Yes, thank you, moderator, and thank you for all esteemed speakers for very interesting presentations. So my question is very simple. What is the most difficult challenges you have encountered in building these climate resilient communities, both formally and informally? And what is usually the solution for both? I heard that some speakers, especially from the Emirates, mentioned that finding some challenges in the field while doing this activity. So I want to hear this challenge and solution in a local and national perspective from a speaker from Indonesia and Emirates perhaps, and also the challenge and solutions in regional and international collaboration perspective for our speaker from ASEAN. Maybe that's all, as moderator. Thank you so much.
Can you have your name?
Oh, sorry. My name is Dia. I'm from Indonesia. Thank you.
Thank you. And the second one?
Hello, my name is Ray. I had the pleasure to live in Indonesia over the last year, working on community-based projects. Maybe I'm too close to the speaker. And the number one thing that I faced and what I witnessed speaking with the communities in Indonesia is the lack of funding in the local government region and the amount of corruption that was in the local governments with the mafia and all that stuff. And there's so many incredible community-led projects that are lacking access to either communication through the government or even just funding. So I guess if you have any insight on how do these community-led projects similar to the one that you showed us get on the ground when there is so much corruption on the local government level. Thank you.
Thank you. Your name, please?
Ray.
Ray, okay. I think we will start from Ibu Dian. Okay, from Ibu Habibah, and then Ibu Dian, and then Dr. Fong, and Ibu Sinta will wrap up the answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dia, for your question. I will say that there will be different challenges for different sectors and different countries and different regions. But the one that you see very much so is the lack of commitment. So you need to build that commitment. For me, education was the best tool, continues to be the best tool. Educating is not only through the formal curriculum, you are educating throughout the year to change human behavior. Once you achieve in changing human behavior, the results are marvelous and incredible. So when you are working with the education institutions, you are working with the students. Yesterday, I was in the morning in one of the areas in Dubai with 1,168 boys from one of the secondary schools. But we take them on an annual basis to do cleanup, to understand. And as I see every year when we go to different areas, the number of students increase, the amount of waste decreases. It means our message is resonating and getting, because these students are from the same local community. And we take them to clean their own neighborhoods and their own surroundings. So they are very much connecting the two, that this is my environment, this is my neighborhood, this is where I'm living, this is where I get healthy or sick because of what is around me. So when you show them that and when you hands-on engage them in that, and at the end of the day, they see the bags and the bags of material, and they know that it is themselves and their neighbors and the wider community in that particular area, these are the messages that then resonate well and they get actively involved. And we do have incentive platforms. We have certificates of appreciations, we have vouchers that we give to the schools and the families, we have electronics that we give to the schools. So they see that there's value added. you reward the good behavior. And that is where it encourages more. As an NGO, I am not an authority that I can enforce laws and regulations, but I can incentivize. And that's what I use, the incentivization process, which is very, very effective, and building the capacity in the different platforms that we have. I hope I've managed to answer. Okay.
So, that's okay. So what are the challenges? We have around 512 regions and municipalities, and they are autonomous and decentralized government, and each one has its own leadership, and sometimes the leadership are really good and sometimes may not be as good as the others. So what we need to have this engagement with the local government and also the local NGO. So I think wherever we are, the most important thing, the first time that we have to do is to build the engagement, the communication, and then the bond with the community and also with the government. That's why everywhere we go, we try to put at least the tripartite, and if not the pentahelix coordination or partnership. So that's what we do. But it takes time. It takes time. Yeah. Thank you.
Hello. I think I have only a few words. I think it's quite important as a part of human society. One of the accelerated and advanced society till now, it's about education. Education, as Ibu just mentioned, it makes very different for our society. So start from education, people understand, accept it, and make change. So to me, challenge, the more we identify challenge, the more we identify problem, bog down with the problem. To me, it's about just action, do it, lead it, and also try to be adaptive and continues to improve. I mean, nothing perfect in this planet. Human as a part of puzzle of the issue. This is part of problem making by human, and this human have to make a difference. And I believe with all of us that we continue to do, engage, this will make a difference and never end environmental issue. I can assure you, never ever end by tomorrow morning or by next year. It will continue to happen in different form, different shape, different sort of magnitude. We need to work together and then continue to improve. And no need to concern about the challenge and constraint, just moving in the best capacity of all of us. So with that, I hope all of us will move around and take action on the ground. Thank you very much.
Do you mind if I add one more point for them, yeah? I mentioned about incentivizing, but incentivizing has to be strategic. So you have seen on the screen, we have Emirates Recycling Awards, which is going on for the last 27 years. We have the Arabia CSR Awards going on for the 17 years. You have the MENA Green Building Award going on for the last 15 years. So you have to have the continuity and you have to have a different platform. Everybody likes to be recognized for good deeds. So when you have this proper structure, through these awards, you are actually teaching them because you are putting proper criteria and methodology and all that. So while they are applying for these awards, they are learning a lot. And that learning is continuous. So they cannot go back to square number one after winning the award and after learning what should be done to be the correct way. And that is how you then impact the continuous improvement and continuous positive change.
I think
I'd like to add just one question I forgot to mention. Ray mentioned about funding, okay? There are two things. Number one is from the corporation around the area. but I would prefer the number two. Number two is that Indonesia is been known for the gotong royong, which means collaboration and cooperation. If the people really feel and see the vision, the goal, the objective is really important and very resonate to them, they will move without anything else, without needing to be, needing to be any more motivation than other internal motivation. Thank you.
Thank you. Can I have 1 minute just closing from Ibu Sinta, please?
Okay, thank you, Ibu. Very nice of you to share with us. But yeah, actually last week we in Ministry of Environment and Forestry we do boot camp for high school students related to Corruption International Day. So we try to engage, we try to integrate how environmental issue is very close related to integration, very related to integration. So there is a Corruption International Day, right, in December. So yeah, we do make a boot camp for the high school students to integrate how environmental issue can relate it to integrity, something like that. So yeah, we do close work together with the local government, and our very great challenge is the law of awareness. There is a survey that the Indonesian awareness for the waste, for example, is only 26%, something like that. So 3 words from me as a closing as well. First, we have to educate. Second, we have to empower. The third, we have to engage. Maybe that's all the conclusion.
Thank you very much. I think this is also the closing for this session. I will return this to...
We can see a great enthusiasm, eager from our panels. Well, unfortunately, we're running out of time. If you have any more questions, feel free to approach them in person afterwards. And to show our appreciation, Ibu Sinta, representing the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, have prepared a token of appreciation to all the speakers. So it's great to see a collaboration across borders, multiple parties in order to build a climate resilient communities. But like Dr. Vong said, to put idea and program into action. It's going to be never-ending work, but together we can do it. Thank you very much for all your participation. We'll see you again in the next session in 5 minutes. We'll see you soon. Thank you.
way
Yes,
here.
of course.
Lovely.
Be my guest.
We were going to get a family photo before,
Sure.
but the Deputy Minister still hasn't quite joined us. So,
Okay, we're going
she
to
is
wait for them?
upstairs.
Because you have a short
We'll have to for a
50-minute
couple-
session.
I know.
Okay.
How are we looking at?
Yeah, we're still waiting for Nani, but
Yeah.
she's coming.
Okay.
So
what
do we do again?
So we still need the family photo, don't we?
Yeah.
Because she might disappear pretty quickly afterwards.
Yeah.
Okay. So we will just have to start when we start. We'll be a couple of minutes late starting.
So after the family photo,
Yeah,
can
then
I
you
have
can-
a brief introduction of around the topic, and I'll invite you on stage to call all the speakers.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. Yeah, that's great. Thanks. Sorry, what was your name?
Mona.
Mona. Thank you.
So when you are looking for data, you don't need to go everywhere. You can just go somewhere and then check the data.
Sorry, is she going to deliver a keynote for the session?
It's well, not really a keynote. She'll have opening remarks.
Oh.
Then she'll join me because most of it is a panel.
Okay.
So once we've had a
Joining as
couple,
one of the panel?
she will be joining us throughout.
Throughout,
So she
okay.
will have her own slot, but also
Join
as part of
the
the
discussion. Yeah, Musdalifah.
And you say if I'm talking to her, Ibu Nani, is that right?
Yes, yes.
Ibu Nani.
So I'll hand it over to you, and you will invite her.
Yes, I'll invite her.
for
Yeah.
opening.
I've got a couple of introductory comments to make to lead into her.
Okay, sure. Do you have anybody join online or everybody on?
Yeah, we're live stream. No, not online during the
All the
discussion.
speakers will be with us.
Oh, and where is the production? Oh, they're just in...
Yeah.
Okay.
How do you spell her name?
Musdalifah.
Musdalifah. Like that?
Yes. Musda. D-A-L-I-F-A. Musdalifah. Enggak sih, tadi udah aku arahin ke salah satu PIC sekretariat, tapi udah dapat harusnya. Bu Sinta, udah ikut ketemu Ibu Lucia dari Danon.
Bukan dari Danon, Coca-Cola.
Coca-Cola, sorry.
Udah.
Oh, Danon sama Coca-Cola beda?
Coca-Cola dia. Oh, beda jauh.
Oh, beda juga. Oh, kirain
kan Aqua.
Oh, bukan enggak ini ya?
Enggak, mereka bukan satu
Holding.
Holding bukan.
Oh.
It's all right, Mona. Not at
Since it's
all.
already 45 minutes left, do you want to start like without me
We
involving?
can't.
Yeah,
No.
I know.
Oh, I see. Would you mind?
Yeah, I
That
don't
would
mind.
be
I don't mind
brilliant.
at all.
Thank
Okay.
you, Mona. Lovely.
Okay.
That'll
Yeah,
save us.
langsung dibawa take over. David will take
I'll
over.
take over. That's
Thank you.
Okay, lovely. We're working now. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, thank you so much for joining us here in the Indonesia Pavilion. And indeed, lovely and ornate as it is, to all of those of you who are watching live streamed via YouTube, thank you as well. You're very much welcome as part of this particular session. I'm David Eads, and I am moderating under the auspices, really, of the high-level panel on sustainable ocean economy. Now, that panel represents a number of countries who in themselves essentially have control of almost half of our coastal waters around the world. So this commitment to 100% sustainable economy is a massive commitment, a huge challenge, and globally very significant indeed. Of course, an economy is a complex thing, and a sustainable economy for these coastal communities in particular crosses so many sectors, whether it's about livelihoods in fishing and tourism, or of course energy off coast, shipping, and critically marine conservation. How do they all intertwine, and what do you do to protect the environment whilst maintaining the economy? Well, we have all the people who are in a position to help answer those questions, recognize the obstacles in front of them as well, because this is about data sharing the next 45 minutes. How do you increase the amount of data being shared? Because without data, where does the understanding come from as to how to make a sustainable economy work? These are the challenges we're faced with, and I'm delighted to say, to kick us off really, we are joined by, in a sense, our own host in Dr. Nani Hendiati, who's the Deputy Minister for Indonesia for Forestry and the Environment. Ibu Nani, I'd like to introduce you to the stage for some opening thoughts about Indonesia's role. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. David. Very good afternoon, distinguished speakers, ladies and gentlemen, all the participants. I think first of all, we would like to say welcome to Indonesian Pavilion. So I hope my voice is enough, you can hear. because yeah, yeah. So then I think every year Indonesia is always make these Indonesian pavilions to get also like sharing the kind of the outreach what we have done so far and what we have worked together with our strategic partner and also international organizations for the important issue on the climate change. So yeah, I think first I would like to mention very short because it's like only 3 minutes. I would like to share to you that Indonesia is blessed with the blue economy potential, so that could contribute to the national economic growth up to 15%. So this is include from the coastal ecosystems or the nature-based, or we call it also ecosystem based approach. And also our vision of the blue economy development by 2045 is sustainable manage through the knowledge blue carbon to create social economy property to ensure a healthy marine environment and also strengthen resilience for the benefit of current of the future generations. So Indonesia has 3 pillars in blue economy, which are ecology, economy, and social. So we will maintain balance between the marine ecology, ecosystem, coastal ecosystems, and also its resources through some strategies or in the marine conservation, capture fisheries, aquaculture, and management in the coastal area and also in the small islands. We have more than 17,000 islands. So, but I think we have also some difficult situations because also the global pressure related with the, we call it some challenges that this could undermine the potential of the blue carbon, which are here, maybe the next slide, yeah. We can see the overfishing, also there's some situation that we need to work more in the sustainable way, and also unwell manage of the coral reef. I think we have some degraded of the water condition, yeah, and also we say that high costs also for the marine debris handling, as well as I will explain a bit more about the mangrove area that is about 30% are still needed to be restored. So related with those challenges, the government of Indonesia, together with the relevant stakeholders, not only national stakeholder but also international stakeholder, already have concrete action. So marine debris management, for instance, has reached almost 40% of the target in the last 4 years. And we also have a very ambitious target for the mangrove rehabilitation program, where we put 600,000 hectares for the 5 years program. So tomorrow is the Nature, Land Use and Ocean Thematic Day in the COP28, and we would like also to invite all here the participants to join the mangrove breakthrough event in the green zone, which will be held tomorrow, I think about 12 o'clock, and we will share what have been also Indonesia work together with the strategic partner. And I think the last, I think would like to also mention here about the data. So Indonesia has a National Oceanographic Data Center, we call it NODC, that established in 2018 to integrate marine data collected by various institutions in Indonesia. There are about 13 ministries and agencies contributing to the NODC that coordinated by our coordinating ministry, and also beside this we have also developed like more applied information. So because we have ocean literacy program that we can also, we support also the fishermen, for instance, with the information such as the fishing ground prediction or location that can help them to get easier to reach the place and to also get more efficiency in the operational of their day operational. So lastly, the existence of the ocean data is, I think we agree here, that is very, very important to set the plan and also to support the decisive policies towards sustainability. So we cannot make any good plan and good program without sufficient and accurate data. So now we are moving to gather more data, but also not only in the numbers, but also in the accuracy, means the quality. So I think this is because also our network that we can get this better information, and then we try to apply in all sectors, all related sectors. So thank you so much.
Ibu Nani, thank you. Please come and join me here for a moment, because we're going to engage in a discussion on how this is all going to come into play. You've laid out some of the big challenges that are still there. We're talking about raising the quantity of data sharing. How does data inform your strategic governmental decisions then? I mean, if people are going to contribute more data, what are you going to do with it?
Yes, thank you. I think we are open, to collaborate. Of course, we need to discuss about like format of the data, and also we need to prepare the window of the data that we already designed. The frame of this such like NODC. But I would like also to explain how is the data is important. For instance, one big program on the mangrove rehabilitation that now we have a target to rehabilitate about 600,000 hectares. Basically, this policy, the policy is, we call it presidential decree. So it's in, kind of the mandate from our president. It's refer to the data produced by the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. So we have what we call it the national mangrove data. So we identify the existing mangrove also with the condition. So the condition that we need to do the restoration and rehabilitation. So we identify that need about 600,000 hectares. But we update the data by the time. So the data will be changes because also I think in the progress of our program in the last 5 years, so now become less number the mangrove with the condition we call it critical area that need to be restored. So less than 600,000. But we can still make it because we have identify also potential area that can grow mangrove. So I think this is why the data is so important. This is only one example related to the blue carbon, but I think other we use actually the combination data like remote sensing satellite data with also drone data. So,
but that's a very clear illustration of how the data can work. Thank you very much for that, Ibu Nani. Let's get a little bit more about then this effort to bring all those data opportunities together, and driving this is Hub Ocean. The CEO of Hub Ocean is with us here, Kimberly Mattison. Kimberly, you have a mission, which is to raise that sense of ocean data coming to the fore. I'd love you to explain a bit about Hub Ocean and indeed how that Data Action Coalition will come together. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you everyone. It's a pleasure to be here today to share our work at Hub Ocean. The ocean is, of course, our single most important ecosystem, and it's our greatest ally, and it's under extreme pressure, as we all know. Now, we often use words to speak about the ocean as it's a place that's poorly governed, it's overexploited, it's largely unmapped from a data perspective, and it's with very good reason that we use these descriptors. But it's exciting to stand here before you today and also say that changes are afoot. There are great steps of progress in the ocean data landscape. It is moving forward by leaps and bounds in some cases. We are seeing many more opportunities to heal the ocean with the innovation that are created. So it's a very exciting time to be the leader of HubOcean, which is a nonprofit ocean foundation focused squarely on these challenges of ocean data. Let's see if I can index forward. And one more, good. So I'll come back in a moment to what HubOcean is doing and how, but let's reflect for a moment. In the last 10 days here at COP, we've seen many countries reaffirm their commitments to the ocean. And for them, what this means, among other things, is they have taken on a very formidable responsibility, which is to map and manage, in a sense, 100% of their ocean spaces, right? To manage 100% of their ocean jurisdictions in a sustainable way. For that, they're going to need a lot more data and the tools to draw it forward and solutions from there. So HubOcean is very proud indeed, together with Microsoft, to be leading the Ocean Data Action Coalition of the high-level panel for a sustainable ocean economy. In this data arm of the high-level panel, we have then the mandate to unlock crucial ocean data wherever it lies. And one of our focuses is especially to unlock this data from industry, from all kinds of business, from all kinds of industry that's been operating in the ocean perhaps for many, many decades and has great information to share. When this data is opened, it opens up a realm of possibilities, and that's what I wanted to focus on today, is to give you a couple of examples of ocean data in action. The first example to share is called Western Indian Ocean Symphony. It's a wonderful project sponsored and funded out of the Nairobi Convention with several international actors leaning in. And what this group of people attempted to do and succeeded with was to have a very pragmatic yet meaningful approach to collecting a huge amount of data from very many different data sources. They didn't easily stop with the challenges and the barriers, but they always faced the opportunities to collect data from all of the industries, from fishery, from human activities, etc., in the most pragmatic way possible, starting in some cases small and incomplete, but with the opportunity to build on more data and integrate it as they went. So collecting data from human activity, and specifically then lying that together with a vast amount of information on the state of the ocean itself, and then looking to call out very specifically what all of those human or industrial effects had in terms of specific damages, impacts, or vulnerabilities that it created in the ocean environment. And they've created a very, very meaningful set of data already, which is being used by the region, by countries, and also very, very local problem solving. Everything from marine spatial planning in Kenya to port development, for example, in Tanzania, and very much else. So I absolutely love the approach that's been taken by this group. It is showing the art of the possible. If this succeeded as it did already in the Western Indian Ocean, for us at HubOcean, this represents exactly the kind of example that we believe we can power up behind and we can scale to have effect across the globe. That brings me a little bit back to then HubOcean and what we do. Our foundation is focused on creating an enduring asset against a very ambitious goal. It's to unite all of the world's relevant ocean data together with a huge landscape of important actors. So we're in a sense creating interoperability, resolving away the complexity in data that we've begun to talk about, and putting that importantly on a geospatial, temporal, highly scalable cloud-based platform as an additional asset for example, to the data assets that Ibu Nani spoke of for Indonesia, or many other data assets around the world. We look to 3 big buckets of data when we go about this job, and those are on the slide there. Industry data, as I just spoke about, and we'll see a couple examples of that. Very, very important for this exercise. Dispersed data, it can come from many different sources. Oftentimes we find wonderful data in science projects that stopped their efforts or ran out of funding, maybe published a small part of their data, but there's a huge amount more that that data could do for us if it was brought in aggregation with others. And then finally, open data, which of course represents the best of what countries and regions have funded for a very, very long time. Those are real gems in terms of the ocean data space. We bring it all together, make it talk together, and indeed fuel very important scenarios across the plane. So the models, the climate models of scientists, for example, can get so much better on the back of this data. Countries can have new tools for all of the difficult planning and prioritization and trade-offs that need to happen. And industry, well, industry's work can become a lot more transparent. Let's start with that. And then the pathway for industry to have less negative effect, more nature positive effect, more biodiversity positive effect can be laid bare in the data and then brought to bear through collaborations. So in this manner, HubOcean works together with a field of interest to create a more transparent world, one that's more science-backed and data-driven, all in the name of healing the ocean and advancing sustainable industry. So with that, I'd like to round off. We'll play a video and share yet one more great example of ocean data in action and demonstrating again a glimpse of the art of the possible, of what's really we're able to do when we unleash the power of data, technology, and collaboration. Thank you.
Normally surveys happen once a year and you get a single snapshot of a very small area, and now we have access to many years of data covering the entire fishing area for the Antarctic floor. Gives us a lot of insight of what's really happening throughout the entire season. So we want to know at which depth is krill, how is it migrating, both kind of in latitude longitude space, but also in this diurnal vertical migration where it comes up and down during day and night. And we also want to know is how many other predators are actually feeding on these krill swarms simultaneously with the fishery. And is there potential overlap? Is that a problem? Is it not a problem? These sorts of things.
Well, that is, as you can see, a very clear example of where data sharing can come to the fore in terms of sustainable economy, so helping everyone in the process. We're going to extend our discussion now. I'd like to ask our other 3 panelists to come and join us, if you would, please. So if you'd like to come up, that's Mauricio Bermudez-Neubauer, who's the Managing Director at Accenture Strategy and Consulting and is the lead on carbon strategy and intelligence. Cynthia Bazuna. Cynthia is the director of Ocean Action 2030, so working with all the governments in the high-level panel. Her background also, she was Deputy Minister of Water and Ocean Affairs for the Costa Rican government. And also, thank you for joining us, Melissa Garvey. Melissa is a lawyer by training, is the Global Director at the Nature Conservancy and is the lead on global ocean protection. So thank you very much for joining us. As you settle into your seats, Kimberly, a quick question to you really just to start. We've seen one example, we've heard of a couple more from the Deputy Minister. Great examples, but these are still exceptions. How do you make this sort of data sharing the norm?
Yeah, that's a great question, and by no means an easy one. We need to be prepared to be on this journey for many, many years. But I am very encouraged by what I would say is many actors pushing in the same direction. So we're getting a lot of help to make disclosures the norm by regulations that are coming, right? You might have heard a lot about CSRD or about TNFD, the Task Force for Nature-Related Financial Disclosures. There's a whole host of ESG regulation that's really pushing this forward. There really will be no place to hide. And why should there be a place to hide, right? We want much more transparency, and we're going to be able to achieve it more and more with pushes from regulations. Also, for companies to get financial funding, it's much more common now, and it will be in the future also, that they must disclose to financial lenders in order to show the work that they're doing is truly greening, and that creates incentives, very powerful ones, for companies to have to disclose and share. But also I want to say, industry is finding more ways to create value for themselves as they share this data as well, right? A great example is in the Netherlands, offshore wind processes. The government has selected the winners of the bids based on not only how cheaply and effectively can you do this project, but on how will you take care of the environment. And the winner of the bid made very certain commitments to invest very profoundly in the nature around the offshore wind build-out. And that's the kind of thing where we love to see industry sharing data for their own good, for science, but also to speed us along in making the planet come right.
Right, it's another very practical, real example of how it can work. But Mauricio, let me come to you, because Accenture is very much a partner to this arrangement, but you're at the sharp end of the private sector as well, and you know what industry and business can be like. They hold on to their data. It's a competitive instinct. So what do governments have to do to change that mindset, to incentivize them more? I know you said a year ago, I noted, business needs to become carbon intelligent. They need to become data intelligent too, do they?
Thank you very much, and thank you, Kimberly, for having us and inviting us to the panel. So just very quickly to say, Accenture is a consulting, technology, and professional services organization, and we serve most of the Fortune 500s and in helping them implement enterprise systems, but also helping them on their sustainability transformation journeys. When we say carbon intelligent, that means putting carbon data and insights everywhere into decision-making systems within the business. It's not going to happen overnight, but if we're going to execute on the climate transition, we need to make carbon-informed decisions. So we now need to make also nature and ocean-informed decisions. It's a next wave. Climate urgency is here, is now. We have 1,600 working days between here and 2030, by which we need to reduce emissions globally by 45%. But the ocean crisis is a cascading crisis from the climate crisis. And I think we also have 1,600 working days, or we must think in that way, that we have 1,600 working days to begin becoming ocean and nature intelligent through the sticks, like the disclosure mechanisms of TNFD and how those will be transposed into national and subnational legislations. We've seen TCFD become SEC rule in North America. We've seen TCFD become European disclosure rules in Europe. It's coming. I completely agree with you, Kimberly. So we have to prepare, and we know business is already thinking in that regard.
It's slow burn thinking, though, or can you see an acceleration?
So the awareness and the urgency is absolutely there. But I think carbon and climate is an order of magnitude more advanced. in terms of how businesses are mobilizing in this space than on nature and climate. What I'd say is it's really critical then, given the timing that we have, to really take the learnings, what we've done right in the carbon space, what we've done wrong in the carbon space, and apply them to nature. And I have a few comments, but I'll pause there too.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Because I want to bring Melissa in here on, actually partly this is about, yes, data matters, but it also depends on what type of data is being offered. And there are big gaps. Where are the gaps?
So at this point, well, let me just introduce myself. I'm the Global Director for our Nature Bonds program. And the work that we do is taking data and innovation and really trying to address the intersection of three of the world's greatest crises: the biodiversity crisis, the climate crisis, and the debt crisis. Because there are many countries that are interested in addressing their ocean conservation and climate goals, but they don't have the financial resources to be able to do that. And so we've been trying to work at the scale of the problem, creating solutions that matter and create those durable biodiversity and climate answers. We work with countries to refinance their sovereign debt in support of commitments for either 30 by 30 protection or meeting NDCs that they've already made, they have commitments to. And in support of that, we're able to unlock resources and help them address both the biodiversity and climate finance gap, but also help meet the needs of communities. Data is such an important part of the solution. All of these projects, they require a couple key steps. One is after we've created the transaction and unlocked the resources, we require that there be effective stakeholder engagement, and that stakeholder engagement needs data. We need to be able to design effective protected areas. We need data to be able to put together appropriate management plans. The next steps, of course, are implementation of any of the projects using the resources from the data, or excuse me, from the debt refinancings. And that takes a lot of reporting, right? You need to be able to identify not just steps in the process that you've checked the box and done the planning, but you need to be able to also show that there's impact. And that requires data. It requires baseline data, and it requires the ability to track progress. So far, we've been able to do debt refinancings at the scale of refinancing $1.2 billion. We've unlocked $400 million for ocean conservation and have commitments to protect an area the size of the Gulf of Mexico. It's going to take more data for us to do more projects more effectively and more quickly.
Right. What is the potential, do you think? I mean, you instigated blue bonds. They're here, but they're not that easy to see or find.
So what we see is a huge opportunity at as I said, the intersection of all these crises. At this point, more than half of low-income countries are facing debt distress. And we know that between now and 2028, the most indebted countries have payments of $435 billion to make. The opportunity is enormous, and there's, like I said, a lot of data that's going to be needed to be able to support the kinds of resource unlocking and tracking that's going to be essential for us all to meet the goals that we're facing from both biodiversity and climate challenges.
Cynthia, you're working with all the countries engaged in this initiative. To what extent are you seeing the private sector, companies and industry, playing their part and being accepted within that role? And how much further do you think it should be going?
So I thank you, David, for that question. I think private sector only comes into the equation if they don't see any risk. So to de-risk the ocean, we need to understand the ocean. We need to have data. We need to have the best available data and the best available resources. So when it comes to working with the Ocean Panel members, 18 of them all over the world, Indonesia being part of them, you need to create some kind of holistic approach to actually deliver on the actions that are needed to sustainably manage 100% of their EEZs. So in order to do that, in order to have a wealthy ocean, you need to have a healthy ocean. And without data, without the ocean, it's about ocean literacy, it's about knowing how to protect, but also it's the three P mantras. It's prosperity, it's production, it's preservation. And they all have to come in together into the equation because there's no 30 by 30 without actually delivering on the protection of the rest. For example, and Dr. Nani was referring to this, integrated data and also open data. And there's a huge gap for developing countries. I come from a developing country and developed countries, and that needs we need to create the right mechanisms. For that, we've been working very closely with the Ocean Panel members to deliver on sustainable ocean plans. This is the holistic approach that is needed to de-risk the ocean, to have the investment that's needed.
And is that, sorry to interrupt, is that a common template, if you like, for each country? Because they're national plans, aren't they? It's not like one plan across the piece fits all. And I wonder, when you're working with them, where do you see the biggest obstacles? Is it a reluctance from private sector to engage? Is it a reluctance or a lack of imagination even from some governments in terms of how to draw them into the equation?
Well, first one is always finance, right? It's the big elephant in the room is always the hardest one. In terms of the beauty of this sustainable ocean plans is that they're custom made. So every country has their own reality, but it has to be ecosystem based as well. And the holistic approach needs to be there. And I think countries, we all tend to forget that the ocean is the greatest ally to tackle climate change. And 35% of the emissions we could have a potential 35% reduction of the emissions with ocean-based solutions by 2050. This is a no-brainer. So in terms of bringing in the private sector, I would think like, okay, this is the number we want to discuss. This is a report commissioned by the high-level panel that was launched recently in the margins of United Nations General Assembly. And I think we should focus on this big number, on how we can potentially reduce emissions by 35% just by looking into the ocean. So ocean needs to become a large part of the conversation here at COPs. And not only this one, because it's an integrated system between global biodiversity framework and also climate change, and we can actually create a sustainable ocean management, so it's a triple win right there. And then countries can really use this powerful tool in their national adaptation plans, in their NDCs, but also in their MBSAPs. So when it comes to the risk in the ocean, there you go. This is kind of probably you should head to and use this very important tool to deliver.
Mauricio, finance, Cynthia said there. That is the single most important element, which I think probably business tends to reflect on as well there. What other incentives can come into play?
Yeah, so all advisory firms focus on how can we deliver sustainability outcomes in a way that's attractive financially to business. That's the easiest way to get things done. And so, with some of the language that we're using here around the panel, I think, for example, for engaging in executives, it needs to be simplified and clarified, and I think across three areas. First, there's a critical education aspect. We've seen it in carbon as well, where we just need folks to understand these cascading effects, both in terms of potentials for emissions reduction, as well as on risks and opportunities, right? So those risks and opportunities need to be very clear. Second, the incentives. So we've talked about the regulatory incentives quite a bit, how TNFD and others might translate to incentives. That's hits the bottom line because license to operate, but also potential fines, whatever shape or forms those incentives might take. But also positive incentives. So showing the opportunity with higher productivity of fisheries and lower cost of carbon compensation, and we can go on with a very long list. And then finally, I think showing the opportunity for innovation, how technology can actually really accelerate this. When you were, Kimberly, talking about the sources of data, of industry data, dispersed data, open data, just to give a couple of examples, we for example, launched in offshore wind as well, coincidentally, image reading technology that counts puffins, and to show the ocean health of not marine, very close to marine ecosystems, or a reef cloud in Australia using just the pictures that people are posting on Instagram and other social media, to use machine learning technology on that and just scan for things like, reef coverage or reef composition. Right. So we need to bring all of those things together to give the stick and the carrot incentives for it to make business sense for companies to act on this.
Which is also where you need Hub Ocean pulling a lot of those sort of strands together. But I can't let this moment go without asking Melissa to reflect on one other. It's an AI project. We've just heard about facial recognition for puffins, but you've got another example which is fascinating.
Oh, I love this. There's a neat technology that we've been using, and I know that some of that's been in Indonesia. It's called Fish Face. It's just facial recognition software that you can use to identify the species of fish. So you know that what you're catching is what you think you're catching. I love that. And there's ways that we can think so creatively about using technology in these sorts of ways.
Briefly.
And we were just talking as we were walking down the corridor I think this is the public domain, but I won't name the organization just in case, but aircraft manufacturers have made a whole new business model out of putting sensors and other forms of cameras on their aircraft and collecting imagery and other wavelength data and monetizing those data sets. What might that look like across private vessels, across commercial vessels, where we put other types of sensing mechanisms to just open the amount of data, like radically change the amount and volume of data. And we were
That's
talking
right.
about it.
And the business model, what we also spoke about is these are business models that drive industry to censor and share, but we need to push very hard that the open data sharing is equally a part of and considered strongly in this business value data sharing. And both go together very, very nicely, but not obvious unless we're very deliberate about it.
Look, we are right up against the clock. I want to thank you all as panelists for contributing to this discussion, which will go a long way further yet. But I do want to close, actually, Kimberly, if I could ask you, first of all, these are amazing examples, and they're out there. They can be done tomorrow. They're happening. But action is the key, isn't it? And in fact, all around COP28, it's, yes, commitments are amazing. Where's the action? Where's the action? So where does the action come from?
Well, we are leading something called the Action Data Coalition, right? So, and I think that's the key word. What I love about the work that Hub Ocean is doing in concert with everyone on the stage and so many more is we're not only talking about the need to do these things, but we're building a hardcore data apparatus to bring the goods to the table. So that's action, and so everywhere we sniff, everywhere we go, we're all about looking at what's the prioritized agenda of Indonesia, what's the prioritized agenda of Accenture, TNC, etc. And we say, well, how do we build that out in terms of data? The time is now, we've got technology, but the process and the action is absolutely needing to be focused. So together we're going to get there step by step, and the steps are going faster. They are.
Right, well, that's important. I mean, I think it's fair to say data per se is not necessarily the most sexy title, but the reality of what it brings to the table is incredibly exciting. Dr. Nani, one of the many contributions in the preparation for this event came up saying, I can't wait to listen and to be inspired. How do you inspire, in your country, for example, a greater involvement in this area?
Yes, I think Indonesia, once again, I think we are archipelagic country, so we really very dependent of the waters. So we know the data from the ocean is not easy to get, it's not cheap, it's because of all the finance, I think, but it's very important also to really like high correlation with the marine ecosystem, such like Ocean Health Index. I think this is just such an example, so that we need that, and also we are Indonesia is going to have like the policy on the related with the climate change, because in enhanced NDC we already like put it coastal resilience, means ocean in adaptations in our consideration. But then in the near future, for the second NDC, we would like to have more, like include the ocean sector in the NDC. So then the consequence for this, we need to also improve our data in the ocean and in the coastal. So I think I would like also to say that Indonesia can accelerate for ocean data sharing by implementing a sustainable ocean economy, and also I think the launching initiative of the NBF. I think this was last year, 2022. I think then this will be like a very important moment to enhance the access to and sharing the public sector information or data, and facilitating also data sharing with the private sector. So how? I think the private sector that they they are willing to share the data, then we can give also to them the access or the other data from the other private sector. So it's like making connection between the private sector. And the second one also we are like encouraging and already proposing like all the vessel. Actually we can make it such like put it the sensor to measure the real like temperature, for instance. That's one of the key also parameter that we would talk about the condition of the water. Yeah.
Well, it's clear.
Yes,
it's
I think
clear
it is,
that leadership is needed. You're bringing your leadership to the table. I think you
Yeah,
are all leaders in this vital area, and I must thank you all very much indeed for your contribution today.
Thank you.
Many thanks for that. And if there is a watchword, it's action, but it might be inspiration. I hope you've had a bit of both from our panel today. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ready to implement, including scaling up ocean-based renewable energy, decarbonizing shipping, and conserving and restoring blue carbon ecosystems. It found they have the potential to cut over a third of all emissions needed to keep temperature rise below 1.5 degrees Celsius, helping the planet to avoid the worst impacts of climate change. That's the equivalent of 4 times the annual emissions of European Union countries. While some progress has been made in recent years, the world is currently running behind in utilizing
Thank you, David, for concluding the session in a timely fashion. By the way, he's the former BBC TV host, so he's well aware of the time duration. And thank you very much for your participation. We'll continue with the next session. We will involve a few international speakers, but within the ASEAN region, and they'll be talking about the ASEAN joint statement. Okay, the next speaker will be the ASEAN member state. So we'll be talking about the reflection on ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 through ASEAN joint statement on climate change. Let's have a quick break, and we'll see you again.
ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC calls for increased support for developing countries on finance, technology and enhancement legal framework amid climate challenges. The statement underscores the importance of implementing the decisions adopted at COP27 to boost financial support to enable the implementation of climate action in developing country parties. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges developed parties to strengthen their commitment and scale up contributions by providing sufficient and predictable climate finance. The statement also urges the support for the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency to facilitate developing country parties' efforts to craft or enhance their national transparency framework. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges ASEAN member states to develop their plans related to adaptation and loss and damage. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change reiterates the call to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal and urges developed country parties to provide more financial, technological and capacity support to ASEAN member states in a timely, coordinated, sustainable and gender-responsive manner. Together we hold hands, committed to prevent rapid impacts of climate change for a better future.
Macet. Hi. Thank you.
ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC calls for increased support for developing countries on finance, technology and enhancement legal framework amid climate challenges. The statement underscores the importance of implementing the decisions adopted at COP27 to boost financial support to enable the implementation of climate action in developing country parties. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges developed parties to strengthen their commitment and scale up contributions by providing sufficient and predictable climate finance. The statement also urges the support for the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency to facilitate developing country parties' efforts to craft or enhance their national transparency framework. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges ASEAN member states to develop their plans related to adaptation and loss and damage. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change reiterates the call to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal and urges developed country parties to provide more financial, technological and capacity support to ASEAN member states in a timely, coordinated, sustainable and gender-responsive manner. Together we hold hands, committed to prevent rapid impacts of climate change for a better future.
I saw you actually when you're running for the tickets to the high level. Oh, is it? Yeah, I met Zaim there, and he said like I was waiting for Nasri, and I was like, oh, Nasri is here, yeah. So you stayed with the GIZ, right?
Yeah. Thanks to them, I was able to. Even though I didn't really want to join when I was at Bogor. Okay, sure.
Sabina's here too?
No, unfortunately, yeah. She's supporting back home.
Okay. So who's come with you in support from the support of GIZ?
Mr. Zul, he's from under.
ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the 28th session of the Conference of the Parties of the UNFCCC calls for increased support for developing countries on finance, technology and to strengthen their commitment and scale up contributions by providing sufficient and predictable climate finance. The statement also urges the support for the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency to facilitate developing country parties' efforts to craft or enhance their national transparency framework. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges ASEAN member states to develop their plans related to adaptation and loss and damage. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change reiterates the call to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal and urges developed country parties to provide more financial, technological and capacity support to ASEAN member states in a timely, coordinated, sustainable and gender-responsive manner. Together we hold hands, committed to prevent rapid impacts of climate change for a better future.
have the UNFCCC Secretariat there as well, and then you have RCC Asia Pacific. Is someone coming from the UNFCCC Secretariat?
Actually, we invited Mr. Simon Stale to be here, but he cannot. So
yeah, because you can also just mention that I'm from the UNFCCC because we're just one institution. So it's UNFCCC RCC Asia Pacific.
okay, so maybe you can inform that to I mean like to the moderator. Sorry, I will. Ibu Juli mau mengklarifikasi sesuatu.
I was just clarifying that the Regional Collaboration Center is also a UNFCCC. So perhaps you can also mention it's UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center.
Of the UNFCCC calls for increased support for developing countries on finance, technology, and enhancement legal framework amid climate challenges. The statement underscores the importance of implementing the decisions adopted at COP27 to boost financial support to enable the implementation of climate action in developing country parties. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges developed parties to strengthen their commitment and scale up contributions by providing sufficient and predictable climate finance. The statement also urges the support for the Capacity Building Initiative for Transparency to facilitate developing country parties' efforts to craft or enhance their national transparency framework. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change urges ASEAN member states to develop their plans related to adaptation and loss and damage. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change reiterates the call to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal and urges developed country parties to provide more financial, technological and capacity support to ASEAN member states in a timely, coordinated, sustainable and gender-responsive manner. Together we hold hands, committed to prevent rapid impacts of climate change for a better future.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat because we will begin the session very shortly. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Indonesia Pavilion and welcome to the ASEAN Side event entitled Reflection on ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 through ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the COP28. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Faraz from the Secretariat of ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, Indonesia. Since 2017, ASEAN member states has successfully held the ASEAN event at Indonesia Pavilion during COP of the UNFCCC to showcase best practices and experiences of AMS in implementing climate actions in the region. And that is exactly what we are going to discuss today. And I'm very delighted to see many familiar faces of my ASEAN colleagues here attending the session. So before we start the session, allow me to welcome the Director General of Climate Change Indonesia, Senior Advisor to the Minister of Environment and Forestry, Ibu Nur Masripatin, who will be our moderator today, distinguished speakers and response speakers, and of course, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for attending this session, and I'm very hopeful that our discussion will be fruitful. To begin the session, Her Excellency Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia will deliver the opening remark through the tape video. Please watch and enjoy the video.
Colleagues of ASEAN member states, representative of the ASEAN Secretariat, partners, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon and welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. I'm delighted to open ASEAN event organized by the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, Secretariat of Indonesia, entitled Reflection on ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 through ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the COP28. I would like to convey my appreciation towards all my ASEAN member states colleagues, ASEAN Secretariat, and international partners for your unceasing support during Indonesia's tenure as chair of ASEAN this year, specifically in environment and forestry sector. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the Southeast Asia region is one of the world's most vulnerable regions to climate change and its adverse effects due to its long coastline, highly concentrated population, and economic centers in coastal areas, as well as heavy reliance on agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and other natural resources. The IPCC report stated that most of East and Southeast Asia are projected to experience more intense rainfall events as soon by the middle of the 21st century, where flood risks will become more frequent and severe, affecting people's livelihoods. Furthermore, the impact of slow onset events such as droughts are consistent and becoming predominant on the agriculture sector. The agricultural drought caused 60% of the total losses, arising mostly from the various natural disasters of about 86.5 billion US dollar in the region, while 22.5% and 14.3% are due to flood and cyclone respectively. In responding to these circumstances and the complex, multifaceted, and severe threat of climate change to humanity, ASEAN has been working diligently, among others, through the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change to address these challenges. Collectively, every year, the ASEAN member states, through the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change, draft the ASEAN Joint Statement to the UNFCCC COP, led by the chairman of ASEAN, to demonstrate ASEAN's commitment to address climate change issue in the region. This year, Indonesia, as the chairman of ASEAN, led the drafting of the ASEAN Joint Statement to the UNFCCC COP28, which then adopted by the ASEAN leaders at the 43rd ASEAN Summit in Jakarta on the 5th September 2023. It is with the spirit of unity and cooperation that is embedded within the ASEAN way, we can conclude the ASEAN Joint Statement as one of Indonesia's deliverables this year. This statement is in line with the theme of ASEAN Chairmanship 2023, ASEAN Matters, Epicentrum of Growth, which shows Indonesia's focus on strengthening concrete cooperation and holding various collaborations. The intention behind this is to enable countries in Southeast Asia to remain centers of economic growth with the potential of surpass global economic growth. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, through the statement, ASEAN member states emphasize the need for countries to revisit and strengthen their 2030 targets in the National Development Goals by the end of 2023, aligning with the Paris Agreement temperature goal. It is also calls for communication of long-term, low greenhouse gases emission development strategies, engaging in the Chairmanship mitigation ambition and implementation program, improving adaptation to climate change, increasing gender-responsive implementation, recognizing children and youth as catalysts for change, ensuring the global goal on adaptation, promoting low-emission technologies, and incorporating ocean-based climate action in national climate goals. It also calls for the identification of means of implementation in each country, including funding, capacity building, and technology requirements. The statement also calls for the adoption of recommendation from the Transitional Committee on the operationalization of loss and damage funding arrangement and fund to assist developing countries in responding to climate change adverse effects. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, ASEAN member states also urge developed country parties to provide enhanced implementation support for developing countries in mitigation and adaptation, fulfill their commitment to provide $100 billion annually by 2023, and increase climate finance beyond this by 2025. They must also provide sufficient climate finance to various financial mechanisms, including the ASEAN Catalytic Green Finance Facility, Green Climate Fund, Global Environment Facility, Adaptation Fund, and Least Developed Country Fund, taking the needs of developing countries into account. They must also lead in raising mitigation ambition, support the capacity building initiative for transparency, and support ASEAN member states in developing adaptation plans. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to close my remark, I want to re-emphasize to all parties to strengthen their 2030 targets in NDCs to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal by the end of 2023. We also urge developed country parties to provide more financial, technological, and capacity support to ASEAN member states in a timely, coordinated, sustainable, and gender-responsive manner for better understanding the impacts of climate change at regional, national, and the local level to achieve climate commitments. Finally, we acknowledge the importance of non-party stakeholders' engagement in climate change action, the interface of science and policy in climate change-related decision-making process, and advancing low greenhouse gases emissions, green, and climate resilient development. Thank you very much for your attention. Please enjoy participating in this talk show, and hopefully you will get benefit from this activity. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
We would like to send our highest appreciation to Her Excellency Minister of Environment and Forestry for delivering the remark. Up to the next agenda, we would like to invite to the stage our moderator today, Ibu Nur Masripatin, and the speakers. First to Ms. Wukir Amintari Rukmi, Deputy Director of Climate Change Convention, representing Dr. Wahyu Marjaka, who unfortunately cannot join us today due to the health issue. Second one is Mr. Ahmad Zayumedin Halbi, the head of Brunei Climate Change Secretariat. And to Mr. Thomas Nivin Luri, Director of Forest and Land Fire Management, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republic of Indonesia. I will now give the floor to Ibu Nur Masripatin to lead the discussion. Ibu, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Ibu Farah. Colleague, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Welcome to the presentation and discussion for our session this afternoon. After following the opening remarks by Her Excellency, the Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, in the effort of strengthening the visibility of ASEAN in the international fora, we will have three presentations from three distinguished speakers that already introduced by moderator. After the presentation, there will be a response from three distinguished invitees representing different institutions. Colleague, Southeast ASEAN countries have played very strategic roles in climate negotiation under UNFCCC in forestry, especially RED Plus, and currently agriculture. As mentioned by the Minister of Environment and Forestry in her opening remarks, that every year ASEAN also prepare ASEAN a joint statement on climate change for COP that cover all areas of ASEAN member states' concern, reflecting commitment, progress, and challenges, as well as expectation to global community. ASEAN has also established some related centers residing in ASEAN member states. Today at this session, our distinguished speakers will share with us the message from the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, information on ASEAN Center of Climate Change, and ASEAN Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. We have 20 minutes for 3 presentations, so it will be appreciated if each presenter could finish the presentation within 6 minutes at the most. And then later we will have a response from our 3 distinguished invitees. So first I would like to invite Ibu Ukir Rukmi, already introduced earlier, that will share with us about the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change. So Bu Ukir, feel free to speak in the podium or from here.
Thank you, Dr. Nur. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Dear distinguished ladies and gentlemen, distinguished our colleague speakers, Pak Thomas, Pak Halbi, good afternoon. May I have sit here? Okay. Thank you very much. Dear participants, at the outside, I would like to regret to inform, as our Master of Ceremony mentioned, that I represent here the Director Wahyu. He is not being able to attend here due to health issue. On this occasion, I would like to present briefly on the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change. Allow me to inform briefly on the process. ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, as also Dr. Nur mentioned, this document developed annually by ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change to share position and views of ASEAN regarding on global climate change and policy. And the document is usually drafted by the member states who hold the ASEAN Chairmanship. And this year, Indonesia holds the ASEAN Chairmanship 2023. And the first draft was distributed to ASEAN ASEAN member states on the 3rd week of May. And since that, review and input have been provided by ASEAN member states and bodies under the ASEAN. And the process is through the 3 rounds of review. The draft was approved by ASEAN member states through offline consultation meetings on July the 1st and successfully received endorsement at the 34th of ASEAN meeting, 17th meeting of ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Environment, and finally adopted in the summit meeting, the 43rd of summit meeting in September 5. And the document itself, and generally, the document itself is divided into 3 parts. The first part is opening section, and the opening section contains references that we utilize to refer on the previously agreed documents. And the other references documents related to climate change issues. These previously agreed documents are particularly at ASEAN framework. This opening section also highlights several previous UNFCCC Cup results, including several results from Intergovernmental Panel Climate Change. In this section, the document is addressed on several points, such as the ASEAN member states, on the commitment of ASEAN member states to achieve the UNFCCC and Paris Agreement goals by holding principle of CBDRRC. That's the first important point. And another point is ASEAN is also enhancing climate actions and cooperation in accordance with the global development of climate change related agenda. This includes leveraging existing mechanisms under the ASEAN, such as ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Responses, and also ASEAN Declaration on Strengthening Adaptation and Growth. Another point that in this document also point out that regarding the sustainable forest management and social forestry development, also promoted. This includes implementing UNFCCC decision on reducing emissions from deforestation and forest degradation. Another point is ASEAN is also working towards achieving substantial progress in clean, renewable energy and energy efficiency. Excuse me. Okay. And another important point that we also, excuse me. No. Yes, yeah. We also welcoming progress made towards the establishment of ASEAN Center for Climate Change in Brunei Darussalam. And we also address another important key message regarding the grave concern about the persistent rise and losses and damages associated with climate change impacts. And the statement also recognizes the negative impacts of climate change on basic human needs, which is particularly impacted on vulnerable groups. That's the first part of document. And the second part, the most important point is on the calls for all the all parties of UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, as well as calls for developed countries. The text calls on parties, general and UNFCCC and Paris Agreement, as mentioned by Her Excellency Minister for Environment and Forestry, that's to revisit and strengthen the 2030 targets and the NDC by the end of 2030, as decided by decision first of CMA4. Another point is ASEAN member states also views the importance of nature-based solution and ecosystem-based approach to enhance climate change adaptation. The statement also calls on the importance of inclusion of children and youth in climate policy action, enhancing climate change awareness through education, and considering young representative negotiators in national delegation. And how many minutes more, Bu? How many minutes more? Okay. And and finally, on the closing section, the statement also reiterates the calls to all parties to strengthen the targets, the commitments, and also urges the partners, developing countries, to provide means of implementation, financial, technological, and capacity support to ASEAN member states for better understanding and climate change impact and advancing low GHG emission. And before I close the presentation, on behalf of Director Wahyu, I would like to express our gratitude, our thanks to our colleague from ASEAN member states in supporting the statement, the document, and as well as to ASEAN Secretariat in coordinating, and finally, our partners GIZ for the assistance. Thank you very much, and back to Dr. Nur. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu Wukir. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as we heard from Ibu Wukir presentation, she shared about how is the process and mechanism in ASEAN in preparing a collective document. And then also the substantive aspect of the joint submission, responding what is under the negotiation, what ASEAN call for action for global communities, developed countries, and ourselves. The next, I would like to invite Pak Ahmad Zainuddin Halbi to share with us about ASEAN Climate Change Center.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum and good afternoon. Thank you very much for having me here. I realize I'm competing with the noise outside, so hopefully you can hear me clearly. First of all, thank you to for the Indonesian delegation for having me here in Indonesia, not Dubai. I was invited last year but didn't get a chance to speak, so thank you for having me back. Thank you to the ASEAN Secretariat, and also thank you to GIZ for helping put this together. So I'm here to talk about the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. But before I do, I just want to set the scene for those who might not be that familiar with ASEAN. So back in 2021, these were some of the statistics that we pulled out. In terms of the population in ASEAN, there were around just under 670 million people. And in terms of the density, it's around 150 people per square kilometer. To put that into context, the global average for population density is only 58 per square kilometer. So in terms of ASEAN, we're 3 times higher. And this is spread out over a geography of 4.5 million square kilometers, 173,000 kilometers of coastline, and just under 450 million people within ASEAN live within 100 kilometers of the coastline. And what we all know, as we heard from Her Excellency Minister, that the impacts of climate change, such as sea level rise, droughts, it will affect this population. And to put that into context, in terms of ASEAN, it's one of the fastest growing economies. The GDP is $3.3 trillion in 2021, and it's rapidly rising as well. If we were to do nothing with regards to climate change, the ASEAN Development Bank has forecasted that this GDP could shrink by 11% by 2050. So it's against this context and backdrop that Brunei decided, in its Chairmanship of ASEAN in 2021, that we commit to developing and establishing the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. That way we safeguard this vibrant culture, this wealth of diversity within the region, and protect it against climate change. So one thing to note, ASEAN itself, we're committed to tackling climate change. So all 10 ASEAN member states, we've made our commitments, be they in the form of net zero, carbon neutrality. But one thing to be mindful of is the different starting points for each country, but also the different circumstances. So we talk about, we're here on a climate change conference, and we go by the Article 3 of CBDRRC. The advantages, of course, of ASEAN, and I'm not ashamed to say I pulled this from the ASEAN carbon neutrality strategy. Number one, the gap to neutrality for ASEAN is manageable compared to the bigger groups. Secondly, as you can see around here, a lot of greenery. There's massive nature-based potential within the region, which helps us offset our emissions, but at the same time also provide opportunities for commercialization. The third one is the complementarity of the region. Different regions have different advantages, and we can allow ourselves to have an earlier launch pad because of this. And lastly, growing access to capital in the region. But that's not without its risks. So as I mentioned earlier, the cost of doing nothing is actually a lot more. And that's why the GDP could shrink if we were to do nothing. Secondly, if we did not commit to mitigating and adapting towards climate change, we risk having to suffer through greater costs to pay for the impacts of climate change. And also the risk of fragmentation within a very close-knit community because it all becomes nationally driven. So it's these things where it's really important to put climate change at the forefront of everything that we do. So the function of the Climate Change Center, the idea is for it to be this intergovernmental center for regional collaboration on climate change. It will be an area where we envisage it does policy coordination, lessons learned sharing, publications, and eventually consulting. But this is the potential areas that we believe the ASEAN Center for Climate Change can be of benefit to the region. We've seen and we've heard from Her Excellency Minister what has come out in the ASEAN Joint Statement for Climate Change. And at the ASEAN Working Group level, we talked about this, and we realized that this center could be the one that can also help the host country for ASEAN that year in putting this together with all the key focus areas that ASEAN is working on. In terms of the governance of the ACCC, so we essentially ourselves and the ASEAN Center for Biodiversity will be brothers and sisters. We'll be governed by the ASOEN, the ASEAN Senior Officials on Environment. At this point in time, the secretariat that I lead, we're the project managers for this center. But once the center does become operational, it will be handed off to ASEAN, where we will have an interim executive director leading it. And the interim will be a Bruneian for the first 18 months towards stabilization, just to make sure that there are boots on the ground and making sure that all the institutional framework and operationalization mechanisms are in place. But we don't want to work in silos, so we do work with the environment working groups, and not just with the AWGCC. Even in the even in the inception of the ACCC, the establishment agreement, the concept note, we did it in consultation with ASEAN, which just shows the strong collaborative nature within the region. So this is just a brief timeline of what we've achieved so far. So I fast-forwarded 2021 and 2022. But earlier this year, we've completed the draft for the establishment agreement. In August, at the sidelines of the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting on Environment, we've also got this endorsed along together with the ACC THPC. So congratulations to them as well. It's endorsed at the ministerial level, and we had the handover ceremony of the signed document. Of course, we haven't received all signatures just yet, so we are working closely with ASEAN to push this through and then begin the ratification process. In parallel, we've already identified where the center is going to be, which will be at a local university, for the hub of research and for it to be a catalytic area for students to be excited about climate change. And hopefully within this time frame of Q1, Q2 next year, not only do we finish the refurbishment, hopefully we get the signatures and also appoint the ED in that time. I know there's been rumors about who the person will be. If you were to ask me, I'm not going to confirm, nor am I going to deny who it is, but you can try. You can buy me coffee and we can have a conversation. And lastly, because of the importance of climate change, it's good that not just ASEAN, but other dialogue partners have really shown keen interest. So primarily GIZ, through platforms such as these, through execution of the ASEAN Climate Change Strategic Action Plan, as well as other dialogue partners have already stepped forward and really offered their support. I want to say thank you to them, if they're here or if they're not. So for example, New Zealand's already pledged $500,000 New Zealand purely for the sake of research. We've also had in-kind support from the US to really help set up the center, and KEI from Korea, NCSC in China. So really thank you, and we're not short of support. So if there's anything from the climate change space that can benefit the region, we have a buffet to choose from. I'll stop there, but I'll save it for some Q&A after this. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Ahmad, for sharing with us about ASEAN Center for Climate Change that is located in Brunei Darussalam. This is important, and the presentation was really informative, especially for colleagues who do not know much about ASEAN. This about geography, population, GDP, the map of our commitment in terms of NDC and net zero emission target, also the progress of operationalization of the center. Thank you once again. Now I would like to invite Pak Thomas, who will share with us the same thing, hopefully, about ASEAN Coordinating Center on transboundary his pollution control. Pak Thomas, if you could finish your presentation within 5 minutes, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ma'am Bunur, for giving me the floor. I would like to begin by saying the linkage and relevance of ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the ACC THPC. We thank you, ASEAN Secretariat, in particular Indonesia as the ASEAN Chair in 2023 in facilitating the consultation process in finalizing the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change that involved all ASEAN member states since the early year of 2023. The drafting processes of joint statement took time in a few meetings and endorsed during the ASEAN and MA meeting in Lawn PDR, and finally adopted in ASEAN Summit September 2023. The ASEAN Joint Statement, as mentioned before, that consists of 3 sections: the opening section, the content, and the closing sections. I would like to address the opening section of the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change that remind all the member states to address the issue of climate change that in line with the result of COP, UNFCCC, and some result of the IPCC. The IMS, the ASEAN member state committed in handling climate change issue globally, including in Southeast Asia region. And ASEAN continually carried out consultation process to strengthen its climate resilience, and this commitment can be seen within the governance structure of the ACC TIPC, within the governance structure of ASEAN and ASOVIC's working group on climate change in place, and regularly having consultation process and strengthen collaboration in addressing the issues of climate change. In line with that, Indonesia, together with the ASEAN member state, committed to implement in the Global Environment Agreement, including in carrying out implementation action agreed by the ASEAN member state related to comprehensive policy on climate change, in particular dealing with the land and forest fire that may trigger transboundary haze pollution. The ASEAN member state also committed to fully support the implementation of Paris Agreement through the NDC policy, National Determined Contribution Policy of each member state according to their capacity. In dealing with land and forest fire, Indonesia fully supports the implementation of Paris Agreement through its NDC and mitigation and adaptation of climate change policy among others, Indonesia ratified the Paris Agreement with the Law number 16, 2016 concerning the national determined contribution that consists of 5 sectors: forest and other land use, energy, transportations, waste and industry. Indonesia also issued the presidential decree number 98, 2021 and ministerial decree number 21 in 2023 concerning carbon management. Another regulation and policy, presidential instruction number 3 in 2020 concerning management of land and forest fire. And lastly, ministerial decree on Indonesia Volume 2030. In the content section of the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, Indonesia applied a new paradigm in dealing with land and forest fire by strengthening its national policy and management that covering policy at national level, subnational, and also in the unit management. Permanently solutions covering climate overview and information systems, task force management, as well as landscape management. With the new paradigm during Mr. President Joko Widodo administration, Indonesia could successfully manage land and forest fire properly and subsequently avoiding transboundary haze pollution phenomena in 2023. Land and forest fire could be significantly decreased by 30% in 2023 compared to wildfire in 2019 where phenomena of El Nino in place. And Indonesia saw a strong commitment together with ASEAN member states in handling land and forest fire in the region. It is therefore lesson learned and leading by example that Indonesia have reached, and within the support from ASEAN Secretariat, all ASEAN member states and international organizations, Indonesia is fully confident in hosting the SSA-THP. Another important issue in the content section of ASEAN Joint Statements is concerning about the financial support that has been discussed and development. Bilateral cooperation with ASEAN EU, GSET-SUPA, sustainable use on peatland and haze mitigation in ASEAN, managing cooperation with partners countries such as Australia and other states, ASEAN investment framework on haze-free sustainable management, and also exploring potential financial support from the global mechanism. In the closing section of the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change, Indonesia as the host for ACCT-HPC will carry out facilitation, coordination process function in monitoring, assessment, and joint emergency response, technical cooperations, and information knowledge and management. This is in line with the role of and function in the governance structure of ACCT-HPC. And together with the ASEAN Specialist Meteorological Center, Singapore will strengthen the role of ACCT-HPC in the region. We appreciate and thanks to our partners, GSET-SUPA, that providing financial support in the early stage to run the operational of ACCT-HPC, providing services, also consultations, work, and studies. And Indonesia also providing office space and logistic, national budgetary, and supporting operational for the ACCT-HPC. Potential financial support explored, such as Asian THPC funding, we call it HAZE Fund, and others through global mechanism. Indonesia thanking ASEAN Secretariat in acting as the interim secretariat of ACCT-HPC presently and up to THPC fully support and operational. Some information in the presentations concerning the process, the long process and negotiation of the establishment agreement on SEC THPC. It's been long process, and I recognize Bunur as one of the men behind the gun who finalized this establishment agreement. And thank you for all the leading negotiator of all ASEAN member states who facilitate the process with a strong and full energy and a lot of thoughts, and come up with the ASEAN agreed on ASEAN establishment of ASEAN Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pak Thomas, for sharing with us about the journey of ACC THPCC. That's a very long journey, and finally we get there. Colleague, now is the time for our three distinguished invitees to give response, comment, recommendation for us for the future steps. We have here Dr. Fong Sok, the head of division on environment of ASEAN Secretariat. Dr. Fong Sok has a long history in engaging in the discussion of ASEAN Center of Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. We have also Ms. Julie Amoroso-Garbin, Regional Lead, Regional Climate Center Asia Pacific, the UNFCCC Regional Center. We have also Ms. Maria Pudi, Head of Program Climate Policy Support, GIC. So if you could please give your comment, each of you 5 minutes, starting from Dr. Fong Sok, and then Ms. Julie and Ms. Maria. Please, Dr. Fong Sok, the floor is yours. Yeah, you could please come to the podium. Yes, so that all of us could see.
Hello, good afternoon. I think now come to the point we discuss ASEAN Chairmanship 2023, and we see this key substantive progress during 2023. And I'm not sure, I just would like to recall what is ASEAN Chairmanship 2023 SIM mean for all of you. Some of you may not be remember what is ASEAN Chairmanship SIM for 2023. We had the ASEAN Chairmanship 2023, Indonesian put ASEAN Matter Epicentrum of Growth. What it does mean? It means something now. The three speakers point out the key issue of ASEAN in relation to climate change. One of those is ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change. Try to provide you all that key issue, what is the view and perspective of ASEAN member states, and also the call for action. This is not only for ASEAN member states, but also collective from the global sort of support. Second thing, ASEAN Center for Climate Change. This is the way ASEAN prioritize and try to make more action on climate action that we need to make a difference for our region. This is the way ASEAN matter, isn't it? The third, ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. Because haze really problematic here and there, and we put a lot of effort. Now, the 2023 under ASEAN Chairmanship of Indonesia, we realize this establishment of ASEAN Center for Coordination Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution. So I mean, this is quite substantive from 2023 ASEAN Chairmanship of Indonesia. So I think with that, the key point forward, I think right now, this establishment and cooperation with all in order to achieve at this point, it may not be enough. There are a lot of things to do. As pointed out by all our colleagues about operationalization of the two centers, to translate policy, to translate whatever strategy into action. How we can go about to make that action work? I think it's not ASEAN Secretary alone. I can put that frame. Of course, we will stand ready to support and work with you all to facilitate, coordinate, and to mobilize or to engage any stakeholder. But one of the most important is all of your action. So what it means that you can support and engage with both centers. We believe the center is not set up one point and then it's close the door. No, this open up the opportunity for you to engage and do more. If you want to realize haze-free region, now the time for you to take step forward. Similarly, if you want to see the climate action NDC target and whatever the monitoring, coordination, engagement, now the center in place. So if you're not happy in the past, now the time for you to express you're unhappy to the solution base to support the two centers. And with that, the continuous engagement with ASEAN Statement on Climate Change, I believe this really opportunity also for you to share whatever the view on the climate change in the region, what collectively we can do, individually we can do. All may not be answered one time, but the way we continue to improve and also engage each other, we strongly believe this will make a difference for our society. With that, I believe under your leadership and particularly Dr. Noor that involved a lot in negotiation in the past. I recognize her contribution very much to that negotiation. Thank you to her support. She made significant contribution, I tell you. And I'm just at the back door, ASEAN Secretariat tried to support. And some of you really active. I see some of you there that have been involved a lot in negotiation here and there for the establishment center. This ASEAN matter that we work together, we accept the differences, and we move forward, even slow, but we get our objective. And also we try to make this to achieve our climate and haze-free region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Fong Sok. Yes, slow, but sure, we reached there. So, Ms. Julie.
Hello, everyone. Good afternoon. First of all, thank you so much for inviting the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center and making this reaction and reflection to the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change. The UNFCCC Secretariat applaud the leadership of the ASEAN through Indonesia's chairmanship in advancing regional collaboration to address this global challenge. We acknowledge the comprehensive and forward-thinking ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change put forth by the member states of ASEAN during the 43rd ASEAN Summit. As you have seen, the commitment and actions outlined in the statement reflect a robust response to the urgent climate challenges that the world faces today. Let me go into specific sort of observations to the joint statement. In terms of the recognition of global concerns, we are very happy to see that the ASEAN member states have reiterated and expressed the profound concern regarding the continuing rise in global greenhouse gas emissions, climate risks, and their impacts. We know for sure that it aligns well in the UNFCCC's commitment to addressing the overarching issues highlighted in the 6th assessment report of the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. We also took note of the emphasis on ambitious climate actions. And we know that the need for ambitious climate actions, including mitigation, adaptation, means of implementation, resonates with the central objectives of the UNFCCC and the Paris Agreement. The recognition of the critical gap between current efforts and the pathways outlined in international agreements underscores the urgency for collective action. Let me go into the ASEAN's role in terms of global climate change. we are happy to see that the commitment to enhancing climate actions within ASEAN, including through the ASEAN Working Group on Climate Change Action Plan, reflects a proactive stance in contributing to global climate efforts. The emphasis on cooperation, the consideration of national circumstances, is vital for fostering a collaborative international response. And the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center for Asia and the Pacific continues to support the ASEAN countries through the working group. In terms of resilience and disaster management, the commitment to strengthening ASEAN's capabilities to address climate-related disasters, leveraging mechanisms like the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, aligns seamlessly with the UNFCCC's expectation of robust national and regional strategies for resilience and disaster risk reduction. The national adaptation plans, as the central vehicle for planning and implementation for adaptation actions at the national level, can play a huge role in harnessing regional approaches for addressing transboundary climate risks. The emphasis on sustainable forest management, clean and renewable energy, and cross-pillar cooperation on sustainable finance aligns with the broader UNFCCC goals of achieving sustainable development and transitioning to a low-carbon economy. In terms of strengthening collaboration, we noted that the ASEAN joint statement on climate change have put emphasis on the global peaking and mitigation action. And in this regard, the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center for Asia and the Pacific would want to reiterate that we stand ready to support ASEAN member states within the workstream of the UNFCCC to offer technical expertise, capacity building initiatives, and collaborative projects to achieve global peaking of global greenhouse gas emissions and scale up mitigation ambitions. We also took note of the recognition of the importance of human rights, gender equality, and the engagement of youth, private sector, vulnerable groups, local communities, and indigenous peoples. And these aligns well with the UNFCCC's commitment to inclusive and participatory climate action. And it's noteworthy that ASEAN upholds these principles. We would like to express our admiration and support for the bold and forward-thinking initiatives undertaken by the ASEAN member states in establishing two pivotal entities. One is the ASEAN Center for Climate Change and the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. Let me focus on the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. We also applaud the leadership of Brunei Darussalam in establishing the center. It reflects a visionary approach towards fostering intergovernmental coordination and cooperation among ASEAN member states. The functions of the center, including being a regional knowledge hub, publishing best practices, and establishing a standardized forecasting tool, demonstrate a commitment to building a robust foundation for addressing climate change challenges collectively. We look forward to working together in fostering synergies and knowledge exchange for enhanced climate action. In conclusion, the UNFCCC Secretariat, through the Regional Collaboration Center, welcomes the proactive and collaborative stance of ASEAN member states as outlined in the joint statement on climate change. The commitment to ambitious climate actions, coupled with the emphasis on differentiated responsibilities and collaborative international efforts, positions ASEAN as a key partner in the global fight against climate change. And as mentioned, the establishment of the Climate Change Center and the THPC exemplifies ASEAN's commitment to proactive and collaborative climate action. We know that these institutions will play an important role in enhancing regional resilience, knowledge sharing, and response mechanisms. The UNFCCC look forward to continued collaboration and mutual support in these endeavors. As a final note, we wanted to reiterate our commitment. As you know, the UNFCCC, again, the UNFCCC Regional Collaboration Center is the UNFCCC Secretariat's presence in the region. We are located in Bangkok, and we are very happy that we have been working very closely with the ASEAN Secretariat on many aspects of the work towards climate change. And so we stand ready to support the ASEAN member states, and we look forward to continued collaboration and meaningful contribution from ASEAN in accelerating the implementation of the Paris Agreement. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Julie, for your comment to the joint statement and also for the two centers. Now I would like to invite Ms. Maria.
Thank you so much. And first of all, thank you so much for inviting me to the session. To be honest, I'm very happy. I used to live and work in Jakarta for 4.5 years, so happy to be back again. So GIZ, as the German Development Agency for International Cooperation, that is very active on behalf of the German government, welcomes the ASEAN joint statement at the COP28. Calling for an ambitious and urgent climate action, particularly in the area of mitigation, adaptation and finance. This aligns with Germany's own efforts to enhance climate action and cooperation, particularly in loss and damage. So for example, Germany, along with other countries and members of the D7 and V20, launched the Global Shield against climate risk last year. And this year, together with UAE, and other countries, Germany made its own pledge of $100 million US to the newly operationalized Loss and Damage Fund. So furthermore, GIZ also congratulates ASEAN members states on the establishment of the ASEAN Center for Climate Change. Under the ASEAN German Climate Action Program, we look forward to having the collaboration with the center in place. So ASEAN and Germany have recently identified priorities under the ASEAN-Germany Development Partnership with a view towards implementation of the ASEAN-Germany practical cooperation areas for 2023 to 2027. So since climate change is a key area for cooperation, in addition to relevant sectors like agriculture, forestry, land use and waste management, climate mainstream is a key intervention area that we will continue doing. So GIZ, through the ASEAN German Climate Action Program, has also committed to support the center during its establishment and to strengthen the region in addressing the issue of climate change. In line with this, GIZ looks forward to the continuing of the support of the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control. There's so much to build on, with a long history of cooperation between Germany and ASEAN on the issue of haze pollution, particularly through the sustainable use of peatland and haze mitigation in ASEAN program, which started in 2017. All in all, GIZ is impressed with how the region focuses on its commodities among ASEAN member states to come up with a joint statement and institutional attempts to establish ASEAN centers. To support the work in tackling climate change with such level of commitment from the region, GIZ will show no less of commitment and will be proactive and cooperate closely in supporting ASEAN and its member states. Thank you so much. Terima kasih banyak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Maria. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, the schedule for the session is very tight. We have only 5 minutes before I have to return the floor to the MC for closing remark by Ibu Director General of Climate Change. But before I hand over the floor to the MC, I would like to give opportunity 1 minute each to my colleague speakers to give a closing statement. Ibu Wukir.
Thank you, Dr. Noor. First of all, I would like to thank to the all three response speakers for sharing the positive reviews, particularly from the views from Dr. Julie on the ASEAN Joint Statement. And my final point is only that based on ASEAN spirit, as Dr. Fong Sok mentioned, that we expect ASEAN member states strengthening cooperation and collaboration and receive and achieve substantive progress next year. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to Dr. Wong Sok, Dr. Julie, and Maria. I think from our side, it's just the beauty of ASEAN, I think, is what we want to safeguard, right? I think not just the people, but the environment. Understandably, there's different national circumstances and different starting points with different end games. But I believe, if we work together, we'll be able to safeguard the home that we know and love. So I'd say for all of us here, it should always be collaboration and not competition. Thank you.
I thank you for the advice and from the three observer and response speaker, especially to the establishment of ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Pollution Control. And I think Indonesia would like to invite all the ASEAN member states to put attention on the very important aspect in dealing with how to prevent the land and forest fire management. So we invite all the collaboration and potential partners to working together in handling the land and forest fire in the ASEAN region, so that our vision in our vision to reach the ASEAN free health could be achieved. Thank you and so much. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you, Pak Thomas. Thank you, Ibu Wukir, Pak Ahmad, Pak Thomas, Dr. Fong Sok, Ibu Yuli, and Ibu Maria. Dear colleague participant, apology that we don't have time to take up question from the floor, but hopefully this session useful for all of us. Thank you very much, and I hand over the floor to MC.
Thank you so much for Dr. Nur Masribatin, Ibu Wukir, Bapak Zaim, and Bapak Thomas, and the response speakers for the very fruitful discussion today. We please you to come back to the seats. And we would like to invite Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, Director General of Climate Change of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia, to give the closing remark. To Ibu Laksmi, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Faras. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and blessing of Allah upon us. Distinguished delegates, speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen. Well, my time is very short, so I shall be brief. Let me reiterate what the Minister Siti Nurbaya mentioned at the very beginning of this session, that our region, ASEAN region, is one of the world's most vulnerable regions to climate change, and it adverse impact due to its long coastline, high concentration of populations, economic activities, especially in coastal area, and heavy reliance on agriculture, fisheries, forestry, and natural resources. Noting the broad implications of climate change into the region, ASEAN leaders agree to strengthen ASEAN resilience against the future shocks, including climate and disasters resilience, by mainstreaming the climate agenda and disaster risk management among ASEAN cooperation area. This session simply reflects the spirit of ASEAN in strengthening its effort, and very much in line with the spirit of COP28 presidency themes: act, deliver, and unite. So, three remarkable efforts or deliverables of this ASEAN chairmanship, namely the ASEAN Joint Statement on Climate Change to the COP UNFCCC 28, the ASEAN Climate Change Center, and the ASEAN Coordinating Center for Transboundary Haze Pollution Control are among several initiatives that has been taken by the ASEAN member states to strengthen the climate change actions within the regions. I'm sure that there are many more initiatives rather than only deliverables that we are talking about this session. So again, in line with the spirit of ASEAN and the spirit of this COP28, I would like to call all the ASEAN member states and all the UNFCCC parties join hand in hand, like how we do in ASEAN way, to create a more collaborative and ambitious climate cooperations in the region and in the world. So again, I would like to thank and appreciate all the speakers, distinguished colleagues, and all the partners, not only who happen join this session, but I'm sure to everybody who would like to join hand in hand with ASEAN, with everybody of us here, to continue our effort, to continue our spirit, and to keep the spirit high in responding the climate change disasters, which is one of the triple crisis planetary that we are having now. So again, thank you very much for your collaboration, for your spirit. Let us wish everybody to be healthy and to keep the spirit high, to act, deliver, and unite. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ibu Laksmi, for delivering the remarks. And just a moment, Ibu Laksmi, because we are going to the very final session of today's side event. And in regard to that, I would like to invite again Ibu Dr. Nur Masripatin, the distinguished speakers and also response speakers to come to the stage again, because we have some small token of appreciations from our office. To Ibu Moderator, speakers and response speakers. And I would like to ask Ibu Laksmi to give the souvenirs to all speakers, moderators, and response speakers. Thank you so much for Dr. Fong Sok. And also thank you so much for Ms. Maria for joining our discussion today, and to our speaker, Dr. Zaim from Brunei Darussalam, and also Ms. Julie from RCC Bangkok, the moderator, Dr. Ibu Nur Masripatin, our speaker, Ms. Wukir Amintari Rukmi, and our last speaker, Mr. Thomas. Thank you so much for your participations, and we would like to have a picture with Ibu Laksmi as well. First, we can do like a very formal pose, and then after this, how about we do the ASEAN way? Yeah. So first is like the formal pose. I will count 1, 2, 3, and then the ASEAN pose right now. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Thank you so much once again, Ibu dan Bapak. Ya, mari Bapak. Ladies and gentlemen, let me conclude the session today. So, I would like to convey our appreciation to the moderators, speakers, and response speakers, and all of you for attending discussion. It is a very constructive discussion, and we look forward to meet you again soon. And after this, we will have another session from Directorate of Mitigation of Climate Change. So don't go anywhere, and please stay here. And that's all from us. Thank you, and wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
check, 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 check. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. Check, check, check. Yeah.
Sir, are you able to hear me? Thank you, sir. Sir, we will be starting in another 2-3 minutes. Would it be possible for you to push your laptop a bit far from you because your face is appearing too big on the laptop? Uh, yes, sir. And if possible, can you keep it on a, can you raise it up a bit? Are you on a laptop or a tab? What device is it? Yes, a bit more if possible. Yes, sir, a bit far. Now, would it be possible for you to lift up the laptop? Maybe you can keep two books and keep it over it so that, you know, the camera is parallel to your face. Because right now, it's quite low. Yes, sir. Okay, okay. It's on the bottom of your laptop. So can you keep your laptop, maybe keep 2-3 books and keep your laptop over it so that, you know, we'll get a better frame. Because we'll be showing you on a bigger screen here where everybody will see you. No, no, sir. Just lift it up. Keep 2-3 books below your laptop. That's it. Do you have any book or a small table which you can place in front of you and keep the laptop on it? Yeah, yeah, yeah. Uh, yeah. Uh, yeah, slightly better, sir. Slightly better. Yes, sir. And on the bottom of the screen, I get it. I get your point, sir. Fine, sir. Fine. Slightly push it away, and I think we'll be sorted then. I mean, increase the distance between you and the laptop. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes. If possible, you can keep something below your laptop. Maybe 1 book, 2 books, and just keep your laps raised. Okay, 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 okay. Then you put it on the table itself, and we'll manage somehow. Yes, sir. Fine, sir. Fine. Fine, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you. We'll be starting in another 2-3 minutes. We'll come to you, sir. Thank you.
Sorry for the delay. Good evening, distinguished guests, honorable speakers, international partners. Welcome to Indonesia Pavilion. Today we'll be talking about the lesson learned and future of a result-based payment through RED Plus subnational implementation approach. So RED Plus is one of the efforts to achieve NDC target in forest sector. With support from donor governments, several RED Plus program or project in subnational approach are implemented. As the projects are progressing, it considers a necessity to have a dialogue to collect inputs and ideas from all UNFCCC member countries and vision to develop concrete steps for implementing RED Plus. So to begin, please welcome our moderator for the session. She's the head of task force for preparation of Indonesia's second NDC, Ibu Emma Rahmawati.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. It is my great pleasure for me to moderate this session. I'm Emma Rahmawati from Ministry of Environment and Forestry. I would like to welcome Ibu Laksmi Dewanti, Director General of Climate Change, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Republik Indonesia. Also, welcome to Ibu Divke Rogan, Norway's International Climate and Forest Initiative, NIFKI, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Norway. Welcome also to our speakers from the World Bank, Indonesia, Ethiopia, and Vietnam, who is joining this session online. And also welcome to our participants. So as mentioned by the MC, the objectives of this session is to inform and communicate the emission reduction program through REDD+ for FCPF and also BioCF at the international level, including performance and emission reduction achievement of the program. To collect inputs and ideas from all participants here, coming from parties and also from other stakeholders, to develop concrete steps in implementing REDD+, and share lesson learned from Indonesia, Ethiopia, and Vietnam experiences to implement of REDD+ activities to achieve the implementation of REDD+, to achieve the emission reduction target, and then seek potential funding, opportunity funding that can by access emission reduction through result-based payment. Without further ado, I would like to invite Ibu Laksmi Dewanti to deliver her opening remarks. Ibu Laksmi, please.
Thank you, Ibu Emma. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. May the peace and Allah blessing upon us. A very good afternoon, distinguished speakers, participants, colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. Indeed, it is my pleasure to address this important session, at least for Indonesia, and hope for all of you. Let me regards the colleagues, distinguished representative of the government of Norway, Ibu Divke Rogan, as well as the representative from the World Bank, Mr. Erwin Denise. Thank you. Representative from Ethiopia, Mr. Tai Dugaza, as well as the colleagues from Vietnam who will join online, as well as other speakers. So it is indeed my pleasure to being here with you today in the occasions of Pavilion Indonesia, on the workshop of lesson learned and future of result-based payment through REDD+ subnational implementation. Distinguished colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, as mandated by the Decision 1 CMA3, parties are encouraged or requested to revisit and strengthen their nationally determined contribution to 2030 target to align with the Paris Agreement temperature goal by the end of 2022. So responding to this mandate, Indonesia has submitted its enhanced NDC back a year ago before COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, and we increased our target in mitigations from 29% to 31.89% reduction in 2030 against the baseline as a business as usual as a baseline. And we also increased our unconditional target from 41% to 43.2% by 2030. So the enhanced NDC simply a transition period towards Indonesia's second NDC, which is Ibu Emma is happened to be the head of the task force in preparing our second NDC. And we would like to have our second NDC to be fully aligned with the Paris goals scenario 1.5 degree. And REDD+ in this context, it's very much significant to contribute to Indonesia's NDC's achievement in achieving the target. Besides the nationally determined contribution, back in 2021, Indonesia has submitted its long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience 2050. This document is simply to show Indonesian vision and formulations, a long-term formulations policies toward the agenda of climate change. And within this LTS-LCCR 2050, Indonesia have a vision to achieve Indonesia net zero emission by 2060 or sooner. And two of the backbones of achieving this net zero emission by 2060 or sooner are, first is energy sector by energy transition mechanism, and the second is volume sector by volume netting 2030. In 2030, Indonesia simply would like to have emission from the volume sector to be minus 140 million tons CO2 equivalent. And it's a huge number, not only for Indonesia, but it's very significant to the global. So that's why we are trying to explore more resource to be mobilized to support our volume netting 2030 and to be able Indonesia to contribute significantly to our global effort in achieving the 1.5 degree Celsius scenario. So you may aware that within NDC, Indonesia NDC, we have 5 sectors, namely energy, IPPU or industrial process and product use, agriculture, waste, and volume or forest and other land use. As I mentioned before, volume and energy will be the backbone of Indonesia's long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience. Today in this session, we're gonna to be focused on volume netting and how REDD Plus as a result-based payment scheme will be contribute to our target toward volume netting 2030. I also would like to mention that Indonesia back in 2021 has issued the Presidential Regulation number 98/2021 on the carbon pricing to support our NDC's target. And within through this regulation, Indonesia would like to promote 4 mechanisms under the carbon pricing. And one of the mechanisms is result-based payment. So unlike many other countries or parties that very much focus on Article 6 in talking or walking the carbon pricing, Indonesia intended to have the Article 5 of Paris Agreement to be still alive. And REDD Plus or result-based payment is one of the reflections or as an example that Article 5 of Paris Agreement still alive. And we would like to keep the spirit of Article 5 and join effort with Article 6 and many other articles under the Paris Agreement to achieve our targets in 2030. So this session, it would like to listen and to learn from various parties in implementing the REDD Plus. We know that REDD Plus is one of the very beginning mechanism that been introduced even before we ratified or we introduced the Paris Agreement. So Indonesia believes that REDD Plus will be still valid and significant to our effort in achieving 2030 target. Dear Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in NDC roadmap in Indonesia, we categorize mitigation action in volume sector in various ways and in many categories, at least 5 REDD plus activities based on the decision back in Cancun Agreement. And so referring to the forest tradition curve, when deforestation and forest degradation is no longer significant, there is opportunity for the future FREL or FRL constructions to divide natural forests that will categorize under the conservations of forest carbon stock rather than under deforestation and forest degradations. Similarly, for sustainable management of forests, enhancement of forest carbon stock has significant potential for the future REDD Plus in Indonesia through forest and land rehabilitations. So the NDC's roadmap of Indonesia define two types of forest and land rehabilitations, namely rehabilitations with rotation and rehabilitation without rotations. These two activities can be candidate of enhancement of forest carbon stock under REDD+. So let us hearing from various parties in this session so we can bring back something to our home to walk the talk and to ensure that the Paris Agreement agenda through the follow sector with the REDD plus mechanism will be implemented and will be significantly contribute to our target. Regarding the REDD plus, Indonesia has been since 2012 establishing the REDD plus instrument under the Warsaw framework toward the result-based payment. So we already have our national strategy on REDD plus, and even we just updated our REDD plus national strategy. We have also the safeguard document for REDD plus that maybe a week ago we just submitted to the UNFCCC portal our new summary of REDD safeguard strategy. So Indonesia, it's optimist, and we continue doing the good things to ensure that the result-based payment scheme is part of our resource mobilizations in the context of Paris Agreement implementations. So again, I would like to appreciate and to thank all the participants, all the speakers especially, for their shared information, lesson learned, so then we can enhance our effort, we can strengthen our collaborations, and we can hand in hand toward the implementation of REDD Plus in the futures. I thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much, Ibu Laksmi Dewanti. Now I would like to invite Ibu Divke Rogan to deliver her opening remarks.
Thank you very much, dear friends. It's a great pleasure for me to be here with you today to share some reflections on the lessons learned and future of results-based payments. Norway established its International Climate and Forest Initiative in 2008, and since then we have spent $5 billion supporting tropical forest countries with reducing and halting deforestation. Without tropical forests, there is no way that we will meet the goals under the Paris Agreement, nor the goals under the Global Biodiversity Framework. International cooperation is really essential if we are to protect what's remaining of the world's rainforests. And we believe that results-based payments are a really powerful tool because they reward countries for real and measurable results in the form of reduced emissions from both deforestation and degradation. I'd like to say that among our partner countries, NICFI has several partner countries, but Indonesia really stands out. It's become a world leader in reducing deforestation, and we really want to congratulate Indonesia with achieving the lowest rate of deforestation in 20 years. This is impressive. It's an example really for the whole world, and it has global significance for the Paris, meeting the Paris goals. Last year, Norway and Indonesia, we entered into a new memorandum of understanding, a new partnership. And this partnership is based on a results-based model. We made our first results-based contribution last year of $56 million US. And this was for reduced deforestations for the years 2016 and 2017. And last weekend at this COP, our Prime Minister announced another contribution of $100 million to Indonesia for the forest years 2017 and 2018 and 2019. For Norway, it's been really key that it is the government of Indonesia that manages this contribution. And we are fully confident that this contribution could not be in better hands than with the Indonesia Environment Fund. We are proud that we are able to support the ambitious Follow Net Sink 2030 plan through this contribution. Beyond our bilateral partnership, we are also proud to support Indonesia through the World Bank's Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, as well as the Biocarbon Fund, where Indonesia has established 2 pilot programs for reduced deforestation and sustainable land use practices. We understand that both the FCPF and the BioCF has brought about positive changes, and that the 2 pilot provinces, East Kalimantan and Jambi, have launched and implemented key reforms as part of these pilots. We've seen province-wide multi-stakeholder forums that have supported the government with formulating development and spatial plans, as well as inclusive benefit-sharing mechanisms. We've also seen high conservation value forest protection policies that are now in place with stronger monitoring capacities, and also forest and fire prevention and management strategies that have been significantly improved as part of these pilots. So we look forward to working towards a first payment through the FCPF, and also to sign a emissions reductions purchase agreement through the BioCF within the next couple of months. And also, of course, to continue our strong collaboration with Indonesia more broadly. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Ibu Divke. Now we are coming to our main session, is presentation and discussion. I would like to invite all distinguished speakers to come to the podium. Mr. Erwin Dennis, please. And Ibu Yulia Suryanti from Ministry of Environment and Forestry, please come to the podium. And then, boleh di mana aja. Mr. Taye Dugasa, and Mr. Nguyen Chien Chuong is also ready online. Please have a seat. Okay, I didn't move yet. Now I would like to invite the first speaker, Mr. Erwin Dennis. Mr. Erwin Dennis is Manager of Climate Change Finance Mobilization in the World Bank. And he would like to have presentation. Please, Mr. Dennis, Mr. Erwin Dennis. Yeah.
Thank you, Miss. Can you hear me? Thank you, Miss Emma, and good afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, please allow me to greet the Honorable Ibu Lakshmi Dewanti, Director General for Climate Change at the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Diveke Rogan of NICFI, Ibu Yulia Suryanti of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry, Mr. Taye Dugasa from Ethiopia, and Mr. Nguyen Chien Quong from Vietnam. It is a privilege to be invited by the government of Indonesia to participate in this important session and speak about jurisdictional results-based climate finance funds for REDD+, an integrated land use under the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility, and the Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscapes, ISFL. I would like to highlight that Indonesia is the only country that is implementing an emission reduction program through both the FCPF and the ISFL, as my colleague Diveke mentioned, and it really makes Indonesia stands out in these both programs. Let me also take this opportunity to recognize the important progress that Indonesia has already made to achieve its targets under the Follow Net Sink 2030 strategy, as Ibu Lakshmi mentioned, and to emphasize how honored we are to partner with Indonesia in achieving the targets set out in this ambitious plan. So over the next 5 minutes, I will focus my presentation on our experience in partnering and in helping the different countries in implementing the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility and the ISFL. I will say a few words about the current status of these programs and where we're heading in the future, building on the lessons and the experience with the FCPF and the ISFL. So on this first slide, and you might remember, the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility was actually launched in Indonesia in COP13 15 years ago. It was the first large-scale mechanism to support tropical and subtropical forest countries in developing large jurisdictional REDD+ programs. In terms of amounts, the FCPF is providing a total of $1.3 billion in support in the form of readiness grants to support technical assistance, the building blocks to create the necessary institutional, regulatory, and legal frameworks to create emission reductions. That is the first part, that is about $400 million of readiness that was supported to 46 countries. And the second part, which is the largest part, is payments against high social and environmental integrity emission reduction credits or carbon credits. And here we're talking about 15 countries that are a member of the Carbon Fund of the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility. Let's then go to the second initiative, which is the ISFL, the Initiative for Sustainable Forest Landscapes, is providing more than $320 million, also in readiness and upfront financing to develop 5 jurisdictional integrated land use emission reduction programs. In addition to Indonesia, we're talking about Colombia and Mexico in Latin America, Ethiopia and Zambia in Southern Africa. Enable is supporting the social inclusion of indigenous peoples and local communities in the design and the implementation of emission reduction programs and through benefit sharing. So you have these 3 programs here represented. Together, these programs are supporting countries to generate high-integrity emission reductions. And as you know, those are based on robust measurement, reporting, and verification processes, and they receive results-based payments for basically their efforts. Finally, as Diveke also mentioned, these payments are distributed in accordance to benefit-sharing plans that stipulate the use of these revenues received from carbon payments to ensure that communities, including indigenous peoples and local communities, are rewarded for their pioneering role in emission reductions. And this is really paving the way for how carbon markets should operate. So here you have a slide of basically what are these different countries supported by the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility and ISFL. FCPF has provided readiness grants to, as I mentioned, 46 countries, and they signed emission reduction payment agreements with 15 countries. Again, Indonesia is part of both the FCPF and ISFL. The FCPF programs are jurisdictional. They are large programs. They're in general subnational. In some countries, they are covering actually the whole country, like in the case of Costa Rica. They are led by government agencies who've developed mitigation strategies in concerned jurisdictions that lay out the mitigation actions required over that territory, the institutional framework, the agencies, and aligning the different investment resources in the territory. In total, FCPF and ISFL are supporting 20 emission reduction programs in 19 countries, with Indonesia participating in both programs. I want to give you an idea of the size. These programs combined cover an area of 233 million hectares, which is larger than Italy, France, Germany, Spain, and UK. The programs are expected to generate more than 300 million emission reductions, which is equivalent to the annual emissions of 83 coal power plants. Now, what is very interesting is the critical stage in which these programs are. And interesting is that the emission reductions could produce over 166 million emission reductions that could be used to mobilize extra financing from carbon markets. And the World Bank, with technical expertise, is now supporting countries to really think through and to identify options for the best use of these emission credits and allowing the maximization of carbon finance through, for example, auction mechanisms, exchanges, or direct agreements. We have enabled the FCPF and ISFL to be CORSIA eligible from the International Civil Aviation Organization, and that is very important, basically stamp of qualities. We are also creating connectivity with different transaction registries and creating market infrastructure. So let's now have a look at these two programs in Indonesia. The World Bank engagement on two very ambitious jurisdictional emission reduction programs spans from 2009, where we began supporting the national government to build the capacity of the East Kalimantan FCPF program, which was followed by Jambi, the Jambi province, in 2019. Both programs support Indonesia's provincial work plans to meet the FOLU Net Sink 2030 targets, as Ibu Lakshmi kindly reminded us. In recent years, Indonesia has reiterated the importance of results-based payments that will be used to achieve the enhanced NDC goals, and we are now seeing more interest in other provinces within Indonesia to replicate these projects. We also note Indonesia's advancements in developing their national RED Plus framework and the RED Plus investment plan. So you have here the numbers, the emission reduction targets for both programs. Oh, I only now realize that I have a screen here in front of me. So emission reduction targets of 22 million tons of CO2 equivalent in the case of East Kalimantan and 14 million in the case of Jambi, with the respective amounts of up to $110 million for the emission reduction payment agreement in East Kalimantan and up to $70 million for the emission reduction payment agreement in the province of Jambi. So let's now go to a few lessons learned and looking ahead to our new multi-donor platform scaling climate action by lowering emissions. So this is really lessons learned from both programs, from the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility and ISFL, and I'll just mention a few of those lessons learned. First, countries need this upfront financing to carry out mitigation activities that lead and that generate these emission reductions. And this is what we call the missing middle in between the readiness that we've invested and accompanied countries and the results-based payments against the emission reductions. And this is basically necessary to bridge the gap until results-based payments are received. This is challenging for countries. This can be achieved through basically national budgets, through loans, but also through innovative financing instruments such as emission reduction linked bonds, for example. Secondly, the enabling environment, creating an enabling policy, institutional and regulatory environment through various instruments such as technical assistance, studies. I mentioned the monitoring, reporting and verification systems, but also issues related to land titling, land ownership, among others. So this is what we mean by the enabling environment to generate these investments and emission reductions. Thirdly, the incentive of results-based payments enables efficient and sustainable readiness. And here we've really seen that the countries who had signed the emission reduction payments agreements, the 15 countries, basically were able, understandably, to move much more quickly and efficiently in their readiness than countries without the emission reduction payment agreement. Related to readiness, it is very important that it's country-driven, the level of commitment from government and stakeholders and the learning by doing. In the FCPF and the ISFL programs where governments have been leading the process, institutional capacity is more sustainable, and this is really what we are most committed to, is building and strengthening capacity of local institutions and national institutions. Finally, smart benefit sharing arrangements are a crucial component to foster a virtuous cycle that enables the continuous expansion of mitigation and sustainable outcomes. Up to 90% of basically the climate and carbon finance flows to communities, so involving communities not only at the time of the release of the payments, but early on in program design, and the design of these benefit sharing arrangements is key. And that this really relates to broader social inclusion at the design stage and not just at the level of the benefit sharing arrangements. And finally, the high integrity credits can really help countries to achieve their climate and development ambitions. And again, as I mentioned earlier, if sold or if basically transacted on carbon markets, they can leverage an additional source of finance to further scale up mitigation actions. Let me now very briefly mention our new scale partnership, Scaling Climate Action by Lowering Emission. Again, this is results-based climate finance. This program seeks to deploy more results-based climate finance and to help bridge the gap by supporting countries to access international carbon markets. We really envision this as a continuation of the Forest Carbon Partnership Facility and the ISFL, providing technical assistance, and again, this transaction, this payment for results, the learning by doing, helping countries to build a track record in high-quality emission reduction credits. Now, the difference with the FCPF and the ISFL is that the scale results-based payments will be incorporated in or mainstreamed in World Bank operations, such as, for example, it could be incorporated in the large mangrove conservation and restoration program that Indonesia has brought to implementation last year. And I would like to mention also that in the context of the World Bank Evolution Roadmap, since our new president, Ajay Banga, joined in July, the Environment Global Practice is developing a global challenge program dedicated to forest, which really brings an integrated package of World Bank instruments, including results-based climate finance, to help countries with their REDD+ agenda. And finally, this last slide, I wanted to emphasize basically how the scale support, really integrated as part of a larger World Bank package, helps with, on the one hand, the financing, the upfront financing that is needed and the policy reforms that are needed for generating emission reductions, helping making sure that these emission reductions are of high quality and high integrity, the MRV systems, the national registries, but again helping countries with their decisions on the use of these carbon credits, either using them against their NDC and their national climate targets, or let's say trading via compliance or voluntary markets. In conclusion, the World Bank with partner countries as Indonesia, but also countries like Vietnam and Ethiopia here present, it's really a pleasure to partner together. Last week, when our President Ajay Banga was here, he launched our Carbon Market Engagement Roadmap, which outlines how we are increasing support and scaling ambition and helping countries to generate more high-integrity emission reductions, helping to monetize them through voluntary or Article 6 carbon market transactions, develop new financial instruments, and work at the global level to unlock critical bottlenecks in the carbon market ecosystems. We really invite you, and we count on your collaboration to make this a reality and to engage on this topic. With that, thank you very much, and over to you, Ms. Emma. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Erwin Dennis. That's very interesting presentation that show how the role of the World Bank with all mechanism, ESFL, FCPF, enable and scale to support countries in strengthening their efforts to reduce GHG emission in forest sector. Now, let us hear how the lesson learned from countries that implements RED Plus result-based payment. Now I would like to invite Ibu Yulia Suryanti. As previously Mr. Erwin mentioned about East Kalimantan and also Jambi, Ibu Yulia will present details on the implementation of ESFL and also FCPF in these two provinces. A lesson learned and future of result-based payment through East Kalimantan project for emission reduction result and Jambi emission reduction result program. Please, Ibu Yulia Suryanti.
Thank you, Ibu Emma. Good afternoon, colleagues. Ibu Laksmi, Ibu Divke, and all the presenter here, both here physically, Bapak Erwin and Bapak Taye, and Mr. Nguyen, Bapak Nguyen, who is joining us virtually. Before I present a brief presentation, just want to inform you that as Ibu Laksmi mentioned earlier, that Indonesia has positive trend of gaining global recognition for its success, the RED Plus mechanism under the RBP. So the recognition is approval for funds, like Pak Erwin mentioned, for fund amounting to 103.8 million US dollar as performance payment from the Green Climate Fund. And Indonesia has presented the result of RED performance for the 2014 to 2016 period with a volume of emission reduction around 20.3 million tons CO2 equivalent. So Indonesia also success in reducing this GHG emission by in 2016 to 2017 in the amount of 11.2 million tons CO2 equivalents under the result-based payment with the value of 56 million US dollar. Through the new partnership with the Norwegian government in support of Indonesia effort to reduce greenhouse gas emission from the forestry and other land use or follow through the follow netting 2030. So maybe we can go to how Indonesia experiences in the RBP RED Plus within two provinces, Jambi province and East Kalimantan, as already mentioned by Erwin. So, next slide, please. So, this is Jambi province, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues. So, one of the provinces in the Sumatra Islands. So, the ER targets for the ER performance 2020 to 2025 with the amount of 40 million tons CO2 equivalent with the value of USD 70 millions. So this is already mentioned by Mr. Erwin. So we have the pre-investment from the 2021 to 2025 with the amount of 13.5 million US dollar. So we have the unit, the KPH, the fork unit for the conservation areas, and as well as the national park, 5 agencies in the provincial governments, and through the forest management unit. So this is the projects we are having funded for, with the target for the 14 million ton CO2 equivalents. So this is our timelines for the project. So from the 2018 to 2022, we have the preparation phase, and we have the grant agreement for the pre-investment for 2021 to 2025, which is signed on 23rd December 2022, and in the pre-investment phase started in 2021 with the amount of USD 13.5 million dollars. So we already have prepared the ERPD. Now it's in the process for the validation. And we are starting to prepare the ERPA, the emission reduction agreement. So with the target of in January 2024, we will be done, finish it, hopefully, for the amount of 70 million for 14 million tons CO2 equivalent. It will depend on the ERPA negotiations, and it will be done, the range of the period is until 2025. So, ladies, colleagues, so this is our phase. So from the preparation in the year 2019, and now we are on the pre-investment phase, and we are trying to finish it up in the January. So as we already discussed with World Bank, with Mr. Erwin's team, so hopefully it will go through, and maybe through our lesson from how this Jambi province prepare itself for the ERPA negotiation until the signing, and then we can have another province to be replicated, as Mr. Erwin mentioned before. So this is a bit detail for the emission reduction, the driver of emission removals in ERPD, that we in the Jambi province, the largest driver of emission is from the volume sector, with the emission of 389.4 million tons CO2 equivalents. This is around 61.7%. And deforestation is the largest contributor with the percentage of 69%. So as we already identified, that the largest driver of deforestation mostly is from the agricultures or forest conversion. So this is all the numbers already presented in our ERPD. And this is the area of the Jambi program. The area implementation with the FMU as well as the national park in the conservation areas. We have this map, so it's not as big as East Kalimantan, which I will present it in the next slide. But this is the Jambi province, and we have positive hope that it will be done finalized in near future, not too long. And this is our baseline for Jambi province with the reference period 26 to 2018, with the total emission reduction, emissions from the emissions for land use change and pit decompensation, as well as for the pit fire, with the total number of 26.7, around 7 tons CO2 equivalent per year. So this is a bit detail how the emission reduction which will be achieved through this project per year. So from 2022 until 2025, with the total amount is 19.3 million tons CO2. So from 2020 to 2025. So Mr. Erwin mentioned about the benefit sharing mechanism. This is one requirement for the LBP. So we already identified the benefit of the ER program, carbon and non-carbon. And then we already identified the beneficiary, and as well as determination of the allocation of benefits and their proportion as well. And of course, the distribution mechanism already put in place in this benefit sharing mechanism, and the use of benefits itself. So these documents already finalized, and this is part of the ERPA requirement negotiation. This is about the safeguards milestone in Jambi province through BioCF ISFL. So in 2019 until 2023, we have already get to implement the safeguard system and FAIC in 60 villages. So all these steps is already done, and we already have this safeguards document in place and ready for the negotiation. And now we are seeing the East Kalimantan. Mr. Erwin mentioned a little bit about the East Kalimantan project, right? So this is a bit detailed information how this RED Plus, result-based payment RED Plus in East Kalimantan being implemented is from through the FCPF Carbon Fund. So the target is to reduce emission from years 2022 to 2024 through the 11.7 million hectares to protect 6.5 billion hectares of forest area. So this is the target, and this is the milestone, the time frame for the program payment from the 2016, since the ERP already reviewed, until the 2022. We have already a letter of intent signed for the ERPD, and then we have the ERPD submitted in 2018, as well as the ERPD being reviewed and selected in 2019, and the ERPA signed in 25th November 2022. So this is our status now. So we are in the implementation phase, implementation, verification, and payment, with the first period June 2016 to December 2022. And the second period is from the January 2021 to 31st December 2022. And the third period will be done from 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2024. So this is our status now, where we are now here, through those milestones, those preparation, and until the emission, the ERPA signing. So, emission reduction program component in our FCPF in East Kalimantan content of improving land and forest governance, strengthening land and forest management, reducing deforestation and forest degradation within permitted areas, and development of sustainable alternative livelihood for communities, as well as the management and monitoring of the program as one of the core components. So the sub-program will be done, will consist of 12 sub-program and 29 activities. So we can see here like licensing, the improving licensing governance, resolving tenurial conflicts, because some of the areas has these issues, and support the recognition indigenous communities, strengthening village fund, administrative capacity, and the capacity of regional approaches and agencies, as well, not only in the forestry sector, but also in the agriculture. So we have coordination and collaboration with the Ministry of Agriculture. So implementing agriculture management and monitoring system and PHPL and REAL is one of the some of the 29 activities being implemented under this program. And of course, the alternative livelihood, as well as the partnership for conservation and social forestry, is already put into that sub-program. And of course, this is about the management and monitoring of the program as a part of the project. So, sharing plan in East Kalimantan, how we already put this mechanism in place. So the beneficiaries itself is not only the government, the national and provincial, but we already put its mechanism involving the business actors and community group, as well as the customary law community. So this is the proportion of the responsibility, performance, and rewards allocation. Just want to, this is, maybe you can see later on, this is the usage of benefit under the BSP, under the benefit sharing mechanism. And this is our lesson learned. So if we're talking about the lesson we are learned from these two provinces, which maybe can be useful if we want to replicate it in the other province, or maybe from the other, we can learn from these two projects through for the replication or mechanism, RED mechanism for other countries. So the changes in governance to support sustainable and aligned activities, this is demonstrated by the draft government regulation. So the commitment from the government, the regional government, it will be done under the Provincial Legislative Council. And then the MRV safeguard and benefit sharing mechanism and formulating land-based emission reduction oriented policies, which will be done which has to involve the local communities and the private sector. And the third point we'll learn from this project is changing at the paradigm of the implementing agency, as well as the farmers involved get capacity building and transfer of technology in managing land sustainability. So this is about the awareness and the involvement of the stakeholders. Management of RED Plus implementation need to be strengthened both national and subnational level, because the success of the RED Plus implementation, the jurisdictional, is a key point for success and in implementing the RED Plus mechanism. And in Indonesia, in subnational level, ensuring alignment of its RED actions within national guidance, as well as enhanced horizontal and vertical coordination, are very important. So this is our lesson learned from two provinces in Indonesia who's already implementing the RBP, RED Plus mechanism. And I hope this can also improve our activities, our implementation, future implementation of the RED Plus, the RBP, in both in Indonesia or in other countries, as well as ensuring that Article 5 of the Paris Agreement will still be alive. So thank you, Ibu Emma. I'll give the floor to you. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Ibu Julia, that share with us the experiences of implementation of RBP in East Kalimantan and Jambi province. For East Kalimantan, we have received the first payment from ERMR, and then from Jambi, that has a potential of emission reduction around 19 million ton carbon dioxide. That's beyond our commitment in our LOI. That's only 14 million ton. But it is subject to ERPA negotiation. Now I would like to invite Mr. Taye Dugasa that will share with us on the lesson learned and future of result-based payment, Oromia forested landscape. Mr. Taye Dugasa is a coordinator of Oromia Forest Landscape Program in Ethiopia. You have the floor, sir.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Protocol is as kept. Before I enter to my presentation, I would like to thank the government of Indonesia to give the chance to present our experience, and also I would like to thank to the World Bank, Norway, because of the support, the continuous support of them. We are here today. So I would like to thank them again. There are delegates from Ethiopia and as well as Oromia in our room, and they may support what I left after my presentation. So as you remember, last year I have presented the Oromia Forestry Landscape implementation, and I will rush over that, and I will go directly to the emission reduction program. So this is, as you all of you knows, those are the country funded by the ISFL. From globally, we are funded by the global, and Ethiopia is one of them. We are here today to present our experience for Indonesia. This is introduction part, yeah. So, as all of you know, RED is one of the policy instruments to contribute the anthropogenic greenhouse gas from the forest ecosystem in developing country, including Ethiopia. So, Oromia Forestry Landscape is the first large-scale jurisdictional RED Plus pilot program by the government of Ethiopia. Yeah. This is the objective of our OFLP to deforestation. Can you hear me, please? Deforestation and reduce land use-based emission, enhancement of forest carbon stock at state level, and sustainable forest management through afforestation and reforestation and the participatory forest management. This is the objective of Oromia Forestry Landscape program. So this is the site where we are implementing investment on the ground. Actually, as I've mentioned before, Oromia Forestry Landscape is jurisdictional. We are implementing wall-to-wall, especially safeguards, technical support, and capacity building is jurisdictional. But there are deforestation hotspots, which are their deforestation very high. We are working plantation and forest management in 9 zones. This is the site in Oromia. Yeah. The other thing is program has 3 phases. The first one is design phase, implementation phase, and the emission reduction phase. Now we have implemented, we have complete implementation phase from April 2017 up to 2023 with the grant of $18 million. And now we are transiting from that project to the emission reduction result-based payment. We have got 0.75 million from ISFL to transit to the until the emission reduction payment comes, and we are working on that currently. Yeah. So now we are working on that. From key results of OFLP, we have planned to brought under forest management 120,000 hectares, and our achievement is 220, and also to a forest bare land, we have planted 9,000 hectares, and our achievement is 9,600 hectares and above, and also 18,000 land users have been adopted on sustainable land management, and also 14,000 forest users have been taken training by this project, and also 16,000 direct beneficiaries have been identified by this project, and we have established 528 cooperatives. Now, I'm focusing on this ERPA signing. We have signed ERPA February 2023, and between the government of Ethiopia and the World Bank, the buyer is the World Bank BioSFL Tranche 3, and the seller is the government of Ethiopia. We have signed $40 million. If we generate more, with call option, and also we have additionally $20 million in the agreement framework. So this is the signing ceremony with the Minister of Finance in Ethiopia and the World Bank representative. So ERPA has 2 phases, which we have agreed. The first phase is from January 2022 up to 2024, and the second phase is January 1 2025 up to 2029. And this, the first one, have 2 reporting period. It has 2 reporting period. That is the design of that ERPA phase. Those are another initiatives which have contribution to Oromia forestal landscape. As I've mentioned before, Oromia forestal landscape is an umbrella in the region as well as in the country. The other initiatives have contributed to this umbrella project or program. Yeah, this is ERPA modality, ERPA phase 1 modality. You know, the first ERPA phase is only from forestry sector, from only deforestation, and the value is $50 million. The period is 2022 up to 2024. Contract agreement is 1.8 million ton of carbon dioxide equivalent. So it has 2 modalities. The first modality is retransferred, which is contribute about 35%. The buyers buy this 6,200 yeah, this amount, and they retransfer to us for the national contribution for national NEDC, the 35%. So the second modality is retained, which is 65%, 1.1 million ton of carbon dioxide equivalent, and the total amount of the first phase is $50 million. So the other one is ERPA second phase modality. The ERPA second phase is including forestry and livestock, which include degradation, and as well as the enteric fermentation comes from livestock. So this is, the value is $25 million, and the ERPA phase period is January 2025 up to December 2029. It has also 2 modalities as that of the ERPA first phase, and 35% of retransfer and 65% of retained. Actually, the price is not yet decided. It will be negotiated as the time reach. Yeah. This is the benefit sharing plan, criteria versus distribution mechanism. The criteria has 3 levels at zonal level. Performance at zonal level, it has 2 criteria. Performance, which contributes 60%, and the forest area, 40%. The second one is at district or warada level, forest area, 50%, plantation development, 30%, cooperative establishment is 20%. The last one is below district or at Kabale level, forest area, it has 2 criteria, 60% forest area for development or plantation, reforestation, it is about 40%. This is the criteria how we distribute the benefit among the community. The other one is disbursement mechanism. The money directly come from World Bank to Minister of Finance, and the Minister of Finance reduce operational costs and the 3% buffer, and the net payment will go to 75% to the community, 5% for private sector, 15% for regional and federal government, and 5% for 5% for regional government. So 5% is the forest sector, private sector developers, sorry. And the 75% goes to zone, warada, and the Kabale level. At the Kabale level, this 75% will be distributed to the community to use at community development project, which used to increase emission reduction, so 50% is for that purpose, and the 45% is for social development, like school, road, clinic, building, and 5% is for vulnerable group or for revolving fund for those who are not working and for those old and sick persons. This is a distribution mechanism. The other one is benefits are also distributed. I have mentioned this also. 20% for regional and federal government, 5% for private forest developers, and 75% will be for the community. The other things, ongoing activities. Now we have developed national and regional greenhouse gas emission reduction performance evaluation versus forest reference level. These have been already developed. And also baseline development for forest degradation and enteric fermentation from livestock. This also have been developed. In addition to that, benefit sharing plan and benefit sharing operational manual. After the getting the benefit, how to operate that benefit, and we have produced that for that benefit sharing operational manual, revised and get approval by the World Bank and the BioCF, ISFL for sustainable forestry landscape, as it is a condition for the disbursement of ERPA. Lesson learned. Yeah, we have built the capacity of national and the subnational MRV experts to enable them autonomously engage in periodic forest monitoring activity. And in addition, we have developed also, we have built MRV lab. Yeah, this is what we have done. And the other one, in strengthening the international, national, and the regional coordination and cooperation to enhance enabling environment for emission reduction in the country NDC achievement. Those are the lessons learned, and engagement of community also have been increased, and also the deforestation have been reduced significantly. This is what I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Taye. It's very interesting. FCPF only focus on forestry sector, and then ESFL in Jambi focus on forestry and agriculture, and in OFLP is focus on forestry and livestock. Now, last but not least, I would like to invite a speaker from Vietnam, Mr. Nguyen. Are you with us here?
Okay.
Okay, please. I would
Okay,
like, yeah, Mr. Nguyen is Mr. Nguyen Chieng Chuong, Payment for Forest Environmental Specialist from Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, Vietnam.
Yeah.
Please, Mr. Nguyen.
Thank you, and good evening from Vietnam. Yeah. I'm so happy to have a presentation on the ERPA in the North Central region of Vietnam with World Bank. And okay, so can you show my presentation? Yes. Yeah, next please. Okay, so we know that for the ERPA, it means the Emission Reduction Payment Agreement between the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development and the World Bank in Vietnam. So you know that for the ERPA, it is the very first agreement on the carbon payment in Vietnam. And in terms of the legal basis, there is no legal basis for this type of activities in Vietnam so far. So that is why the ministry had to submit to the government to issue a decree 107 to pilot the ERPA program. So it means that we have to develop a new decree for providing the legal basis to implement the ERPA in Vietnam. And for the ERPA in Vietnam, we signed with the World Bank with the total payment amount of 51.5 million US dollar, with the purchase volume of 10.3 million tons of CO2. And the jurisdiction is in the 6 provinces in the north central region of Vietnam. The implementation phase from 2018 to 2025. And for this, of course, we follow the FCPF carbon standards. Yeah. Next, please. Okay. So, oh no, back. Yeah. Oh, okay, fine. Yeah. So this is a time frame that we implemented the ERPA so far. Actually, we start to develop the concept. We call the emission reduction program in 2014. And after that, we have a readiness phase from 2014 to 2018. And then we get the ERPA approved in 2018. And we got the, we got the verification from the third party in 2021. And at the meantime, in 2023, we have that received the first payment from the World Bank with the amount equivalent to 80% of the total contract with the World Bank. And the contract or the ERPA will be fulfilled and expired by 2025. Yeah. According to the ERPA with World Bank, there are 2 conditions of effectiveness, including the ER title transfer. And for this, it means the government of Vietnam has issued the Decree 107. So for this decree, it provides a legal basis for transfer the ER title to the World Bank. So it means that that for this, the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development acting on behalf of the forest owner of the 6 provinces, and the ministry acting on behalf of the forest owner, and then we have the the authority to transfer the ER to the World Bank. And regarding the second condition of effectiveness, it is a BSP, the Benefit Sharing Plan. And for this, we have the decision of the ministry. So the ministry issue a decision to approve the BSP. So it means that the 2 conditions of effectiveness have been fulfilled. Of course, there are some others conditions and requirements. That is the first monitoring report. And for this, the monitoring report for 2018 and 2019, for this, we got the third party verified and accredited. And accordingly, the total amount of 16.21 million tons of CO2 was verified by the third party, the Aster Global, in October 2023. And the other condition is POM. It means that the program operation manual This is additional requirement of World Bank. And for this one, the ministry already submit to the World Bank for endorsement and no objection letter. And we are submitting to the ministry for approval soon. So it means we hopefully the form will be approved by the ministry by end of this month. It means end of December. Yes, please. And so far we have or we received the World Bank support field support mission in March 2023. And for this mission, the World Bank conducts the field mission to cross-check whether Vietnam get readiness in terms of the technical, institutional arrangements, capacity, and so on. And the World Bank also declared the effectiveness in March 2023. And of course, the ministry already clear all the technical and financial registration procedures. And we have do it through the CAT system of World Bank. And as I mentioned that the ministry already received the first payment of 80% of the total contract value in August 2023, with the total amount of 41.2 million US dollar from the World Bank. Yes, please. And for this, the ERPA, you can see a great huge amount of beneficiaries under the ERPA. The first, that is the state or the special forest management board. It is 19 special forest management board and 36 protection forest management board with almost 68,000 households and almost 950 communities involved in this ERPA. And we also have the engagement of 570 commune people's committee. Those community and commune people's committee, they are allocated forest or they sign the contract for forest protection with the forest management board or the other forest owner. And for this, according to the World Bank, we also identify the community living near and inside the forest. So it means that even these community, they are not contracted for forest protection, but according to the requirement of World Bank, we still need to get them involved in this ERPA. And for this community, the total amount of almost more than 1,356 communities living near and inside the forest. And of course, the beneficiaries.
Mr. Chuang,
Yes.
my apology.
Yeah.
Could you speed up your presentation because
Okay, fine.
we don't have
Yeah.
much time left. Thank you.
Okay,
Actually,
fine.
we don't have time at all. Actually,
Yeah.
just speed up, please.
Okay, fine.
Maybe you can
Yeah.
resume it.
Yeah. And of course, we also have the other beneficiaries who are the army forces and other economic entities. Yeah, please, next. So this is fund flow you can see the fund flow of ERPA. So it means that the ministry, we get the funding from the World Bank or the FCPF through the forest protection system from the central to the provincial level. And at the central level, we are allowed to keep maximum of 3.5% for management fees and other technical intervention at the central level. And then the rest is distributed to the provincial fund. So at the provincial fund level, they are allowed to keep maximum 10% of the management costs for to cover the activities, and the rest is to pay directly to the forest owner and the communities at the grassroots level. Yes. So it is a master financial plan according to the ministry decision, and you can see that we have this master financial plan clearly for different type of beneficiary for different year from now to 2025. Yeah. Yeah, next please. Of course, there are still some pending activities that we still have to fulfill. At the meantime, we are working closely with the World Bank to exercise the co-option, because according to the ERPA, the World Bank, we exercise the co-option of 1 million ton, 1 million ERs. And for this one, it is being discussed and being under negotiation between the ministry and the World Bank. And World Bank is also supporting the ministry to pilot the auction of the ER. Yeah, that is quite a good point. And of course, at the meantime, we also doing our internal process to transfer the ER title to the World Bank. And for the approval of the form document as well, we try to get it approved by end of this month. And of course, we still have some other pending activities, like to disperse the payment to the forest owner, and to also make a calculation of ER amount for each province under the ERPA. Yes, please. So for ERPA, what are the lessons learned? Yes, please. Next. The first very big lesson learned from ERPA with World Bank is that we have a chance
Mr.
to
Nguyen,
learn.
Mr. Nguyen,
Yes.
your time is up. Yeah, we
Okay.
don't have time.
Okay,
Okay,
fine.
thank you very
Yeah.
much, Mr.
Okay.
Nguyen. Yeah. Thank you very much for your presentation. That's very interesting. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all the speakers have delivered very comprehensive presentations. We could maybe get the whole files for further learning of the process. And then my apology, I couldn't able to allocate time for us here to have a discussion with you, because other session is coming, so we have to end our presentation and discussion session. I would like to end this session, and please give big applause to our speakers. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to all the speakers, and I hand over to the MC. Thank you, Ibu Emma, for hosting the session. Unfortunately, we won't have any break, but we do have a little special gift to all the speakers. to show our appreciation, which will be given by Ibu Yulia will be presenting our token of appreciation. It's okay, no problem at all. Thank you, Rivke, for your contribution. And unfortunately, our speaker who joined online were unable to stand over. Lastly, Ibu Emma, thank you for leading the discussion. And before we all leave, let's have a group photo together. Okay. We're all good? Thank you. All right. Now it's 5:33. I guess it's time for the next one.
The Forest Legality and Sustainability Assurance System, SBLK Indonesia, was born from multi-stakeholders processes to support improvement in forest governance and sustainability. SBLK is a system to assure products' legality and sustainability. Along with the implementation, policy intervention, and strong law enforcement, SBLK contributes to decreasing numbers of illegal logging and deforestation in Indonesia, which drops. The system that was established in 2009 assures all timber products in the whole chain of supply comply to the standard and guidelines of legality and sustainability. The Forest Legality and Sustainability Assurance System, SBLK Indonesia, was born from multi-stakeholders processes to support improvement in forest governance and sustainability. SBLK is a system to assure products' legality and sustainability. Along with the implementation, policy intervention, and strong law enforcement, SBLK contributes to decreasing numbers of illegal logging and deforestation in Indonesia, which drops above 75%, the lowest in history. The system that was established in 2009 assures all timber products in the whole chain of supply comply to the standard and guidelines of legality and sustainability. The Forest Legality and Sustainability Assurance System, SBLK Indonesia, was born from multi-stakeholders processes to support improvement in forest governance and sustainability. SBLK is a system to assure products' legality and sustainability. Along with the implementation, policy intervention, and strong law enforcement, SBLK contributes to decreasing numbers of illegal logging and deforestation in Indonesia, which drops above 75%, the lowest in history. The system that was established in 2009 assures all timber products in the whole chain of supply comply to the standard and guidelines of legality and sustainability.
Okay, if any of you wants to continue networking, we've already prepared a lounge just right outside the room. So please help yourself and enjoy your networking while enjoying some light refreshment that we've already prepared for you. As we're going to continue to the next one, so I suggest everybody, our distinguished guests, please have a seat. We're going to start our session right away. Okay. Okay, today we'll be talking about the roadmap and action plan of Broader Market Recognition Coalition, or in short, BMRC. So continuing the previous COP in Glasgow and Sharm el-Sheikh, where a talk show in Indonesia Pavilion on broader market recognition presented the joint statement to the world. So this year, BMRC, which consists of 6 founding nations, developed a roadmap, a vision which expands on the commitments, and a subsequent action plan which provides the framework for its implementation. So this session, our speakers will share and discuss the verified roadmap with the subsequent action plan for a good forest governance, in particular for tropical timber producing countries. So let's get onto it. Let's welcome our moderator for the session, Dr. Tri Nugroho from BMRC Secretariat.
Thank you, MC. Excellency, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to Indonesian Pavilion again, UNFCCC COP28 in Dubai. Good afternoon for everyone. Good evening for those in Indonesia. I know some people are watching from there. As well as good morning for those partly in Africa, as well as in Europe, UK, and I think mostly in UK and EU. Thank you for being here and joining this session. I would like to thanks to Pak Agus Jusianto, Director General of Ministry of Environment and Forestry, for joining us. Thank you for all panelists that are already here from Indonesia and Ghana, from different stakeholders, government, civil society, and private sector, as well as a colleague from other BMRC country, Cameroon, Liberia, Guyana, Republic of Congo. Maybe some are not here, but they are watching. I would like to introduce myself. I'm Tri Nugroho. I'm currently for BMRC Secretariat, Broader Market Recognition Secretariat in Indonesia. And we are all here actually in the COP28 in Dubai. We are united, share concern that we need to work faster and at the greater scale if we are going to tackle climate change. Here, forests provide, I want to read this one. Forests provide an important carbon sink, and so it is critical that we accelerate effort to tackle deforestation and to combat illegal logging. So I would like to underline the illegal logging because we are talking about that as well here, and promote sustainable use of forests. This session is actually talk about the action we have been working so long, not for 1 or 2 years, but decades. So 30 years ago, for example, for Indonesia, and as well as for the future of forests, particularly in the tropical. And some of you, I know, were in the COP26 in Glasgow, as well as in Sharm el-Sheikh. In Glasgow, at the time, we introduced the idea of BMR. In Sharm el-Sheikh, at the time, we declared the joint statement of BMR countries of 6 tropical countries. And now, we are going to update you the progress 1 year after Sharm el-Sheikh about the BMR initiative. And today, we are going to invite people from, speakers from 2 countries, representing Indonesia as Ghana. This is important actually, because Indonesia as Ghana is the only 2 countries got flag tea license. Indonesia got in 2019 and 2016, and then Ghana got the flag tea license just this year, right? We are going to learn about this experience from Ghana, from our colleague presenter from Ghana. Getting license, flag tea license is not easy, takes years to come, and then under the framework of voluntary partnership agreement. Another 14 countries are waiting for that flag tea license. So we are going to learn more about that. Ladies and gentlemen, the initiative of broader market recognition is drawn together from different stakeholders, government, civil society, and private sector. All together advocating for stronger market, incentive to support good forest governance in the other tropical countries. A recognition from other countries, not only from EU market, but also beyond EU. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite Bapak Dr. Agus Yustianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management of the Indonesian Ministry of Environment and Forestry, to give a keynote speech. Pak Agus, the Excellency Pak Agus, please come to the stage to give the speech. Give applause for Pak Agus.
Thank you, Pak Tri. Honorable delegates from producer countries, Cameroon, Republic of Congo, Ghana, Guyana, and Liberia, my fellow delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, very good evening. Right? It is my great pleasure to meet you all in the UNFCCC COP28 in Dubai City, the capital of the Emirate of Dubai, in the Eastern Arabian Peninsula on the coast of the Persian Gulf directly and virtually. I would also like to express my highest appreciation to the BMRC Secretariat for hosting this session and welcome you all for sharing information and experience as well, dealing with the national system. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, Broader Market Recognition Coalition, or BMRC, is a platform to endorse, monitor, and promote implementation of national sustainable forestry systems, and to label and promote trade of forest products that originated from BMRC endorsed national systems. BMRC also promotes harmonized standards for legal and sustainable forest products in trade regulation and public and private sector procurement that provide recognition to BMRC label products internationally. The development of BMRC was initiated through deliberation and discussion in the Indonesian Pavilion during the COP26 and several global fora on forest policy on the need to provide incentive for good forest governance through broader market recognition beyond flag VPA upon qualifying national verification systems. Producer countries have been developing robust national systems on timber legality assurance systems and call for wider recognition by markets beyond the flag VPA partners. In a policy forum on broader market recognition in London, September 2022, multi-stakeholder of 6 countries, that is Indonesia, Ghana, Liberia, Guyana, Cameroon, and the Republic of Congo, agreed to collaborate towards formalization of a coalition to work towards broader market recognition on national verification system beyond flag VPA processes. Subsequently, Bali meeting in March 2023 declared the coalition platform as a broader market recognition coalition of BMRC and developed a draft of a roadmap and action plan to secure broader market recognition of national sustainable forestry system. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is now the time to move forward. Action plan must be implemented and potential members should be invited. I hope today's discussion could lead into the real action. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Agus Yustianto, Director General of Sustainable Forest Management of the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. Now I would like to invite all speakers to come to the stage. First, Pak Kristianto. Pak Kristianto is Honorary Chair of the BMRC Secretariat. He is Director of Forest Product Processing and Marketing, Minister of Environment and Forestry of Indonesia, for sure. And then I would like to invite Ms. Doreen Asumang Yeboah. I would like to introduce Doreen is the Director of Right and Advocacy Initiative Network, RAIN, a non-for-profit organization in Ghana. She is a community right and gender advocate, a member of Legal Working Group, a CSO representative on the Multi-Sector Implementation Committee of the FLECTI in Ghana. She had a natural resource management education background and master in development policy and planning. And then I would like to invite Pak Chris, another Chris, Pak Chris Beko from Ghana, Government View. Chris Beko is Director of Forestry Commission in Ghana. He was a coordinator of Ghana process during the Voluntary Partnership Agreement negotiation, as well as a key member of the negotiation team. Remain of the focal point of the VPA process has led Ghana in the implementation of the legality assurance system for Ghana. Mr. Chris Beko has a mixed background in forestry, IT, and forest governance. I would like to invite last speakers, Ibu Dian, please come up to the stage. He has a lot of position, but here is as a Vice Chairman of Multi-Business Forestry, representing private sector, Indonesian Forest Concession Association. So here is our speakers for this session, and I would like to invite Pak Chris Dianto to give a speak and presentation about the BMRC, the progress since Summer Shake, COP27, now in COP28. Pak Chris, please.
Thank you, Pak Tri. Good evening, everyone, and I hope everyone have a good day today. And I would like to elaborate the points of previously mentioned by our Director General, Pak Agus Sustianto. My name is Chris Dianto Sugianto. I'm a Director of Forest Product Processing and Marketing at Indonesia's Ministry of Environment and Forestry. I also serve as Honorary Chair of the PMRC Interim Secretariat. Let me talk through the PMRC and the progress. And next, today I will share our coalition overview about the vision, strategy, and the current progress. Next. And these tropical countries have made progress in good forest governance. Next slide, please. And among others, one example from Indonesia is that our minister, Professor Siti Nurbaya, highlighted Indonesia's success in reducing emissions in forestry sector with a steady decline into 75%, lowest in history since 1990, into 0.1 million hectares. And along with other policy measures, SVLK has proven for its contribution to the improvement that impacted to the gain market confidence. However, the clear recognition and incentive is yet to be realized. Momentum keeps going. Forest governance reform has now entered a new era and needs to be CSIs. Now let's imagine where the sustainability of forests happen across countries' jurisdictions, where sustainability endeavors and application are not limited in concessions. This is the contribution of policy measures side in forest governance reform. Then, what is our broader market recognition coalition? And as mentioned by our DG, Dr. Agus Sustianto, we currently have 6 founding member countries in Asia, Africa, and South America, with multi-stakeholders representation toward the same mission for global recognition of our national system. I repeat it again, for global recognition of our national systems. Even the coalition has just been formalized this year during the policy forum in Bali. The initiative went through many milestones in COP26 and COP27. In COP26, Glasgow, we called for beyond FLECTI, in our pavilion, which also resonates with the UK, who launched Tropical Timber Accord. In COP27 in Sharm el-Sheikh, the 6 countries launched a joint statement, and here's the joint statement signed by 6 countries, represented by 6 actors: government, private sectors, and civil society. After a series of thorough consultation involving members, as well as the national consultation sessions, the coalition have the roadmap available in our website, forestgovernance.org. So if everyone wants to open it, there are a lot of information, particularly to the countries who wants to join, who wants to go with us with this FLECT, that can open this forestgovernance.org. And following our signed joint statement, the framework will endorse, monitor, and promote national sustainability forestry systems that comply with defined principles and criteria for multi-stakeholder, environmental, economic, and social principles, monitored by independent party and audited by third party, and the system continuously improve. On our radar, the current global investment value of sustainable product is about 35 trillion. Gradually, the coalition will fulfill market recognition of the NSFS country that met the principles and criteria. From the endorsement, gain political recognition, international trade, and marketing of legal and sustainable forest products, and increase investment in the sector. We are now in the foundation building stage, from the secretariat for the daily operation, and gradually developing several other governance structures as shown in the slides. We are open to any contribution and collaboration with producer countries, also consumers, together to strengthen the coalition governance. As a platform, this coalition opens its door widely to tropical countries interested in joining in our platform. We are aware of the nuance between one country and another. Further, we will elaborate on the BMRC assessment and endorsement criteria. As a coalition, the tropical producer countries promote an internationally harmonized standard that recognize our national systems. Regarding to the new AUDR, in the frequently asked question, they just put another topic that they will recognize this national system. So it is a good move for us to face the AUDR. That's another thing that we invite non-tropical countries to be associate members, and together we will engage to broader collaboration through multilateral approach and measures with international agencies. And we will update all of our progress in the website, and please visit, and we look forward to hearing from you. Thank you very much. Back to you, Pak Tri.
Thank you very much, Pak Chris. That was a very impressive kind of progress in 1 year after the COP in Sharm el-Sheikh, the initiative of BMRC, the progress, the roadmap, and the future plan of BMRC. I would like to invite a story from Ghana, Ibu Dorin, and then continue by Pak Chris Beko, please.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to share our perspectives on incentivizing good forest governance beyond FLECT licensing. And we are taking it from the viewpoint of Ghana. I'll start the presentation, which has been jointly developed by the Ghanaian team, and our colleague, Mr. Chris Beck, will come and continue. So for over a decade now, Ghana has been implementing the voluntary partnership agreement, which is a component of the Forest Law Enforcement Governance and Trade Action Plan signed between Ghana and the European Union. And this FLECT VPA is described as a robust process because it has a multi-stakeholder deliberative process that forms its backbone, And because of that, there is legitimacy from all the stakeholders who have also accepted the process as their own for implementation. This process, again, has social, economic, and sustainability principles embedded within its framework and implementation. And again, there is the participation of non-state actors as independent forest monitors. And the information that comes out of this monitoring and the corrective action requests are being constantly used to review and revise the system that has been developed. And so there is a continuous improvement of this FLECT process. All components of the legality assurance system have been developed and implemented over the last 5 years. And unfortunately, Ghana's FLECT process has been criticized for its seemingly long trajectory. And this criticism, to some extent, has resulted in a diminishing interest by some of the parties involved in this FLECT process. Fortunately for us, at the last JMR meeting in Brussels, there was a renewed commitment by parties, and by this I refer to the EU and Ghana, to ensure that the FLECT process is carried on. And so very soon, Ghana is going to see FLECT licensing live. This is because all the outstanding audit findings have been implemented. Everything has been addressed now, and in the next quarter, hopefully, we are going to see Ghana's FLECT license being issued. But there is a question that lingers on the mind of people, and that is, what's next after FLECT VPA licensing? Are people going back to sleep because the ultimate has been achieved? How do we keep the momentum? And that is where the BMRC comes in. So the broader market recognition, like has been stated by other speakers, is to ensure there is no loss of momentum or drive on the forest governance reform process that have been achieved over the years through the FLECT VPA process. It builds on the incentives and good governance and the transformational process that have come through the VPA process. And so we let people know the shift that sits behind the legality assurance system brought by the FLECT VPA process to the countries that are implementing it. So to summarize it, I would say that BMRC is building on the FLECT VPA process and the achievements that have been harnessed over the years. So it's more like consolidating on the gains of FLECT VPA in Ghana and across the tropical countries. Now, what is our interest as civil society? Civil society is very much interested in BMRC because it is a build-up on the FLECT process. And in the development of the FLECT process, civil society was very much instrumental. The development of the process itself, the establishment of the legality assurance system, the development of the complaint mechanisms, as well as our involvement in the independent forest monitoring. Altogether, we see ourselves as a part of the development of FLECT process. So if there is anything that is building on the achievements of FLECT, then of course, we have to be a part of it. We are very much interested and we have a great stake in that. That is why we are here as civil societies to promote and support the BMRC. I will end here and hand over to my colleague Chris to continue the process. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Doreen and distinguished guests. It's an honor indeed to be here to do this. And for me, it is particularly exciting because the BMRC really, looking at it, as has been stated by speaker after speaker, is an opportunity to continue what has been achieved under the FLECT VPA, and not only continue, but bring more incentive for its continuity. Okay. Yeah, let me just continue to speak. So, as has been said, Pat Chris talked about why BMRC, and I'll approach that from another angle, why the BMRC, and I'd like to talk about the antecedents, therefore, of the BMRC. So, BMRC is introduced because we've recognized that good forest governance is the main challenge in tropical forest countries in sustaining the forests. As has been said, it is here to provide incentives to countries and national systems that have taken the trouble to establish their national systems, and it is recognize that these national systems hold promise in tackling these good governance challenges. As again we heard from the previous speaker, Doreen, the VPA process is a multi-stakeholder endeavor. All stakeholders get involved. It is owned by all, and therefore the policies that come out of the process is owned. And when policies are owned across the board by all stakeholders, its implementations hold better promise. And so that's where this is rooted, that we shall continue. The BRMC is expected to continue with that culture of multi-stakeholder deliberative process in not only coming out with policy, but also implementing it. It also, the antecedents is that the observation, we've observed that it is only robust systems, particularly we're referring to the legality assurance system like the SVLCAR, like what Ghana has done, the GLASS. They have the potential to effectively combat deforestation and maintain forest cover. Why? Because with the legality assurance system, unlike systems where there are no legality gates, and I mean gates like doors that you open and close, there are no gates that are erected. The legality assurance system would ensure that unless your consignment is compliant, it cannot go through to the market. And these enforcement of this compliance can go a long way to make sure that forest management prescriptions are respected, tax obligations are respected, and actually all the environmental laws are respected, including together with the fiscal. And we believe that over time, this is what is necessary in combating forest deforestation and maintaining forest cover. And so it's here to provide good incentive to such endeavor. So as has been said, we'd like to repeat it, that BRMRC is building on the achievement of the FLECT VPA process. And so the other side of it is what would be the principles, what are we committed to? And so this is the last slide I'd like to leave with you, that the commitments of the BRMRC is that clear market incentives would play a role in reinforcing efforts at sustainable forest management. Markets must recognize the efforts that has gone or that goes into the development and implementation of these legality assurance systems, these national systems, and the incentive they can give is the patronage, the right patronage of the products that come, the right recognition that is given to it. So that's the first commitment that we have. Clear market incentives will play a role in reinforcing these efforts. The second is the BRMRC would advocates for national systems such as developed under the FLECT VPAs, which I have elaborated. The other commitment, the third commitment is that, again, an emphasis that the FLECT VPA multi-stakeholder deliberative process has the potential, among others, to ensure continuous improvements in forest governance. And so our focus on the multi-stakeholder deliberative process is that we see that it can push continuous improvements, in addition to what we've heard, that continuously under national systems like has been implemented under the SVLCAR and GLASS, or the Ghana Legality Assurance System, we have opportunities to look at corrective action requirements coming from legality audits, and the implementation of these corrective action requirements ensure that the right thing is being done and incrementally. But in addition to that, you need the eyes of all the stakeholders to make sure that everybody keeps their eye on the ball. And that's the principle, the third principle, or commitment of the BRMRC. And the last but not the least, there are others, but for the sake of time, summarize that market recognition is important for incentivizing national systems. And by market recognition, what would we mean? We anticipate that the market will recognize us, and the recognition is going to be through the issuance of labels at the end of the day from these BRC coalition countries whose systems would have been passed to have met a certain standard. So at the end of the day, we are looking at standards from which labels would be issued. So in brief, these are the commitments that we have. I thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, another Pak Chris, for the presentation and update from Ghana about the flag tea license from Ghana. I think it's not happening yet, yeah? It's going to be next year, yeah? The flag tea license for Ghana. But it's agreed this year. So congratulations for Ghana and welcome to the club soon for the flag tea license country. Takes a lot of time. Now I would like to invite representative, if we already hear government from Indonesia, government from Ghana, civil society representative. Now we are going to hear perspective from private sector. We have Ibu Dian Novarina. Please, Ibu Dian, to come to the stage, please.
Thank you, Patri. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It is my honor to be here, to be part of this important session with the great panelists and also the moderator, of course, and also the audience who are here and also joining this session online from various places. My name is Dian Novarina. I am from the Association of Indonesia Forest Concessionaires. This evening, I will speak about the private sector perspective in timber producing countries, particularly Indonesia. The outline of my presentation this evening will be as follows. I will explain the export trend and destination of Indonesian forest product export. Then I will highlight the challenges of forest business face in Indonesia, which may also be similar to those experienced by forest businesses in other tropical countries. Next will be how the private sector support global initiative for sustainability. And finally, there will be call for action and support. This slide is a bit busy, but this is an interesting slide. We can see this is the slide describes Indonesia forestry product export trends from January 2013 until December 2020, following the implementation of SVLK, Implementation Certification Scheme in Indonesia. The figure on the left side show a consistent increase in export value from year to year, except in the COVID period, namely in 2019 and 2020. However, the same figure we can see here that Indonesia's forestry product export performance could bounce back in 2021. The figure on the top right show a condition per month from 2019 to 2020, which is more detailed, show the situation during the COVID-19 pandemic and the years after that, which managed to recover. The figure at the bottom right show, this is the different, before we talk about the value in billion US dollar. Now we will focus on the different forest product from Indonesia. It can be seen that over the past 10 years, paper, pulp, wooden furniture and woodworking have shown a consistent upward trend in value. Next, the slide is about Indonesia forest product export destination. We can see from this slide, we see from the figure on the left, it shows that Asia, North America, and the European Union are the most significant export destination for the forestry product in Indonesia, from Indonesia. And the figure on the right shows that China is still the primary destination for Indonesia wood product, followed by the United States, Japan, India, Korea, and Vietnam. On this following slide, we can see the comparison of the forestry sector performance year on year in 2022 and 2023. The slides compare timber production for the upstream, timber production from natural forest, plantation, and from Perum Perhutani, one of the state-owned forest company in Indonesia. We can see from this slide that the wood product coming from natural forests is decreasing significantly, 20%, while timber production from plantation forest and perhutani are still increased. In the downstream products that show a sharp increase in export value were wood chips, up to 72%, and handicraft, 65%, while those that show a decline were wood panel, 28%, and woodworking, 9.7%. And all in all, there is a decrease amounting to 5.7%. I would like now to address some of the challenges faced by the private sector forestry in Indonesia. The first is that changing market requirement, which differ from one consumer country to another, making it difficult for producer countries like Indonesia. For example, the latest UDR requires geolocation and fulfillment of comprehensive sustainability standard, which were not previously required, while in other countries, these requirements are not necessary. This has implication for the efficiency of resource used by business actors because they have to spend double or even triple costs to meet different requirements requested by various export destination countries. Then, after this requirement have been met with various improvement efforts by the private sector, it is still unclear as to the reward or incentive obtained, which here refers specifically to ease of market access. Not to mention that periodically, these requirements keep changing. So, for the business actors, it is like chasing a moving target. Another challenge faced is the different technical and financial capabilities of forestry business in Indonesia to meet the requirement or regulation. The capability of a large company or group will be different from that of a smaller size operation or smaller company. Despite of those challenges mentioned in the previous slide, we continue to support and commit to fulfilling the sustainability aspect of doing forestry business. The private sector actively engage with other stakeholders to support the development and implementation of National Sustainability Forest System or SVLK Indonesia, and our commitment to sustainable forest management includes supporting the achievement of climate ambition, biodiversity protection, community well-being, human rights due diligence, fulfillment of gender equality, and also recognition of indigenous people. So, and through this forum, we raise our expectation, our hope. Together with other stakeholders, Indonesia Forest Concession holders views that the BMRC is an essential platform to collaborate to fulfill shared commitment to sustainability that benefit all producing countries. Synergy and collaboration are critical to improving market access, both among producers and between producer and also consumers, as fulfilling responsibilities together will strengthen our path to achieve a shared vision for prosperity and sustainability. Thank you.
Very interesting. So that was actually the update and perspective from private sector on the progress related to SVLK Indonesia, as well as the interest for the private sector on the BMRC that potentially can support the private sector to sell more legal certified wood and sustainable wood. our product. I would like, now we have some minutes for question and answer. I would like to ask the floor if there are some questions. Somebody please help for the mic. If any one of you would like to raise question to the panels or to BMRC in general, please. Or if there are some people I know which is involved with the BMRC development as well, Lawrence, Frank, if you want to give additionality, please so. Anyone want to raise a question, please? Frank, do you want to give additionality on that? Yes, please, over there.
Thank you very much. I think a lot has been said in relation to the BMRC. And I think at this point, we need to reach out to other tropical countries who would want to also come in and join. It is a very nice opportunity for us to look at landscape sustainability rather than looking at isolated islands in terms of trying to conserve islands. This is a broader and a good opportunity which we need to reach out to the other tropical countries. And so if there is a tropical country here, I urge you, it is a fine opportunity. Let us come together, reach out to the world, and let them know that this is a fine opportunity for us to come together and also sell the bright future that the BMRC has for us. Thank you.
Frank, I think Frank, could you introduce yourself? Who are you?
Yes, so I am Frank Ankuma from Ghana with the Government Forestry Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Frank. Any other comment, Lawrence? You want to add some additionality from your perspective? Oh, okay. I heard somebody from Liberia is here. Liberia, please come up with a question or comment, Liberia. Please.
Well, I think we should be meeting tomorrow, right?
Yes, please.
Okay.
There will be another session like this in Central African session, right?
Yes.
Please, you can.
Yes, I mean, we have come to participate in this process. As you know, Liberia supports the process and we want to see alternative avenue for us tropical countries to sell our timbers outside of the FLECT VPA arrangement. And that's why we subscribe to the BMRC, and we look forward to selling outside of UK and EU, and to all of the consumer countries around the world. And I agree with the young man from Ghana that we should encourage other countries, the Gabon, the Democratic Republic of Congo, and other countries, so that they join. So, I mean, we've already started. We need some more of our colleagues from the other countries. So I really don't have a question. Thank you.
Thank you, Harrison from Liberia. Please, other people who want to raise a question or comment, please. Pasigit, maybe you can add with additionality, please.
Thank you very much. I'm Sigit Pramono, formerly with the Ministry of Environment and Forestry of the Republic of Indonesia. Now I'm helping the interim secretariat of the Broader Market Recognition Coalition, BMRC. Just very short would be comment on the presentation of Ibu Dian Novarina on the year-on-year comparison of the production and exports. That basically I've seen that the data being occupied has been the whole data for 2022, Ibu, if it would be correct. And then for the data for 2023, it has been data up to October. So it means that 12 months being compared to 10 months. But basically my point is that the data exactly is representing the number 11 point some number and also 11 point some. But basically if it would be compared for 12 to 12 months databases, then we hope this represent that the data would show a kind of positive trend. This is my point, that on apple-to-apple comparison, the analysis would show kind of decreasing trend, but I don't know if Budian would confirm this need to be further analyzed for this comparison. And secondly, just to inform those producing countries with regard to maybe could be some question to address how to join the coalition. What would be the next progress, next activity for the coalition? Then we could visit the website. That basically the basis for joining the coalition would be signing as the member of the coalition, and it needs the participation of the whole stakeholders in its producing country, the potential coalition member. That's my comment, Pak Tri. Thank you very much, and also appreciation to the comprehensive presentation of the whole panelists. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Pak Sigit, for the question for Ibu Dian as well as for other colleagues on the potential involvement for other countries to join BMRC. Bu Dian, do you want to respond, please?
Thank you, Pak. Thank you, Pak Tri, and also thank you, Pak Sigit. I think I need to give additional information. This is year on year until October 2022, Pak Sigit. And also for 2023 also until October. So it is apple to apple already actually. We can see on the lower side here until October, because last year the export value is reaching 14.2 billion US dollar. But until October this year, it is only 78%. Only, yeah. So it is already apple to apple. Thank you. Thank you, Pak.
Thank you, Bu Dian. Chris, you want to give additional, another quiz? You want to comment on that? Question from Pak Sigit.
Yes, on how other countries interested could join. Yes. So maybe we didn't have the chance to go into good detail, but this is a coalition that, as we said, works with the key stakeholder groups in the country, the private sector, the civil society, and the government. And as Pak Chris Indonesia showed on the screen, the joint statement shows that. So it's an application. This is a starting countries. Any country that is wishes to join, number one, I think the criteria that they must fulfill is that they must have started. They need not be at the completion stage, but must started and have a nationally operating sustainable forest system. So as I said, they need not to be at the completion point. It can be at any stage in the implementation of that system, and the framework accommodates the recognition and step-by-step progression that we can make to the endpoint, like Indonesia has done and Ghana has approached. Yeah. So an application that shows that this stakeholder group in the country have consented to it, and we have such a system, and that's what it takes to come in. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Chris Beko. I think one of another requirement is just sign the joint statement, because the 6 countries are actually signed the joint statement. Yeah, that was the first, which is express the commitment from the country to follow all of the preparation toward the BMRC coalition. Any other question, comment? Please. Please say your name as well as where you come from.
Yes.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you so much. I'm Osman Young, Principal Program Officer with Ghana EPA, Environmental Protection Agency. First of all, I want to thank the negotiators and all of those who have been in discussion to bring this agreement or program. I think they deserve a lot of commendation. My question, number one, is that so what lessons have we learned from similar or somehow related agreements or programs so that going forward we're able to avoid the pitfalls, and have a seemingly smooth implementation of this brilliant program. And then my question number two is that how are we also trying to get the political buy-in or the commitment, because some of us in our parts of the country or where we come from, if you don't have the political commitment or support to all these brilliant agreements and programs, then the implementation becomes very, very challenging. So I would like to know how we are going about this too. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any other comment or question? I just want to collect all of the questions. Please, you first and then later on after that.
Thank you. Faisal Parish, Global Environment Centre, Malaysia. Can I just ask a couple of questions? One, for the countries who are interested to join the BMRC mechanism, what is the value added that is provided to the country? And secondly, what is the progress or the barrier to getting recognition in the destination countries of BMRC? How can BMRC assist in getting access to those markets, or are there barriers to those markets that they requiring other international certification processes? Thank you.
Thank you. One more.
Thank you very much. My name is Obed Owusu Adai. I work with EcoCare Ghana. I'll give a bit of a small background before I ask my question. The BMRC is an offshoot of the FLECT process. And the FLECT process was initiated by the European Union. And some few years ago, the European Union, through their, they did an assessment, and they came up with this conclusion that the FLECT has not led to the kind of progress that they were anticipating. And so there seemed to be lack of interest moving forward, and they have come up with this new EU deforestation regulation, which seemed to not really provide the green lane to the EU market as we anticipated from the beginning of the FLECT process. So my question now is, if the EU that started the FLECT process is abandoning the ship in the middle of the process, what is the motivation for us as the producer countries to carry on? And probably it also fits into the question that was asked by my colleague here, that when you look at how the EU, I've seen the numbers, the EU is not taking as much as they used to. But everybody, any private sector entity will tell you that the EU is a very, very lucrative market when it comes to pricing. So not the volume, but the pricing, they provide a good market opportunity. And the EU has a mechanism that through their public procurement system, when they are giving contracts to their private sector, they oblige them to work with certain type of products sourced from sustainable sources. And their conclusion on the FLECT is that product from FLECT license is not sustainable. How are we working to counter this narrative that is out there? Because it appears it's going to be one of the bottlenecks that is going to work against the BMRC, the sustainability tag. How are we strategizing? What strategies are in place to counter that narrative that is out there, especially at the EU? Thank you very much.
Very interesting, all of question. Maybe we cannot answer all of the question. That's why the BMRC coalition is set up for answer those of question actually. But I would like to ask the presenter here to give kind of like response to all of the question. I'm not sure if you can answer one by one, but please, I would like to start with Pak Krisdianto. I don't think so it's working, Pak.
It's working.
Working, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Pak Tri. Thank you, everyone, for asking the question. From the first guy from Ghana, that's what lesson we learned from the agreement, that we have to understand that the FLEGT VPA is a bilateral treaty which is higher than the AUDR itself. Actually, we've got the joint expert meeting every year, and you can tell them and you can provide explanation. You can explain them about what's going on with this, what on the position with this FLEGT with the AUDR. But again, from this coalition, we sharing all together. We develop the South-South cooperation. If we can have the capacity building between us, so with this national strategy, with the national system, we can develop like the FLEGT is developed into the SVLK. That's what we learn. You can learn from Indonesia that we've been through, as Bu Dian mentioned, how the export is rising to AU. And again, it's not only AU, but it will be also effect in other countries, the deforestation issues. So the advantage of we have the FLEGT license is that our forest product is got the legality thick. So they understand that if the forest product is got the FLEGT license, they got the legality. But now we are struggling for to get the sustainability, which is we need to inform them the geolocation, which means represent of the where is the log coming from. So again, to also answer the guy from the Malaysia, that if the country wants to join the platform, this BMRC, we need to have a discussion, and also you need to also involve not only from the government, but also from the private sector and the civil society organization. And again, we understand we start from 6, and we hope that more people, more countries joining us means more people we need to promote, and we need to understand how they understand our national system. And we like to promote and campaign, because the campaign is the most important thing. And again, for the destination country, as you may know that there are about 26 of the European countries. They are now having the AUDR. They have the implementing authority in every country, about 26 countries. They may have a different perception about what is the AUDR itself. So what we can do is we try to promote and we try to negotiate. We try to recognize them what is the national system about. So that's one part. And also in every FLEGT, we've got joint expert meeting. We try to tell them, we try to promote our national system. And finally, about the, yes, I mentioned about the AU mechanism. I think I mentioned a lot that if you got the FLEGT license, you develop in the, like Malaysia, they've got the Malaysian Timber Legality Assurance System. And we've got SVLK, we've got timber legality thick. So they understand. And then we need to provide the detail for the sustainability. That's with the geolocation. That basically Indonesia is got their geolocation from the other system. We need to integrate in the forest product system. So basically we are still doing it, and then we try to propose them in joint expert meeting on January. That's Indonesian case. I think that's part 3. Back to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak Chris, for the response to all questions. Please, Doreen.
All right, thank you very much. So I'll pick it from the angle of the European Union and FLEX being legality and not sustainability. So it comes up with the fact that in the development of the FLEX process, especially for Ghana, the emphasis was on production of legal products to the markets. And we overlooked that sustainable aspect of it, although everything that we are doing as a legality has that embodiment of sustainability. Aside that, our FLEX process have components of economic, it has environmental considerations as well as social considerations, where we look at human rights issues, we look at community rights issues, we look at gender issues, all encompassed within the FLEX process. But the problem with that, we did not include sustainability as a fundamental component of FLEX in its development. That has been the backlash. And so moving forward, we need to promote that aspect of sustainability we have in our FLEX products or in our FLEX process. And so at the last JMRM meeting in Brussels, the EU themselves acknowledged the fact that Ghana's FLEX has components of sustainability, but that was not clarified in the development of the process. So it's up to us now to come together to promote that product we have developed over the years, to let the world know that, yes, it is not just about legality, but it has components of sustainability. That is why border market recognition is very critical at this point. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doreen. I think I just want to raise again the announcement of Esfelica Indonesia in Glasgow, which is not only legality, but also underline the sustainability. I think Ghana is in the same line on that. Yes. Pak Chris, please.
Yes, thank you. So lots have been said, but let me just add a little component to that, which has to do with the focus or preference in procurement authorities in the EU for what they consider to be sustainable. I think what we should bear in mind is that what they consider sustainable timber has enjoyed the presence of the market for close to 30 years. It's been marketed, they understand it. There's been no let me say, very little promotion to get them to understand what we have coming in with national sustainable forest systems. So it's work for us to do, to let them understand, as we showed again, that there's a transformational shift that sits behind any country that will come with products from a national sustainable forest system, where we have induced or we are inducing transformation across the board, across the landscape, and not from pockets of forest. These are things, this is work for us to, left for us to do. So I understand them, they have their perspective, and our work for the next month, year, 2, 3, is to let them see what they are not seeing now. And that would link me to the question, so what is the added benefit for new members? Yes, they would benefit from this presence that we are establishing on the market. They would get better penetration for their products on the market, because we know that we shall succeed. And at the end of the day, there's going to be credibility that links up to investment opportunities. There are more opportunities. So it's a good idea for other producer countries to look, tropical countries to look into this and consider joining us. I think the others have been elaborated, so I'm going to stop here. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris Beko. Budian, please, if you have additionality.
Yes, very briefly, Pak Tri. I think as a business, we really need to be able to accept, to access market that really can appreciate what has been done by the effort that has been done by the company in terms of achieving and fulfilling sustainability commitment. So in the near future, I think there will be, as mentioned earlier by others, there will be another country will also will have sustainability standards. So the initiative like BMRC is really something that very useful, and we from the private sector really hope that this can be a platform, a productive platform for the producer countries as well as producer and consumer countries can work together to give benefit to all parties. So we can achieve our goals, so, economic goal, sustainable, environmental goal, and social goals by using this platform. Thank you.
Thank you, Budian, for the response. I think all of your question and concern actually is our concern in the BMR. That's actually questioning by ourselves as well. Why are we going to deal with the market? Are we going to wait for the EUDR and next regulation from other countries? Are we going to just waiting? Let's a tropical country come together and discuss about how to deal with that, to answer that question. I think that is actually the BMRC idea coming from. So all questions are valid. The response are not easy to answer, but now we are working on that. We just established, BMRC just established in Bali this March, yeah? March, and now we have initial roadmap you can see in the website. And one of our mechanism on the BMRC is actually trying to give update in every COP. So in Glasgow, we call for kind of like a beyond flag tea, what is actually happening. And then in Sharm el-Sheikh, we talk about the joint statement. Here, now we talk about the establishment of broader market recognition coalition and the roadmap. So next year, we are going to see you again on BMRC update. I don't know where it's going to be. In Praha. Okay, I don't know. Maybe still in discussion. But yeah, thank you everyone for the discussion today. Thank you for the panelists. One more question for Frank. Come on.
I think
you too as well.
I think he raised, he asked the question. And let me try to answer. He was saying that how are we going to get the political will or political buy-in? I think this is an issue that was raised so many occasions, especially by my new park race at in Bali. And so it was looked at holistically. Some countries like Indonesia already could see had a lot of high political stint in the whole process. But then I think the signature to the joint statement had other political figures in various countries also appending their signature to it. But beyond that, there was a committee that was agreed. In fact, I happen to be a member of that committee to develop an action or a policy statement for the various governments to look at so that we could go extra beyond that. We appreciate that, yes, there is that issue of political will and political buy-in. And so actions are being done. And I think that the next processes will be to incorporate that, to move on, to have that political buy-in.
Very good question and statement. We don't have any more time. 3 more minutes to go, right?
Yeah, just 1 minute.
Just statement, one statement and that's it, right?
Regarding the political buy-in, those of us who attended these, who cooperated in this thing, came from the political background. Yeah. So we came with a political approval from Liberia.
Very good. Let's stop. And then we are going to see you again in between this COP and next COP, another meetings for consultation and discussion and consolidation among ourselves. So thank you everyone. Thank you for the speakers and participants, all of you here and as well as on the virtually. So I would like to ask the presenter to take a picture together. And then that's it. Thank you everyone.
Okay, thank you very much, all participants, for the cohesive efforts, for the invitation to join together the coalition in order to gain the global recognition. So we're going to have two takes. The first one is all the speakers. And the second take, I would like to invite all the other nation, representative from other nation, which join in BMRC to have a group photo together. Okay? So I heard there is a representative from Liberia, and is that all? Okay. Okay. Check, 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 check. Can you hear me? I can't hear. Okay. All right. Dear guests and speakers, we haven't started yet, but I'm just going to announce to all the participants who are still lingering outside, please move forward. Have a seat in our main stage area as we're going to start the session in the next 5 minutes. We're still waiting for the Vice Minister to come as he's going to deliver an opening remarks. But while waiting, I would like to invite all the participants who are still waiting outside, please make your way to the main stage, make yourself comfortable, and we're going to start the session in 5 minutes. Thank you very much for your patience. I check, 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 check. Hello, check. No, is it okay? Apologize for the noise. I hope it doesn't do much damage. Okay. Welcome, dear guests, distinguished speakers, honorable VIP. Thank you for coming to the graveyard shift. I hope everybody's still excited for the last session of the day. I heard in Dubai, it's the time when everybody just start functioning. So let's get onto it. Today, we'll be talking about the proposed of emission factor and GHG emission reduction method on peatland ecosystem based on GWL in Tier 3 measurement. So in accordance with Indonesia's commitment to the Paris Agreement, GOI has prepared a long-term strategy for low carbon and climate resilience, in short, LTSLCCR 2050. This document explains that Indonesia will increase its ambition to reduce GHG emissions with peak national net GHG emissions in all sectors achieved in 2030. In that context, the Directorate of Peat Ecosystem Damage Control developed a study of calculation methodology for GHG emissions and absorption, which requires an integrated information system from other sectors. So today, we will explore the methodology for measuring the reduction of carbon emissions through groundwater level monitoring and calculating GHG emissions in peatlands. Okay, since this topic is all about the scientific work and research, I have no one better to host the session. And he's also our graveyard shift keeper. Please welcome Dr. Suryo Adiwibowo.
Good night, dear. I think it is already night. I said good night because so all of us aware this is we have to manage the time for our presentation and discussion. First, allow me to address honorary guest, our honorary guest, the Vice Minister of Environment and Forestry, Mr. Aludohong, and I give the first session the keynote from our Vice Minister. Please, Dr. Aludohong.
Thank you, Pak Bowo. Distinguished speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, a very good evening to all of us. It is my great honor to give an opening remark, actually, not a really keynote speech, but opening remark of this session entitled Propose of Emission Factors and GHG Emission Reduction Methods on Peatland Ecosystem based on groundwater level in Tier 3 measurement. And I'm delighted also to see so many friends here, so many experts. And I particularly mention here, we have Adrian Elvian, professor. He is now the one of the IPCC member representing Indonesian government into the IPCC panels. We have also here Professor Supyandi Sabiham. He is considered as the guru of peatland in Indonesia. And we have also Professor Osaki from Hokkaido University, also Japan Peatland Association, I can call it like that. He's also considered as a guru of tropical peatland because he does a lot of research in Indonesia and other tropical countries. And who else? Yeah. Oh, Pak Sopian Kurniantun. He's also one of the tropical peatland experts in Indonesia and with well-known publication and so on. and many others here. I think all in this room are expert on tropical peatland. Ladies and gentlemen, we know that tropical peatland in particular is a very important ecosystem which provides ecological, economic, social, as well as climate change services to this global world. Even though peatland just occupy like 3 to 4%, is it right, Faisal Paris? Yeah, of this global landmass, but actually it's contained between nearly 30 to 35 of the global carbon in the terrestrial. You can imagine how big it's this peatland. And tropical peatland in particular, actually, located in more than 60 countries, but there are more or less 3 countries that hold the largest tropical peatland in the world. One is Indonesia, second is Democratic Republic of Congo, and together with Republic of Congo. So these 3 countries actually hold the largest tropical peatland in the world. Indonesia itself, we have around 13.4 million hectares of tropical peatland. That's just peat, right? But if we talk about the hydrological unit of peatland, we have around 24 million hectares. And this is located in Sumatra Island, Kalimantan Island, Papua, and small part in Sulawesi. And DRC and Congo Republic contain around 13 million 13 million hectares. Based on some research in Indonesia, like 13 in this 13.4 million hectares, contain between 48 up to 55 billion ton of carbon. You can imagine the recent report published by UNEP. Actually, the gap emission up to 2030, if we want to achieve 2 degrees up to toward 1.5 degrees, the emission gap right now is about 43 gigaton carbon, or 43 billion ton of carbon. So Indonesian peatland even have more than that kind of gap, right? However, to be honest, while recognize the importance of tropical peatland in terms of social, economic, ecological, including climate change, the big challenge actually related with management of this peatland. So challenge in terms of conversion of peatland, peat swamp forest to other land uses, like used to be for logging activities, for large scale of agriculture, and including, industrial forest plantation, association with drainage activities. So even based on the study done by International Union for Conservation of Nature, actually globally emission from drainage peatland is about 1.9 gigaton of carbon CO2 emission annually. You can imagine the huge of it. So that's one of particular. But learning from past experiences in Indonesian peatland practices, we build, something that new. Start from a couple of years ago. We understood and we realized that managing tropical peatland with drainage base or drainage base was not really proper intervention. So that's why we changed it. So Indonesian government, as well as in collaboration with private sector, with the scientific communities, and including NGOs and so on, we try to find a solution how we can address this peatland degradation from drainage, from unsustainable conversion, from fires and so on. And we find some solution and recommendation and practices. We call it in particular peatland restoration, right? And Indonesia started to, to initiate this kind of peatland restoration activities. I myself, with Faisal Paris here, I know he's my long friends, We started it in 2002 even, yeah, to introduce, we call it hydrological peatland restoration in Indonesia, Kalimantan and Sumatra, Kalimantan particularly in ex-Megarise project, in Sumatra, even in Kuala Selangor, yeah, in Malaysia. And we start to introduce, we call that rewetting of drain peat program. So we introduce like building rewetting infrastructure like canal blockings, canal backfilling, canal weirs, whatever we call it. And we also introduce, like in Indonesia, apart from the hydrological rewetting infrastructure, we use a 3R approach, yeah. First is rewetting program, or first R is rewetting of drain pit through building all this kind of rewetting infrastructure. Second is revegetation, try to get back all this kind of pit vegetation after the drains, after the hydrological restoration completed. And the third R is revitalization of local livelihood. So in this revitalization of local livelihood, we use also 3 approaches in particular. First is we call it water-based livelihood. So we can doing a livelihood in peatland based on drain approach. So we use water-based approach because peat, in particular, tropical peatland actually contain 90% water or hydrological. The other 2 elements, peat substrate and vegetation is small part of it. So the best thing is to use, we call that water-based approach. And second is like we also promote environmental services approach for livelihood. So there are so many services in the peatland, even hydro, biodiversity, water, fresh water in particular, and ecotourism and so on. That we promote that, including recent discourse about carbon and so on. So that's kind of the proper approach to use, to develop a livelihood in peatland. And Indonesia is the spearhead, to implement this. Our achievement, to be honest, we implement those after some years of lesson learned that we are doing on the ground, how to do this peatland restoration is we try to scale it up, to expand it, not only within the community lands, but also into the private companies or concession. So that's why we introduce all this kind of approach within the industrial timber plantation, palm oil, and other local communities peatland management. So based on our data, especially, for example, Ministry of Environment and Forestry facilitate the companies like, industrial timber plantation and palm oil to implement this rewetting infrastructure within their concession, to build canal blocking, canal backfilling, whatever, in order to maintain this water level during the drought period. So based on the data, up to this year, we already implement this kind of rewetting intervention within concession areas around 3.78 million hectares. That only in concession areas, industrial timber plantation, as well as palm oil. And actually, the BRGM, if you know the BRGM, Badan Restorasi Gambut and Mangrove. So Mangrove and Peatland Restoration Agency also implement this kind of peatland restoration or rewetting infrastructure construction within the non-concession areas. So they are already between 2016 and up to 2020, they already done in 834,000 hectares. Yeah. And between 2021 up to 2022, about 540,000 hectares. So you can imagine how huge it is if we combine within community lands as well as the corporation areas. And total rewetting infrastructure that already built within concession areas up to now is about 28,207 canal blocking and canal backfillings units, yeah? That's only in concession areas in Indonesia. Meanwhile, in the community areas, BRGM already constructed with communities about 7,745 units of canal blocking and 184 units of canal backfilling and 14,087 units of deep well. You can imagine that kind of huge rewetting infrastructure that we build in order to address our peatland degradation through a rewetting program in Indonesia. Apart from building this kind of rewetting infrastructure, revegetation, and local livelihood, we also established monitoring system, particularly in KLHK, yeah, Ministry of Environment and Forestry, and Pak Askari within the Directorate General of Peatland Management, yeah, always facilitate companies to establish groundwater table monitoring devices on the ground. So now, even we already install, yeah, together with the companies, 10,771 unit of groundwater level monitoring system. Huge, right? This capital. Scientific capital, I can call it. And this spread out within 232 hydrological units in Indonesia. This is a huge monitoring system, and also, of course, costly because we combine between manual groundwater level and automatic groundwater level devices. Yeah, and combine it with satellite monitoring system. And even we build a web-based system to collect all this data, to present all this data within the Ministry of Environment and Forestry. We call it CMATAC-0.4 meters. Because there is a regulation in Indonesia, all companies who has, you know, like concession in the peatland, they have to manage water table a maximum 40 centimeter below the pit surface. If beyond that, they're going to get fines. They're going to go warning from the government. So the threshold is you have to maintain water table maximum, I can say maximum, yeah? Maximum, yeah? Not minimum, yeah? Maximum 40 centimeter below the pit surface. Yeah? If you beyond that, you're gonna get warning and sometime, you know, penalty. This is based on our regulation, and this threshold, especially during the drought season, yeah, or particularly during El Nino season, during the wet season actually be disregarded sometimes because some 40% of peatland in Indonesia during the wet season is just flat areas. Yeah. This is the big challenge, right? We have all this kind of monitoring system. We have collected, all this data, including within the companies and so on. Meanwhile, this is the very important, the last part of my opening remark. Yeah. That's why we have this kind of session today. We have, to be honest, Professor LP and Adrian, yeah? We have 2013 supplement to the 2006 IPCC guideline for national GHG inventories wetlands, right? And this IPCC guideline actually provide methods for estimating anthropogenic emission and removals of GHGs from lands with wet and drained soil and constructed wetlands for wastewater treatment. But this, to be honest, I can say it's old-fashioned already, yeah? You can imagine it's published in 2013, yeah? And most of the data put in this emission factor in this IPCC guideline based on very limited research. And many of this publication research is on temperate and boreal peatland. So it's not really suitable for tropical peatland. Meanwhile, in many years, recently years, so many research already done in Indonesia, in Malaysia. Is that right, Pak Bashal? In other tropical countries. How we can measure all this kind of emission from land uses within tropical peatland, either for agriculture or for, other crops, including from the hydrological management within tropical peatland. So we need to get this recent scientific data. And I believe all this, I mentioned some of the gentleman area. Sorry, I don't mention about the lady researchers, but I do believe many ladies researchers here. They want, all of them actually considered as a guru of tropical peatland, and they done so many research already on it. So we have to update, emission factor that's put into this 2013 supplement to the 2006 of IPCC guideline for national GHG inventories for wetland. So I look forward to see all this kind of new findings, new research results by all these gentlemen or maybe ladies or whatever later on. And we can channel all this information to Professor Aldian. To be honest, Prof, yeah? Because he's representing Indonesia in the IPCC panel. And 2 days ago, I also discussed with Vice Minister from Japan, Osaki Sensei. I just met him 2 days ago. And also as a convinced, IPCC member from Japan to support this, in order to get a precise and rigorous emission factors from tropical peatland management combined with boreal and temperate peatland. So we can come up with new emission factor. So because the IPCC is a government body, right? So I believe if many countries with tropical peatland work together and convince the IPCC panel, I do believe we're going to succeed to get something new that really precisely rigorous and so on. So I'm talk too much, so I end this speak or remark, Pak Bowo, and thank you very much for all your kind attention. Good evening. Yeah.
Oh, what a big remarks for you, sir. This lecture Because rich with data, rich with number, and my perception, well, the committee invited me to become a moderator. This is not about the number of what is the appropriate water level on the peat ecosystem, but this is also from the social sciences. This is struggle for knowledge, and this struggle are between the global and the local. And then I agree to you, sir. This is the time for us to convince the global community, particularly with regard to the UNFCCC, that this kind of number, this kind of scientific finding has already in the place. We have empirical data. So with regard to this, I invite 5 speakers. The first I invite to the stage Dr. Sofyan Kurnianto from the Research and Development of the PT Rio Andalan Pulp and Paper, all in short, the April Group, please. Pak Sofyan. And the second, Dr. Bandung Sahari from the Astra Agro Lestari. The third, the 2 of them are the private company who engage daily with the problem of the peatland ecosystem. But then this session also invite 3 prominent speakers from the academician, Professor Mitsuru Osaki from the Hokkaido University, which is already engaged long with the issue of the peatland ecosystem. Professor Supiandi Sabiham from the IPB University, he also a soil scientist. And the last but not least, Professor Edwin Adrian, that also become the member of the IPCC with regard to the peatland ecosystem. So, this is the the last session. I will invite you all to address, perhaps you agree, 8 minutes. How about that? Because usually Indonesian speaker, 8 minutes become 15 minutes. So, no problem, sir. Because all of them didn't know exactly about the peat ecosystem, and about the progress, how massive the government and also the private company to launch, to control our peatland ecosystem. So I will invite first, according to this agenda, Dr. Sofyan Kurnianto, would you please short to address the issues, please.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is kind of like deeply grateful for me to present our recent nature publications. My sincere thanks to Ministry of Environment and Forestry Government of Indonesia for this opportunity. And my special thanks to dedicated teams in Riau, Sumatra, Indonesia, and all co-authors for various from various institutions and universities. Next, please. So I'm Sofyan Kurnianto. In the upcoming slides, we will delve into how we improve the methodology and use one of the most advanced technology to monitor greenhouse gas emissions from various land cover types in tropical peatlands to estimate the Tier 3 emissions factors. We gonna present why and how we do the research, and then what are the key results in which the net CO2 emissions in acacia plantations is higher compared to those in intact peat swamp forest, but lower compared to IPCC emissions factors. We also highlighting the importance of tropical peat swamp forest for avoiding the increased emissions. So it's just kind of like echoing what Vice Minister said, that tropical peatland is very important ecosystems by storing a huge amount of carbon. However, because of the land use change driven by the economic growth and populations, so the stored carbon released back to atmosphere. However, due to kind of like the lack of measurements in the tropical regions, especially in the tropical peatlands, we can see here the map of eddy covariance tower to measure greenhouse gas tower. Most of the measurements occurred in the Europe and the Northern America, but very few measurements in the tropical regions, particularly in the tropical peatlands. These kind of like lack of measurements resulted the variability, big variability and uncertainty in the estimates of greenhouse gas emissions. So to get this knowledge, we would like to kind of like emphasize what are the emissions factor for the tropical peatlands, and then we would like to know total variables with this kind of like gaseous emissions. We use the methodology called eddy covariance in this research. This is kind of like one of the widely accepted measurements, one of the most advanced technology to measure the gaseous exchange between the ecosystems and the atmosphere. This is practically kind of like we measure very high resolutions of CO2 concentrations, methane, and the wind speed of the vertical wind speed. So by having this kind of like measurements, we will have 30 minutes data continuously. So the temporal variability, day by day, season by season, and interannual variability of GHG emissions can be predicted. And but in addition, this kind of like methodology is measured at the ecosystem level, meaning that every 30 minutes of the data, it can cover at least 200 hectares. So the spatial variability within the ecosystem can be measured by this technology. From the 2016 until 2020, we measured the GHG emissions from 3 different land cover types in Kampar Peninsula of Riau. So we have intact peat swamp forest, degraded forest, and then the last but not least is the acacia plantations for this kind of like 3 different land cover types. Here one of the main results of these publications. This is kind of like the temporal variability of net CO2 emissions along the plantations rotations. We can see here that the net CO2 emissions is varied by plantation age. It reached the highest at the first year after the planting and reached the minimum after 3 years after planting. And we conservatively assume that all harvested wood will be released back to atmosphere as carbon dioxide. So briefly, the total emissions from the net CO2 exchange from the plantation cycle plus harvested wood make the CO2 emissions as the carbon source to atmosphere for about 30 tons CO2 equivalent per hectare per year. And this is kind of like lower compared to Tier 1 IPCC emission factors. By comparing the total GHG balance among the land cover types, we can estimate the net impact of land use change on the GHG emissions. For example, for the total GHG balance, we included all 3 main gases, carbon dioxide, methane, and nitrous oxide, plus the lateral export from the aquatic systems, and the biomass loss due to the land use conversions. So we compare the intact peat swamp forest and the degraded sites with the acacia plantations. It shows that the total GHG balance in the intact sites is lower compared to those in the degraded sites and the acacia plantations, implying that if there is kind of like conversions from the intact peat swamp forest to acacia plantations, it will result in the net increase of GHG emissions. This net increase is still lower compared to the conversions of intact peat swamp forest to degraded sites. If we are seeing at a different angle, so for protecting the intact peat swamp forest will result in the avoided emissions of 25 tons CO2 equivalent per hectare per year. And this is kind of like the big number of reductions emissions. So we also calculated the avoided emissions using to use the biomass combustions to replace coal from these measurements. If we are putting all together the number from the eddy covariance tower within the tropical ecosystems, we can find that at every different land cover, at every different groundwater level, the net CO2 emissions estimated by the eddy covariance towers is consistently and significantly lower compared to the CO2 emissions from the subsidence and soil chamber. And this consistency is also occurred in the northern peatland. So by having kind of like these equations, if we know the annual average of groundwater level, we can predict the net CO2 emissions at the kind of like from different water table. So we can use these equations to estimate the net CO2 emissions from our sites. So I'm closing this kind of like my talk into that we are not done yet. So even though we already estimate the Tier 3 emissions factors, but we would like to know more what's happening in the lower ground. So we would like to know the process-based understanding by measuring the CO2 emissions from stems, from aquatic ecosystems, and what are happening in the smaller scale. I think that's all my talk, so we can have a discussions if you have any further questions.
Thank you, Pak Sofyan. Rich with data, but perhaps not all of you can digest this number, but don't worry about that. Second, Dr. Bandung Sari, would you please address?
Yes. Very good evening, everybody. Thank you, Pak Bawa. So since you limit our time less than 8 minutes, and then I'll try my best to quick as possible. So thank you very much for the opportunity given to us. I see this as an opportunity to share our work in the past and also to share our thought about the greenhouse gas emissions on peatland. So in this opportunity, I would like to highlight our presentation here is the GIC emission study based on groundwater level on oil palm plantations on peat in Indonesia. Okay, so this is the outline of my presentations today. The first is the peat and climate change, and the second is the oil palm industry in Indonesia. And the third one is about the GHG emissions in oil palm industry. And the fourth one is about the SCV conservations in oil palm plantation and carbon market, and also the conclusion. Okay, I think everybody is aware about this. This is from IPCC that provides many technology, the carbon dioxide removals. And in oil palm plantations, it can be conducted to achieve the net zero by conserving the ACV area and also peat restorations and also soil carbon. And this is the flash of Indonesian commitment about the climate mitigation. And this is the profile of palm oil industry in Indonesia that you can see here that the production increased by year to year. And also it is expected by the end of this December, so then the productions will reach around 53 million palm oil. And what about the emissions in oil palm plantations? I think there are many studies that have been done related to the emissions from oil palm plantations, but in this opportunity, I would like to highlight the study conducted by Tiong and Chey in Sumatra. So as you can see here, that there are three scenarios. The first scenario, without peatland, and the second one is with peatland, and the third one is with peatland and also with methane capture. So as you can see here, without peatlands actually and with help of methane capture, so then emission in oil palm plantation is approaching zero. And it is also need to be considered about the sequestrations of oil palm itself. And also there is SCV area. But for the second scenarios where the plantation is peatland, so you can see here that the contribution of peatland will contribute to a significant level of CO2 emission. And what should we do to reduce the emissions from peatland? The first is peatland management. So the implementations of best water management in oil palm plantations, and through maintain water level at least 0.4 meter below ground. And we need to study a lot of things related to how to manage the oil palm plantation on peat. And the key factor as analysis should be studied further, including the precipitations, peat moistures, elevations, water behavior, peat maturity, and etc. So actually, Professor Supiandi Sapihan intensively helping us in developing these practices on the ground. And as you can see here, there is the water gate overflow, and this is the technology that we applied on the ground. So what the data says? This is the spots of research that has been conducted in our plantations, and to evaluate the relationship between the rainfalls and also water content and also groundwater level. As you can see here, that there is a dynamic between the groundwater level and also the precipitations. And there is two different type of season here, the wet seasons and also dry seasons. And as you can see here, that precipitation, rainfall, really affecting the groundwater level in our plantations. And actually, there are some of research to relate between the groundwater level and CO2 emissions, but the data is still very limited, and we need to have like more information, more places to analyze and the effects of the groundwater level to CO2 emissions. But it is important also to note that the CO2 emissions in peatland, where the oil palm plantation cultivated, it is not only affected with the groundwater level. So many factors affecting the level of CO2 emission. Pak Supiandi will explain that later in very detail, ya Pak. And this is about the potential of the SCV area for the carbon removal. And for the key points to achieve net zero oil palm in 2060, the first is due to global warming concern, the palm oil industry need to reduce its carbon footprint to support Paris Agreement and net follow target in 2030. And the second one, that the greenhouse gas emission study has been met to study the potential to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions. And as I have explained that the emissions from the peatland has contributed significantly in CO2 emission in palm oil industry. It is very important to note that there are 1.5 million oil palm plantations on peat. And so there is an opportunity for carbon market from ACV area in oil palm concessions. It needs technical agreement and upper limit for business entity or persetujuan teknik to conduct the carbon trading from oil palm plantation. Thank you very much. for the opportunity given. Terima kasih Pak Bowo.
Thank you, Pak Bandung. And now we invite three prominent professors that dealing many years ago to research about the characteristics and behavior of the peatland ecosystem. So I invite first to present the ideas was the Professor Mitsuru Osaki from Hokkaido University. Please, sir.
Could you give first slide? Yes. So just focusing on the tier 3, how to establish the tier 3 in the tropical peatland. So what is the limiting factors in the peatland? So you know the 3 is a key, the element in the peatland. So water is enough, and the nutrient normally very poor, and oxygen is also very low because of the oxygen solubility into the water is very, very low. This is a coefficient, a physical coefficient. So why in these conditions, the oxygen come to the limit. If the low oxygen, what happens biochemically? So the redox potential is come to the low. So we difficult to estimate the redox potential in the ground, also the satellite. Then so we try to evaluate how to estimate the redox potentials. So this is related to oxygen. So why in the peatland we monitoring the groundwater tables. Groundwater table decreasing, oxygen coming to, and so the redox potential is come to the high. So this is our principle to establish the tier 3 model. And so this is just the rough draft. And so time is limiting, so I not explain. This is a native forestry, and so the high waters feel the oxygen supply and feel the composition. But if reduce the water tables, the oxygen come into and decompose to accelerate by microorganisms. Also, if apply the chemical, so nitrogen N2O emission is increasing, and the methane also very increasing because the bottom, the water levels, so the bacteria activity increasing, then so use the oxygen, then redox potential come into the -3 millivolt, then so oxygenase metagenesis, the accelerate, then so the methane is emit. So what is the natural conditions? So the oxygen is limiting, but in the natural condition, the plant to make an aerial root, or we call the mound root, then take oxygen, and growth is very sustained. And if the reducing the water table, apply the chemicals, so this is very serious, the condition. But instead of the decreasing water tables, so we developing new technology we call aerohydroculture. And so only put something, the organic matters, charcoals or something, the microorganisms put together and only put on the surface, and aerial root is induced and growth is stimulated. So we establishing the flux towers, and so why we establish the flux towers? Because Copenhagen Accord at COP25 recommended to establish the REDD+ the mechanisms, and also to evaluate the REDD+ mechanisms. So this Copenhagen Accord recommended to MRV systems. So MRV is in this accord talking about use the satellite data and ground truth data to bind together and make something the model. So this is the actually what is so many people are talking about MRV, but this Copenhagen Accord MRV is more specific. So why are we developing the ground truth monitoring systems? So this is the monitoring microclimate and ground surface moistures and groundwater tables, and also we monitoring the land surface, the subsidence. So what is a satellite and the flux? And we also establish flux towers, and so applying the several satellite data and make remote sensing and the ground truth bind together, and we call the integrated MRV systems. So we now propose three types of the tier 3 evaluation of the CO2 emission. One is NE is net ecosystem exchange, and the groundwater table, the functions. So already explained, I forgot the name. Yes, the same technology. And so another is evaluate the ground surface levels, and also which must make a function with the groundwater levels. So two is different methodology, and we make the two and the piling or comparing each of them. So we make a more standard the tier 3 models. And so this is just already explained. The groundwater level is related to NE. NE plus means emission, and we use the regression coefficient to calculation of the CO2 emission. And so this is one kind of the models. So we found ground surface moistures and groundwater levels have linear relations, and we use this coefficient. So some other satellite data release the soil moistures, but difficult to evaluate directly the groundwater table by satellite. But using the coefficient, we evaluate on the water tables, and so here is the water tables, and so carbon groundwater table, the coefficient put into, then so we can calculate CO2 emission. This is one model. And the second one is ground surface level monitoring. So this is the monitoring systems. And so if reduce water tables and laser profiler, the evaluation, how much the sinking or sometimes the increasing. And so we are monitoring. And then we found this kind of the relation. And so water table and ground surface movement, the closely related. And then so we can calculate how much the groundwater decreasing, how much the ground surface decreasing, then so calculate the density of the peat, then so we calculate how much the CO2 emission using this kind of the models. So the peat is the swelling by the water supply and shrink and come to the dry, and also decompose the 3 elements, must separate this 3 elements. So this is the changing according to the according to the water table, but yearly, the decompose and this level is decreasing. This is actually how much the CO2 emit using this kind of the models. Okay. So I propose the two models to how check the variability of the models. So the verification is, the cross-check the two models, the NE and ground surface, and overlay. If the fitted, it's okay, but if something different, so we must check more the detail, what happened in this ecosystem. And maybe so, this is what to say, NE model is only 1 point. Then so we need to extend or to invite some another flux tower data and to mix together and developing a more precise element. And also the GOSAT is a GHG emission satellite. And so this is only estimate not the flux but concentration. But if the high CO2 emission is maybe high, then so we can check the two model by using GOSAT. And some another, the GOSAT is from the space, and another method is same the facility that put on the ground. And so this is following the sunlight. Then so we also evaluate even in the crowded condition. And so this kind of the total systems, we can roughly make the preliminary, the model is now already operated in the Brin the computer systems. And we try to make something network, applying some another the press, the release the data. And then so we already published this kind of concept in this two books. And next month, we will release the third book. And so my presentation, very short, but if you need, maybe you can understand some more details. Thank you very much.
That's the difference between professors and the applicable private company in a very vulnerable ecosystem. This is the peatland. Then further, I invite Professor Supiandi Sabiham to address for the next 8 minutes. Thank you.
Oke, thank you Pak Suryo. Pak Menteri, Pak Wakil Menteri yang saya hormati, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank Minister of Environment and Policy to invite me to be here to present my talk tonight. Yeah. Next, I think this is my topic. Maybe very narrow topic, but I hope you can follow this discussion. Next, please. Oh, sorry. Okay. I couldn't see. Okay, thanks. Thank you. Why we done this research? We were triggered by a report, proposed by US EPA and also IPCC. Both of this emission factor is, to me, is too big. Yeah? Especially reported by US EPA, 95 ton per hectare per year. Yeah. So this is my argumentation. That's why we done this research. The main objective of this research is update the emission, of course, yeah. And the second is to analyze the relationship of groundwater level and the emission. And we also would like to analyze absorption of CO2 by crop in situ. Next. Sorry. This is my selected site. Of course, this is following Pak Bandung. We research on the oil palm plantation. This is my research site for 3 years research activities. Yeah. We dance from April 2019 until December 2021. Yeah. Next. Data collection and methodology, we measure several parameters, and almost we dance a measurement at the interval of 30 minutes, yeah? Especially for peat respiration, net CO2 flux, rainfall, and water content. But for groundwater level, every 1 hour. Yeah? Next. This is our instrument put in the plant research sites. We have the covariant tower and automatic chamber and data logger and GWL, groundwater level, and shelter covered by a solar panel. This is age of the palm oil when we done research about 12 to 13 years old. Next. How to measure the root respiration? It is very important. I want to explain. Yeah, we run the automatic chamber at the distance of 1.5, 2.5, and 3.5. This is representing of the peat respiration from root, yeah, respiration and peat decomposition. But for 4.5 meter is representing of peat decomposition. Why? Because according to our research result before, that this canopy cycle is no root system there. So it is 4.5 meter is almost from the peat decomposition. Next, please. So the research result is like this. It's very important. Of course, the peat respiration influenced by groundwater level and rainfall. Yeah? But peat respiration dominated by root respiration. So root respiration increased by lowering the groundwater level and also decreasing the rainfall. Yeah? But it is very important that all root respirations totally absorbed again by crop. Yeah? So the peat emission from the peat, CO2 emission from the peat is only came from peat decomposition, mostly. Yeah? So that's the emission to the atmosphere we call is emission factor. Yeah? So the emission factor about the 15 to 18 ton per hectare CO2 depending on the condition, yeah? Rainfall and also the groundwater level. Next, please. Our funding that's quite correspond with the other result. For example, in Malaysia, about vary from 11 to 36, but 36 is still very young. So I think this is very understand. But almost during the age of oil palm 11 to 12 is almost same with our result. Yeah. So I think we confidence that this is a very good data for propose for the next emission factor. Yeah. Please next. Sorry. How to makes how the deep about the groundwater level for to resolve the good good for absorption and also root respiration. From this methodology, we found that the good result for groundwater level is about 0.6 meter, yeah, for root respiration and 0.7 about meter for absorption. So we have to propose for good result about the absorption CO2 and also emission, low emission, about the 0.6 meter to 0.7 meter. Yeah. Next. This is my summary. So if we look this one, peat respiration as source of CO2 emission is derived from autotrophic or root respiration and heterotrophic root respiration, or all peat decomposition. Both of this respiration is influenced by the groundwater level peat and peat water content. Yeah. So, but from autotrophic respiration, totally absorbed again by crop in situ. Yeah. From heterotrophic respiration, according to the photosynthesis process, yeah, so this is totally absorbed by crop in situ from root respiration. But from heterotrophic respiration, partly absorbed by crop for their growth, yeah, and the remaining CO2 released to the atmosphere. So we call it is emission factor. How to reduce the heterotrophic respiration? Because autotrophic respiration is almost absorbed by crop. So how to reduce the peat decomposition? We have to manage to maintain the groundwater level at the depth of at least 0.6 meter. Yeah. Next. So this is my closing remark. So peat respiration from root increase with lowering groundwater level and decreasing rainfall. Total CO2 flux from root respiration is completely absorbed by crop in situ. A part of the absorbed CO2 is supported by heterotrophic respiration or peat decomposition. Emission factor for peatland drainage for oil palm cultivation is proposed to be 15.3 to 19 ton per CO2 per hectare per year, depending on groundwater level and rainfall. It is equal to about 47% of CO2 from peat decomposition. So if we have data from peat decomposition by analysis from the other methodology, we can predict that we don't need to the other instrument. We just analyze the peat decomposition. About 40% of the total peat decomposition will be emitted to the atmosphere. For reducing the so for reducing the plaque from peat decomposition and optimizing the CO2 absorption, water management must be carried out carefully for maintaining groundwater level at least at 0.6 meter depth. Yeah. So I think this research was fully supported by BPDPKS or Indonesian Palm Oil Plantation Fund Management Agency. Next, this is my references. Next, I would like to thank to our Director General of Environmental Pollution and Degradation Control (PPKL) and his staff who have fully facilitated me to be here. Thank you very much.
The last but not the least, I invite Professor Edwin Aldrian from the Research and Innovation Agency. Please.
Thank you very much. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for calling me on this presentation, especially for Vice Minister Aludohong and Pak Suruh Adibubo. So I will have the same title for you. Then for my presentation, I will make the focus of the IPCC work 2006. The presentation explains the matter for IPCC 2006. So the format of this review process is 2006 and then finalized in the 2019 report. So and then it is updated by the more for the 2019. So the method introduced here is method 1, 2, 3, the method tier 1, 2, 3. So there are many methods and then especially the carbon intake in the atmosphere, that is very complex system methodology. So this is the demanding right now for the complexity of the data and the requirement. So the tier 2 and 3 refer to high tier method, generally considered to be more accurate for this. So methodological choice for this method tier 1, 2, and 3, it is for individual source sensing categories. It is important for managing overall inventory of the about uncertainty. So, however, this method generally more extensive resource and collection, so it many more feasible and more rigorous for every category and collection. So we must identifying the key categories for this method, and then look at this. The key categories I explained here. The key categories is one of the priorities method within the national inventory system, because the system has a significant influence of country of total inventory for greenhouse gas in terms of absolute level and then the trend of and then the emission and the removal of the greenhouse gases. Okay, so the IPCC updated method for 2006 for greenhouse gas inventory. So by updating this, we introduced 2019 method for this. So right now, I and then the guy from UI, so the 2019 is a refinement of the process. So the guy from UI is I forgot the name. And the methodology must be published in reputable journal article and submitted to IPCC. This is the requirement for the anything for the update IPCC method. So the method should be measurable, reputable, and verifiable for MRV. So this is, for example, the method for the any line type used here. This is a very complex method for the different land type used. So you have this, for example, the method for the water level and so on like this. And then you have, I've been doing this since, because I use the method like this in my old days as the weather modification team. So we use rewetting for the ground level water for the peatland analysis, and then we use this very much for the peatland analysis. So the method is very much useful for us. So we know that there's a target for 1.5 degree. So I have to tell you the story like this. In 2018, the IPCC introduced 2052 will be the surface of the global temperature above 1.5 degree. And then 2019, we renew this, and then we call it, it will be reached around 2042, so 10 years ahead. So 2052 becomes 2042. And then in 2021, under the special report on the 1.5 degree, that the world surface the temperature around 2042. By the March 2023 this year, after IPC released the combination and overall report, and then IPC renew the report again, then we shall meet this 1.5 degree after year 2030. This is very much anticipated, and then very much by the Paris Agreement, the IPCC role on the global stocktake and the inventory. So under the implementation of the Paris Agreement, IPCC has a special duty to implement global stocktake. The Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released on Monday to update this methodology by government estimate their greenhouse gas emission and removal. The role of IPCC in this method, and then bringing sign to the global stocktake and local region methodology from the simple to tier 3 method. So the global stocktake will introduce IPCC as part of the IPCC role for the Paris Agreement. Report has to be delivered 5 years based on satellite measurement. So this is a new method that will be introduced, for example, for the water and ground based in Peatland as a basis of the other measurement for adaptation, mitigation, and other financial measurement. The observation period will be repeated for every 5 years since 2023. I think this year will be the first beginning of the global stocktake. The character of global stocktake will announce the whole world as determined by the measure value of the national determined contribution. So the country who does the commitment can be surely determined by the calculation. The calculation determined by the satellite observation. So if you are green, become green. If you are red, become red. If you are pink, become pink. So it will be determined whether a country reaching a 1.5 degree target by national determined contribution. In country level, the satellite observation will tell you the real color of the observation. Yeah, I think that's all I want to say. I think, yeah, I think that is everything I want to say. Thank you very much.
Well, all the honorary speaker already addressed the opinion, the thinking, the research result. And if I would summarize, this is the battle of peatland ecosystem, the battle of knowledge. If you win the battle through the empirical research, then we can convince the IPCC that the IPCC should perhaps correct their value, their estimation, but they need a scientific reputation journal to convince them. And I'm not what you call it confused, because you already done that. The time is now to write in the reputation academic journal. and we flooded the UNFCCC with the scientific finding. But the time is almost 1 hour for a presentation. So I will allow perhaps only 15 minutes. You already sit about 1 hour to hear all the presentation, and it will be valuable if you could give some correction, some what you call argumentation with this kind of findings. This is rich with data, rich with perhaps for you boring, but I will remind you that knowledge is power. Knowledge is, if we can have many knowledge on that, then we are, Indonesia and the other country, have power to convince the UNFCCC. Any comment on that? Yes, please, Pak.
Okay, I won't talk for 10 minutes. Yeah. Okay, Faisal Parish, Global Environment Center, Malaysia. Yes, I think there's been a lot of work which has been done in Indonesia and Malaysia, other countries, since the IPCC report. Even the IPCC 2013 report, mainly the data was 2010 and before, because that was the rules that had to be, there was a cut-off period. So I think this is going to be one of the issues moving forward. If thing is not already published now, the revision of the IPCC guideline, I mean, it has to be taken already published, and normally there's a threshold date. But I really think it's very important for Indonesia to push forward to IPCC, one, to update the overall guidelines on the updating, but the wetland supplement from 2013 needs to be updated because we have maybe 5 to 10 times more published information compared to them. And definitely some of the emission factors which were in the 2013 supplement and 2006, I was a lead contributing in both of those. The data now available is much, much more, and we have much more robust, as presented some of the presentations, much more robust things. And I think it's very important that in the IPCC, they've just come up with a lump figure for oil palm, so many tons, but nothing about differential figure related to water level. And the work being done by Indonesia in these years to regulate and increase water level, and then the data according to water level is the critical one for management. So I think this is something very important to rapidly move forward. So we hope that Indonesia representative on IPCC, together with those from maybe other ASEAN member states who are familiar with the issue, can bring the issue forward. But also we need to compile the data from Indonesia and Malaysia, the published data, and put forward things. I also believe that there is mechanism under IPCC. They have the emission factor process, which is a little bit more flexible, doesn't wait for the formal review, and we can also put in credible research-backed emission factors into the IPCC emission factor database, which I don't know if it's still maintained in Japan by IGES, but I think those are other mechanisms to put this data forward so that any future studies, NDCs, other things are following the up-to-date information. Thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you, Faisal. I think what he proposed is quite interesting and powerful. Perhaps you can give comment. 1 minute, 1 minute, 1 minute.
I think for this one, I forgot the name of the expert from IPCC. It's the UI expert is Johnny Jupesta. I think everyone should recognize him. He bringing this method in the IPCC. And then I know that some publications are really high for nature publication, so it is could be recognized as IPCC because this is the only method that they can use if you are recognized by IPCC. Thank you.
Thank you, Pak. This me? Yeah. Okay. Okay, thank you, Pak Faisal. I think Pak Wamen said that we are his guru, so Pak Faisal is Mahaguru. Yeah. Do you know Mahaguru? Yeah? Okay, thank you, Pak Faisal. I think it is a pretty good. That's why we also want to push. Yeah, that's emission factor report by IPC, and of which that I myself is also inside of the written the report. So I would like to push that for emission factor, for the next emission factor should be changed. Of course, this is based on report, journal, very prestigious journal. Yeah? So I think it is okay. But I would like to push Pak Adrian. So this is our data report by Pak Sofian and also our activities. I think confident to be to have changed the emission factor. Yeah. Thank you, Pak Faisal, for your support.
So the IPCC, the report is still only the tier 1, and so upgrade to tier 2, tier 3 is very important, but IPCC themselves don't know how to upgrade it. And so we must propose this side because of our group also very focused on this kind of how to establish a tier 3. And so, but this is the only small group. But now, so the groundwater tables monitoring the several the location established in Indonesian government, and also the monitoring the flux towers. And so why now we can accelerate to combine or make something alliance? Then so the propose the tier 2, tier 3 level to IPCC. Otherwise, nothing to move.
Thank you, Professor.
Okay, yeah, we are in plantations industry actually, so for Astra Agrostari through Indonesian Palm Oil Associations that we are developing together, yeah, Pak Supiandi, with Himpunan Gambut Indonesia to develop a series of research regarding to produce the exact down-to-earth number that really representing the emission factors on the grounds. And then I'm in line with you, Pak, and Pak Adrian, and that international publication is very important to really define what the emission factors for the tier 3 in Indonesia. And we are from the private sectors to really supporting that idea to get that number. And I'm personally also intensively discussed this with Dr. Johnny Jupasta in Japan, that is also representing Indonesia, right? So yes, we are very committed on that areas, and we are in line with this effort. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Dr.
It's just kind of like repeating what have been said before, that our data have been published in Nature. I think that's kind of like one of the credible journal. So I hope the data can be used to update the emissions factors. And if the needed more data, the data in the publication is also uploaded in the systems. So everyone can access the data that have been published in the publications.
Thank you, Pasma. Here are the situation. I think I recommend to you, Mr. Vice Minister Pak Aludohong, how to orchestrating all the findings. Let's do it together. Make a meeting that the scientists, also the practitioners, the company, working together to publish 20 pages at the maximum. What is for the recommendation to the IPCC? But also it was supported by technical paper, journal as an appendix. So I think this is all the parties working together. We can also convince the IPCC there should be another new emission factor that in the tiers 3, not the first and the second, but the tiers 3, based on on the field investigation. The field investigation cannot be denied if we support with the data. You guys already presented many very rich and convincing and robust data. So I think this is the time I will close the session with homework for all. You publish the scientific paper, you publish the monitoring, and Pak Aludohong as the Vice Minister, combine effort to all of you, make a position paper for Indonesia to the IPCC. Thank you very much to all the participation, particularly our speaker, honorary speaker. Give big applause to them.
We look forward, all the speakers, all the scientists, to work together in harmony. And with that, of course, I would like to invite Pa Wamen to present a special gift to all the highly intellectual speakers for their contribution. Thank you very much all for engaging in these highly intellectual discussions, and only few people understand, I guess. I'm sure a lot of people would benefit from it, and one of them being is Pa Wamen. We can see he was non-stop capturing the presentations. Thank you very much for the acknowledgement, Pa Wamen. Don't get too excited, Pak. Finally, we are going to have a family picture together. It's a family of all the scientists. Only people with the title professor can join the stage, okay? No one else. Very powerful board. Thank you very much for staying with us up till this hour. We really appreciate your presence. Thank you all for joining this session. I know it's very late already. I hope you have a safe journey home. Rest well. We'll see you again tomorrow. Goodbye.